Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Athletic Greens and their exceptional AG1 supplement. In less than a minute each day, you can do something really healthy for yourself by drinking a glass of Athletic Greens. So why not give it a go for yourself and see what AG1 can do for you? If you're looking for an easier way to take supplements, Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs of AG1 with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/sacred. That's athleticgreens.com/SACRED. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred for Athletic Greens' powerful and healthy AG1 supplement. Check it out. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 259. God, that's crazy. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined, as always, or most of the time, by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, how are you today? You're back in New York by the looks of things, so it is 1 o'clock in the afternoon for you instead of 10 a.m. That's exciting.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the show. How are you today, my friend?
I'm good. It was weird missing the show last week, specifically because of the weird ethereal nature of why. Like I was getting so many videos of people like in Manhattan being like, it looks like fucking Blade Runner out here. And then I landed and it completely screwed my flight up. And then by the time I landed, it was just gone. So I was kind of underwhelmed.
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping to land in this, you know, I got like a gas mask and everything, and for no reason.
Interesting.
It's a cool prop I have now, I guess, but
dude, I love gas masks. For Halloween for my senior year, I wore my dad's FDNY gas mask. I just wore it like Psycho Mantis. And I was told to take it off because people like that was right after 9/11 and everyone was scared of everything.
Yeah.
So like you can't wear a gas mask or whatever. It's like, oh my goodness. But I love gas masks. I love this. The band System of a Down. I used to love the band System of a Down. They're still a great band. Those records are great. But on the album or on the song Sugar, the drummer is playing in the video in a gas mask, which I always thought was cool too.
Yeah.
Just wanted to throw those things out there. Chris, it's good to see you today, my friend. Thank you for being here. And welcome back. Your absence because of the fires, which have also been affecting our areas. Not as bad as they're affecting the areas that are on fire. I'm not trying to make it seem like that.
Yeah.
But like we got in a whole conversation about it because you were gone because of that. And I was saying it was fucking up the whole solar situation here in the Sacred Solar Saga. I'm trying to earn my megawatt hours so I don't have to pay electric bills. I'm trying to sell my carbon credits. Let's get it together out there. I figured
Canada would do this.
Yeah.
You know, it would be Canada.
Try watering your trees. Have you ever considered that?
Rain. Have you heard of it?
Dustin Furman, executive producer. How are you today, my friend? Nice Thrice shirt.
Thank you. This is the tour shirt.
Did you think, be honest, did you think of me when they played my song?
I did.
Yeah.
Of course I did.
Did they rock it?
Oh yeah. They rocked the whole album, which was great.
That song, I'll just say it again. That song is so...
The song, for people to go listen to, it's called Silhouette.
Oh God, it just bangs, dude.
Yeah.
The guitar is great.
I got this, I actually had this for a few weeks. I haven't worn it yet until now, but what's a little annoying, but not that bad, is that I went out to Virginia to see my parents specifically to go to this show because there was no Pittsburgh tour dates. So I went out, we went to Baltimore together, and it was a great time. I'm not complaining about that. Just last week, they announced, hey, we're doing another leg of the tour and we're coming to Pittsburgh. So, and that's in October.
You going to go again?
Yeah, I think so. I think I will go again because it's like $30 or something like that.
So they play the record and then they probably play like 8 other songs or something after. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because that's usually the way album shows have gone in my experience too. And I always find that fun because first of all, I've seen El Cielo played, my favorite album of all time. And I would die to see that again. I cried at the end of that show, dude. I was crying on the floor at the end of that show. I was like so overwhelmed with emotion. So I love that bands do that.
Yeah. Dude, it's so special. I'm glad. I know that some bands might look at it as cashing in because we have a lot of bands of, you know, the 20-year anniversary tour for a lot of stuff. But I don't know. I'm okay with it. I'm going actually to, I think I mentioned this a few weeks ago, I'm going to see the Yellow Card 20th anniversary for Ocean Avenue in a few weeks. And I saw Thrice did an album I actually like more than Artist in the Ambulance. They did a tour for Vahisu a few years ago, and that's one of my favorite albums of all time. And you're right, being able to experience one of your favorite albums front to back from a band is remarkable. And that's why I'm always down for that kind of stuff. I have so much respect for the album in general as a form of releasing music. And I feel bad that not all bands, but there are some bands that don't really care about that aspect. It's so single or EP based. It's like, no, the album. That's what it's all about.
That's why seeing bands on in arena tours always sucks. Like I remember seeing Green Day on the American Idiot tour, and I was like, this sucks. You know, because not because I like American Idiot. I actually think American Idiot's a great record, but it's very different than their other stuff. But they were playing nothing. You know, they were playing, and then you'd go on the setlist websites, and it would just be the same thing every night. Yeah. And it seems like the smaller the shows, the smaller the bands are. Like 311 would never do that. Ever do that. They're not practicing all their songs and playing them, but you know that there's probably a group of 60 or 70 songs that they'll pull from on a tour. Yeah. It's like, damn, dude, Weezer and all these bands, like I'd love to see them, but play something new and not new and actually play old things, but play different sets.
What's good about those,
the production is too I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say what's good about those 20th anniversary sets too is like in case like there's a lot of people who grew up who might have missed the initial launch of like certain like really seminal records who get to like experience that again as if it's new. Like I would love like actual anniversary tours of like or like 20th anniversary album tours of like stuff that I was just too young to be around to go see. That'd be great.
It's funny, like it has, you're right in the sense that it has come in more into focus in the last 10 or 15 years of doing these kinds of things. And I remember 311 doing it for the first time with Transistor, which is like their most famous record, on the 15th anniversary, I think. And it was down in Florida at like some outdoor festival. And I was like, that would have been cool to see. But the beauty of these kinds of things too is that they're no doubt recorded in high definition, no doubt wonderfully recorded audio from soundboard and all the rest. So at least I go on YouTube all the goddamn time. I was watching videos this morning on my phone of Chevelle, the band Chevelle, playing live for some reason. I don't know why I wanted to watch that, but that's the beauty of living today as a music fan, is you can just see the whole gamut of it. And it's really exciting. But Dustin, you said something interesting about, you know, people feel like they're like shaking their audience upside down or whatever, doing these kinds of things. It's like, go ahead and do that, man. Like that's your right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's good stuff.
Yeah.
Bands should be on tour. You know,
how else are they going to make money now?
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, go on tour. I bought this shirt and I bought another shirt too, just because now with bands, especially, you know, I'm thankful I have the money that I can go out and spend $50 for a band that I really like, because I want them to succeed. And they're not making their money on Spotify for sure. I mean, they're making some money, but
not much.
Not enough to live.
Speaking of money, spending money, Micah spent a little bit of money and got me these amiibo.
Dude,
Richter
excellent.
And Simon.
I have those too.
I was very excited about that. That was a very sweet thing to do. They're so cool, man. Look how cool they are.
Yeah.
Castlevania is so cool.
Mm-hmm.
God damn. You nerds are out there playing like Warframe and shit like that. You could be playing Castlevania. Do this. All right.
They do look really good.
I'm sorry, Chris.
No, they do look really good. I kind of wish I was into them, but I'm also glad I'm not, because you know, like they're cool collectible.
You like having money.
Collectible? Yeah, exactly. They're cool collectible pieces, but like I can't. Like I see some of them going for just inane prices. I'm like, dude. Nah.
There's just a few more amiibo I need for I'm not trying to get a complete collection. I just want the characters I like. I don't have Ice Climbers and Little Mac, which I would need for sure, and maybe a few others like Cloud and stuff. But Clown.
Is there a Jared Fogle amiibo?
Dude,
that would be awesome.
He's become a reoccurring character in the Sacred Symbols lore. Jared Fogle.
Well, he's got that new movie. Well, he doesn't. He's got
Sorry, Jared Fogle.
Yes, Jared Fogle.
He's doing junkets right now.
Yeah.
No, he's got this like documentary that came out super recent. I still haven't seen it, but
I actually think I did watch that one, and it was it's on Netflix, right?
I don't know.
I think so. I can't keep track. I finally, dude, HBO was harassing me so much to download the Max app that like I would get an email like every other day, like, don't forget, and I'd be like, fine, cancel, bye.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Why didn't they just update? Why didn't they just change the existing app that everybody?
I don't know.
Like it's I don't know. I'm sure there's like a software engineer reason why that's better, but like that, it seems insane.
It's just that when these guys harass me enough, I'm like, I remember, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm subscribed to you and I haven't watched you at all. Why did I even have HBO? Oh, for The Last of Us. It's like I can probably get rid of this at this point. I'll get it when The Last of Us comes back. But my friends, welcome. It's Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. We go up live each and every week. You can get us 3 days early and ad-free by supporting us on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Like, we have something. Let me look, actually, today. We have, this is pretty crazy, all-time high, 13,200 plus paying subscribers every month on Patreon. We really, really appreciate that, and we thank you for that. Sacred Symbols, of course, is our flagship, but we appreciate your support of all of our shows, including Defining Duke, our Xbox podcast, our new Nintendo podcast, Punching Up, hosted by Dustin. That's doing really, really well. Appreciate that. Knockback, Constellation, etc. You know the drill. By supporting us on Patreon, we get that early, or you get that early ad-free access. As you know, you get access to Discord and more. Sacred Symbols Plus, however, is a huge perk that a lot of people like. Sacred Symbols Plus, 2 extra episodes every week on patreon.com/laststandmedia. Just did a deep dive, about an hour and a half dive on Mortal Kombat as a series and Mortal Kombat 1, which was really cool, with 616 Entertainment, great YouTuber. Gene Park, our newest acquisition, our newest catch, did a call-in episode with the fans. I had David Jaffe on for 2.5 hours to talk about absolute rambling nonsense. That episode just makes me laugh thinking about it, because I don't know if you heard it, Dustin, or if people out there might have heard it, but yeah, like he's using the soundboards. We gave him a Zoom recorder, because we record redundancy backups on Zoom as we record, and he immediately figured out how to use the soundboard buttons on it, and has like all sorts of, he had like it was like we were on a talk show, and he would like hit the button and literally be like, all right, we're going to commercial. He's out of his mind. Mm-hmm. But that episode was fun. We did a deep dive on Forspoken. Sacred Sales Saga continues. I had Ken Levine on recently. We have some interesting episodes coming up. We recorded one on, that's right, E3. Dustin and I did a really awesome episode about E3, the 5 best Sony moments at E3 and the 5 worst Sony moments at E3. And it allowed me to just kind of, and both of us, but I allowed me to kind of dig deep into my memories, since I was at a lot of these shows, and we had a good time with that. And I have more coming up, including there's a game about the Holocaust that just came out. I don't know if you guys saw this. It's a free game. It's on PSN, Xbox Live, PC. It's everywhere, and it's made by my friend Luke, and he's been on the show before. And it's about an hour and a half long. It's called, let me see. It's called Something in the Darkness, I think.
Light in the Darkness.
Light in the Darkness, that's what it is.
Right?
And it's totally free. It's totally free, like on any platform. And he's going to come on the show to talk about that, which I'm really, really looking forward to as well. I think we're going to do another episode on what's going on with gaming in Russia, since things are like totally fucked up there now. And I'm really fascinated to learn more about specifically how. I think Nintendo has stopped selling games there, but sells through a proxy now. And a lot of the VPN stuff's being shut down, and piracy's on the rise. It'll be pretty interesting. So lots of things going on over there. Do you have anything Sacred Symbols Plus related planned there, Dustin? Anything interesting?
Not right now, since you've got, I think next week we have totally covered, and then I'm going to too many games, but we're figuring out, I don't know if this is worth mentioning, but we're figuring out a Tears of the Kingdom spoiler cast that will most likely take the slot of a Sacred Symbols Plus. We're figuring out the details on that.
Here's one. Octopath Traveler 2 is going to get a spoiler cast.
Yeah, that one.
That one's going to be between Maddie and Micah. And I keep busting Micah's balls because she's playing like a ton of games on Switch, and she played Octopath for probably 80 or 90 hours. And I'm like, it sucks that you can't prove that you ever beat it, because there were no trophies or achievements. So I'm like, you might as well be lying to me. I have no idea. I have no idea if you did it or not.
Oh my God.
So check that out. Patreon.com/laststandmedia merch, laststandmedia.store. I saw some new merch. I don't know. Are we selling it yet? I don't think we are. Some came in.
Yeah, we got some stickers, but there's also shirts coming, and my plan was to put them all out at once, but
that's fine.
Shirts are taking longer than I thought, so there'll be a drop soon.
We have, I don't know if I said this on the show, but merch is taking over my house to such a degree that we in July, so the guys that did the shelves here, like my shelving, John Longo, he's a buddy of mine in the area, he's a contractor, they're redoing my whole garage and making putting shelving like all around it, like multiple tiers of shelving, because we need to get the shit out of my house. We have a Harry Potter style closet off of our kitchen, like underneath our stairs, totally full of merch. We have a nook in our living room or in our dining room. Dustin's familiar with it. Totally full of merch. Our kitchen table, totally full of merch. Micah's office, totally full of merch. So we're doing the best we can.
Sounds like hell.
It's it's fun because this sounds weird. It's a selling point for sure, but we have complete control over our merch operation, and it's of the highest quality with great customer service, prompt shipping, all the things we can control that we couldn't control when we were using, especially our last people, which they were fucking terrible. Just absolutely fucking terrible. And that's why we did it. And we were able to make much more money on the merch and sell it for less. I mean, that's like, it's like the whole, everything works out. But we just need a little bit more space to move around. I didn't think my 2,500 square foot house would be filled up like this quickly. And it kind of sucks. And I keep buying GI Joes too. I just bought a $500 lot of GI Joes.
Oh my God.
Another.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just gotta do something about it. Hey, I had cleaning ladies over here. I hired a cleaning crew. They're coming in every month now. Just to, we're pretty neat and clean. But you want to have someone like create the baseline for you. Be like, give me something to sustain. And so we did that. And that was a very exciting thing that happened here too in recent days. I was really, really looking forward to telling you guys that because I don't want to clean anymore.
No, cleaning's the worst, actually. Holly enjoys cleaning. Or at least she says she does.
Yeah.
She says she finds it satisfying. Yeah, I'm glad that she enjoys it because I certainly don't.
I'm a guy. It's what I do. I mow the lawn and take care of the yard, and I go all the way with it. I don't do it half-assed. I go all the way, make sure everything's perfect and we're weeding and everything's neat. And that's the way I am when I clean. I don't want to just do it halfway. It's like, I got to do it all the way. And then it takes all day.
You got to destroy the room you're cleaning in order to clean it.
Right. Exactly. Here's the reality is that my time is more valuable than that. Right. Like, it's better for me to just hire someone to do it than do it myself when I could just be doing something else, like playing Grand Theft Auto 3 for no perceivable reason.
Sure.
I shit you not. I went after that ambulance trophy for 6 hours in that game. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that later. All right. One of the perks over at Patreon. Well, that was a bit of a pregnant pause, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just a bit.
I was like, I thought you might have like short circuited like Johnny 5.
Dude, I'm getting there. It's more and more happening where I go somewhere in the house and I have no idea why I went there. Like, I'm like, am I pacing around or am I here for a reason? Am I doing something here? I'm troubled by it. By the way, one of the perks over on patreon.com/lastdaymedia, you submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas. Many of you do each and every week on the weekly thread we post in the news feed. And let's go to Mike Sweet as we begin to stretch our legs here on this very long episode because this document is huge this week. Hi, Colin. I've followed you since the Beyond days, he says, and you've always been my favorite member of any piece of content that you start in, but I must finally send some criticism your way. You once graced my home, the sacred land of New Hampshire, with your presence, and hearing you talk about Sony's new game, Concord, made me cringe each time you say the name. You've mentioned before that the guy on the West Wing pronounces it wrong, even being from New Hampshire, yet you follow in his tracks. I ask that you return to your Granite State roots and start pronouncing it correctly as Concord and not Concord, or we'll have your Dover hockey stats erased from the record books. You better not. Thank you and live free or die. You better not have my stats erased from Dover youth hockey. I'll fucking lose it. I dedicated my heart and soul for years to that team. A lot of people have written in about this because, as you guys know, the capital of New Hampshire is Concord, Concord. And I've long said that that's a word that was being said wrong by a lot of people and they were calling it Concord. But that doesn't mean that the word Concord doesn't exist. It means that the city spelt Concord is pronounced Concord. Why doesn't anyone understand that? The game is called Concord.
Is it called Concord because it was conquered?
No, it's because, and I don't know how much you know about this, people in New England have no idea how to speak English.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
Spend 12 hours in Boston.
No.
Or do what I did. I lived a few years even in Maine. So they're not mega familiar with English up there. And so words like Lexington and Concord, that's just the way it became. By the way, Concord wasn't conquered. We held the British back.
Yeah.
At Concord in 1775. But the game Concord is called Concord, like the Concord grape. Right?
Wait,
it's not the Concord grape.
The grape?
Yeah, like grapes. There's a Concord grape.
Yeah, like grapes. No,
like what you make Welch's jelly out of.
No, I know. Yeah, I understand. I just like when I see grapes, I just okay, grape, green, purple. I don't think of like I know there's like a million different apples and like a Granny Smith, and there's like there's turpentine. I don't
Fuji.
know, some random.
Yeah.
There's like a real entire society of apples that we know nothing about, or that we don't think about really.
Why are there so many apples? Why did nature say like we need a shit ton of apples?
I don't know. I think we did that somehow.
Yeah,
it's
probably.
like how the banana is like not really a banana. Like
that's right. It's like a fucked
the
up
hell out of it.
Yeah.
Got eradicated by some disease.
Corn too and wheat. We've totally manipulated the shit out of those. Like I think the corn that like maize that Indians were eating is nothing like the corn that we have today. I think that's more similar to like the corn you find in sesame chicken. That was the corn. Yeah, I think that was like what the maize was. We manipulate everything.
That's why GMO doesn't make any sense. When you see something that says non-GMO, it's like, bro,
like how? How's that
everything
possible?
we eat is now GMO. A watermelon, no matter what, is a GMO. Do you ever see the pictures of the watermelon in old paintings and they look all fucked up and weird? Yeah. It's okay if something's GMO.
Yeah, it's fine.
Just how it is.
There's plastic in the rain. It's over. Like it's done. It's everything's modified for sure. Even if it's not like intentional, not some guy going like, how do I add a flashlight to the Game Boy? It's like, it's not exactly like that.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing: is that I read this about in 2050, there will be more plastic in the ocean than the biomass of the animals in the ocean. And It's like, all right, so this is happening. Like, can we get rid of the paper straws now? It's happening. The island in the Pacific that's made of plastic bags isn't going anywhere.
How is there just no R&D on a better alternative to plastic?
This is where the whole this is where the UFO thing comes from. We got
Is plastic really the ultimate, like just the absolute apex of our ability to make something? Like I don't know if I can't possibly believe that.
Yeah, I don't know why that is. We have to get the polymers from the UFO craft that we captured and reverse engineer it so that we can have something a little bit better than this. But
deplastify the ocean.
The point is that it's done. What's done is done. That's the point.
Over.
All right. By the way, Chris, last week you weren't here, but we were talking about global warming and people got so mad. Some people wrote it got so, and we weren't even, it's like so funny because I was saying, how do you know which fires and hurricanes are caused by global warming and which aren't?
It's so stupid.
Ryan,
I love it. That reminds me of like, was it that most shark attacks happen by the shore, and it's like, yeah. They wouldn't happen like in the center of the ocean,
or if they do, you don't know.
Yeah, dude, I still think about that video you sent me of that whale or whatever the fuck that thing is with like the bulbous forehead.
Oh my God, it's horrible. I had another one set up for you the other day that I found, and I like couldn't even, because the things that I think the singular thing Chris and I have decided that we find most unsettling are fish with human teeth. Yeah, and I found another one of them. And I was like, why do these fish have human teeth?
Never stops. It's just like it's a mess down there. There's flounders with like knuckles. It needs to stop.
And then they're giving us statistics like there's going to be more plastic than biomass in the ocean. Good. Do you see what's going on down there?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Thank you for writing in. Orion Virchow wrote into us and said, hello, CDC. Colin, I know you like to hear about LSM fans meeting each other in the wild, but what about those who bonded and still stay in contact over the content you have been a part of? 10 years ago, I met a great friend at work, and we really bonded talking about PlayStation and your content. Sadly, 2 years ago, I had to move over 2 hours away. But that said, we constantly text each other about LSM content whenever a new show drops. We've even acknowledged how grateful we are to still be in contact and how we love all the content LSM has to offer. All of you really mean a lot to us. I just wanted to say thank you to LSM and my friend Jeff B. for being there for me and everyone else out there. Thank you, Orion, for writing in. Great name, by the way. Love to hear about the connections. The connections are important that you're making out there with each other. And our show matters. What do you think, Dustin, Jeff B's last name is?
Bradley.
Jeff Bradley.
Jeff Bradley. Definitely. I'm happy to hear this, though, Colin. And we've talked about this particularly with live events, that people really get a chance to meet one another. And I just saw, I can't remember if I just saw the headline or saw the video on YouTube, that there's like what they're calling the friendship epidemic, that people just don't have as many friends anymore as they get older in the internet age. And so stuff like this is really important. And I'm really happy that we can provide at least some kind of hub where people can bond and meet one another and stay in contact. And that's all exciting. So go out there, make a friend on Discord.
Yeah.
But not in the YouTube comments, not there.
I don't have like any real life friends at this point, except for Micah and my family. Like all my friends are through the internet, basically. Yeah. You know, and the content, which is both healthy and unhealthy. I don't feel like I don't yearn for it. You know, I just try to be true to that. I yearn to do ambulance missions in GTA 3. Thank you for writing in, Orion, and I'm glad that you could be here with us. By the way, Chris, I don't know if you saw this. I put this in Discord last night when I was going through the letters from the audience. We're not going to use your letter, James Walker, but you wrote in and said, "Greetings, CDC. Colin, I must needs write in to express in writing my folly." The fuck did you just say, James?
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
James,
I can't read that.
I must needs write in to express in writing my folly.
Dude's getting tarred and feathered live on the podcast. On the podcast,
it happens every once in a while. I asked Google, so who the hell knows if it's true? Google can tell me, by the way, anything, and I'll believe it. So when you know, not in the websites, but when it just gives you the answer at the top, just says like, here's the answer. It's like, okay. So Google tells me that the average American reads at the 8th grade level.
Wait, do you say you didn't include this question?
No, I don't think I did.
Speaking of 8th grade level, this question is in the show notes.
Where?
Under topic 1 from James Walker.
Oh, yeah, I guess I did use it.
Oh, man.
James, we're going to get to you later then, I guess.
You got reversed on that one, Colin. You forgot.
Did I, though? I don't know.
It's not listen.
I don't know. You're just trying to make fun, say I'm not including it.
Yeah.
8th grade reading level, and you fucking forgot you put it in your own fucking document.
It is.
What does that say? Yeah.
It's the plastic in the ring.
Yeah.
Blame the plastic. When in doubt, blame plastic.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I just Googled how tall is Caillou.
And did they give you the right answer?
Yeah, 5'11". So, I mean, the bald Canadian 4-year-old is disturbingly tall.
As I always say, Mega Man is 4 feet 4 inches tall.
Yeah, but that checks out. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I feel that's unsettling, very unsettling too.
It's unsettling, but it's not a betrayal of what you'd assume,
right?
Necessarily when you look at Mega Man, you're like, that guy's not 7 feet tall.
You didn't need to even go on. You could have just said it's not a betrayal, and you would have been right. Because I mean, that's what that 5'11" information is. It's just a straight up betrayal.
It feels like a slight.
Yeah,
that you would do that to me. Because how tall are the parents then? This is like a giant world.
It's fucked.
Jesus Christ. Taller than Iron Man.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Athletic Greens and their exceptional AG1 supplement, which you can learn more about right now at athleticgreens.com/sacred. My friends, if you take good care of your body will take good care of you. And an easy way to help your body out is to eat and drink healthy stuff. You know, the basics. But life moves fast. We're all busy. Bad for you food is so goddamn tasty. And I think we all lack a little self-discipline sometimes too. Then again, this is why I think Athletic Greens and their AG1 supplement are so valuable and why you may want to give it a try for yourself. Here's the rub. AG1 is a powder that you mix into a glass of water. When you down it, you're absorbing 75 vitamins, minerals, and whole food sourced ingredients that will prove to be a net positive, even if you typically don't eat that well, or even if you're not active and exercise daily like I do, and you should. Think of it at worst as a countermeasure. But at best, Athletic Greens can do so much for you, your body, and your routine. I find it especially useful before one of my workouts when I need a boost to my energy late in the day. But in reality, the positive effects are legion. You may notice healthier nails, skin, and hair. And if you have a bad stomach and colon like I do, AG1 has also been shown to improve gut health. See, taking athletic greens is easy, and it tastes good too, and millions of people around the world have made it a part of their routine over the last decade plus, proving its staying power. In less than a minute each day, you can do something really healthy for yourself by drinking a glass of athletic greens. So why not give it a go for yourself and see what AG1 can do for you? If you're looking for an easier way to take supplements, Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs of AG1 with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/sacred. That's athleticgreens.com/SACRED. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred for Athletic Greens powerful and healthy AG1 supplement. Check it out. I'm in a weird mood today. Matthew O'Brien wrote in. Said, hey, gents, really enjoyed the conversation last week on using strategy guides. But Dustin, he has something to say to you. He just wanted to challenge Dustin for a second. When Elden Ring came out, Dustin got the Platinum Trophy remarkably fast and had some BDE about it. Clearly a guide was used as the Platinum required save scumming different obtuse quest lines in extremely hidden areas. I guess my question is, why would you use a guide on your first playthrough of your most anticipated game? This seems extremely contradictory to how you described your usage of them last week. Personally, I find myself using guides for FromSoft games much more than games from any other developer, as without them, I miss so much content and the intricacies in their games. I try to complete my first playthrough blind, then seek guides in New Game Plus. For Elden Ring, I'd say I missed roughly 25% of the bosses and areas in my first playthrough. Then, when I checked out guides for my New Game Plus playthrough, I was shocked by how much I missed, but stoked to have so much more content to play. And then he wants to pivot to a question about New Game Plus, which we're not going to do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to use this specifically to see if you would have a retort to Matthew O'Brien.
So first of all, I want to say I have no memory of what I said last week. So if I contradict myself, it's null and void. Okay. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Here's what I would respond saying now is that if I remember what I was saying last week is that, and with this Elden Ring experience, if I remember correctly, I did not use a guide up until I got to the very end of the game, where then it was time to think about platinums and going through these different obscure quest lines in order to get trophies. Because you're right, Matthew, in that some of these are very obscure and using a guide can enhance the playthrough. But again, I don't remember what I said last week. My first initial playthrough, I don't recall using a guide really at all. It wasn't until I got to the end where I then used a guide in order to get the rest of those trophies. So maybe it's hypocritical, maybe it's not. I don't know. I did the intended experience without a guide.
I feel like I'm watching Bill Clinton. I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Yeah. I don't really have anything against guides.
Download.
Miss Lewinsky. That's my favorite part is the comma Miss Lewinsky. Yeah.
Do you remember downloading things? Do you ever use LimeWire at all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember just trying to download a song and getting that audio?
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I don't think I remember that.
I would try
a parody.
I'd be like, new 3 Days Grace, and I would download it, and it would be just Bill Clinton talking about how he didn't sleep with Monica Lewinsky.
I thought that was like an ad. Like it was someone trying to sound like it, and he's like, and then go to this website, blah blah blah, for something.
No, I mean, I don't remember. I didn't think about it too deeply. I was just like, well, this is not.
These guys are baking in ads into their MP3s. Yeah. That's very very forward thinking.
This is definitely not 1X.
All right, where are we now? Oh, okay, yeah. Dylan Weaver, here we are. To my dearest sacred gentlemen, I was at work the other day looking over prospects as us salespeople do, and I noticed one of my fellow coworkers' emails to a customer. He ended it with, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, or ideas about the product, feel free to reach out immediately. I thought of Sacred Symbols, and now I'm almost certain he's a fellow Sacred Symbols listener. The thing is, I have never outright engaged in casual conversation with him, so I feel like coming up to him and asking him if he listens to Sacred would be quite awkward, especially if he says no. Furthermore, asking him about the phrasing in one of those 1,000 emails he sends a day would also come off as strange. So I ask, how should I approach this? Should I play Sacred out loud around him and hope he hears and comments on it? Or should I maybe yell a hefty stand down across the office and look away, side-eyeing to see if he notices it? This is certainly a Larry David situation indeed. Ever, my dear Colin, Dustin, and Chris, faithfully yours. Dylan Weaver, thank you for writing in.
Yeah.
This is a conundrum. Did I coin questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas? I think I might have.
I don't know. Like, do you remember getting it from somewhere?
No, I just like greetings and salutations. It's something I started saying, and then I just started saying, and then I have no idea where it came from. I have no idea when it started. I have no idea what its provenance is. This is why
it is a fairly strange idiosyncrasy, like the greetings and stuff, because it's a very alien way to,
that's right. That's right.
Salutations. I know Maddie does it too, and I'm just like interested. It's interesting, but look, man, I don't know, Dylan. I think the best way to go about it would be to play it out loud and be like, oh my god, I'm sorry. My headphones aren't working, and now it's blasting. Now my phone is blasting Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast in my place of work. What a inconvenience! And then that'll. I would imagine you would know pretty quickly.
Just make sure it's not a part where we're like boner, cock and balls, penis, stuff like that. Because then they're gonna. Yeah. You gotta watch the part, because then you'll have other write-ins like that where they're said, "Oh, the worst possible moment was played." That can easily happen for many moments throughout Sacred Symbols.
You can play the part of last week's episode when we talked about Yuji Naka being the Al Capone of our time, since we didn't get him for his actual crimes, but we got him for something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's awesome.
All right. And finally, actually, wait, is this? Nope, that's it. That's all the introductory stuff. But we have a lot of, this document is huge this week. We got to move somewhat quickly, but actually, you know what? I put this the wrong way. I think I'm going to do it this way. We're going to go on the fly here, and I'll do it like this instead. There's something I have to say. This is a PSA, my friends. This is a rare PSA because I don't ask anyone for anything. But I really feel like we need Boar's Head as a sponsor. And here's why I feel this way, because they are sponsoring IGN videos. And I went on the Last Stand Twitter account and quote tweeted them. I'm like, are you kidding me? This is, with the picture of me in the hat and the apron, I'm like, you're sponsoring the wrong company. Guys.
Yeah.
Can we try to make something happen with Boar's Head?
That'd be great.
I do feel like we're not maybe family friendly, and that might be an important and relevant component of that. They might not like, for instance, hearing about the Yuji Naka.
Well, I mean, don't they kill animals en masse and serve them to people?
Yeah, that's true.
Like, we all accept that. Like, what, you can't handle like a poop joke or something?
Right. That's right. That's right.
Colin, question.
Yeah.
Is the payment in product?
Yeah, that's the thing. Is I don't even want any of their money. We don't need their money.
Yeah.
I love Boar's Head. I want to give you money, but I need an acknowledgement. I need a package of goods. I need
the gabagool.
I need a gabagool. I need pepper turkey. Send me a slicer.
Boar's Head deodorant.
Boar's Head deodorant. Love that.
Smells like chipped ham.
Yeah, it's like chipped ham and pastrami.
I need a case of that mayonnaise. Their mayonnaise is so good, but they insist on selling them in like 2-ounce bottles. So just send me a bunch of those.
A gallon of that, like gallons of those.
If you're on Twitter and you see the tweet from Last Stand Media, go ahead and, respond to it. Be nice. Don't be fucking nuts.
Yeah. Send us a literal boar's head as well.
Yeah. That could be a mixed message.
Godfather style in Colin's bed.
Right.
It's like reverse Godfather style, because Colin would jump for joy at the side of it. Oh my God, the boar's head is here. The boar's head is here.
The boar's head. How do we read this? How do we read this metaphysically? Guys, let's try to make Boar's Head a sponsor of Last Stand Media.
Yeah,
let's do it.
Finally, let's get into, not finally, Jesus Christ. Why did I even say finally? I don't even know why I said that. We're not even remotely at the end of the episode yet. We're only at the beginning. Sorry. Chris, what'd you say? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, I said plastic. It's the plastic. Blame the plastic. The solid excuse now.
Yeah.
Now that it's in our reign. Jesus Christ.
All right. Mike Z wrote into us and said, what's up, boys? First of all, JETS, Jets. This is the year, baby. Well, I hope so. That'll be fun. I'll keep this quick as per your instructions. Xbox had a decent showcase. The fans are acting like it was the second coming of Christ. I honestly wasn't that impressed and still don't think these studios have proven they can deliver. Why do you think Xbox fans, including the Dukes, are so susceptible to hype? Fable looks great, by the way. I got to say, I'm very curious. So let's touch on the Xbox showcase. We're going to be talking about a lot of games that are coming to PlayStation that were shown at the Xbox showcase. So we should definitely touch on it briefly. But I agree with some of the notion of what you're saying, that they have to still deliver the games. But
yeah,
I don't really know what you could have possibly wanted from them other than what they just did. I don't know how you can look at that showcase as anything less than an A+ level showcase, simply because I think Xbox did a few things really interesting. One thing is obviously lots of games from first party. Only one second party game I think was shown. But the first party games were all basically new IP or looks at games that have already been announced. The old IP like Gears and Halo and stuff are always going to exist. There's going to be other things coming. So this suggests a robustness of Xbox's upcoming catalog that I think is pretty formidable. And I think that they understand, and I've said this ad nauseum, that I think they understand that they are in a deliver or die state now. And that they're going to deliver. I think people are really excited about Starfield, and I'm curious to see what you guys think about this. I think Starfield looks really, really awesome. I have no doubt that it's going to be awesome. My problem with Starfield is it goes back to what I've been saying, where it's like, this is so overwhelming, you know? This is so overwhelming. I don't want to, I wouldn't play that game, you know? It's just, it's too much. Cyberpunk really, really got close to me with that, where I was like, this is getting crazy. Like, you got to let me out of this game, you know? And it's not even the platinum stuff. It's just all the missions and all the options. I think when you're once you get to the 50-hour mark in an open world or Japanese or whatever action role-playing game or anything, you really have to justify it. It either has to be very deep mechanically, so you're getting games like Stellaris and all those games that people spend hundreds and thousands of hours with, which is cool. But on console, I don't feel like almost any game can justify 100 hours, 200 hours. It's like, damn, dude, go to every fucking planet and do it. It's like, oh my God, no. That's why Avowed actually sounds more interesting to me, because they're like, it's the size of the Outer Worlds. It's like, oh, okay. So like, that's manageable is what you're saying.
Yeah.
So it's what I was saying about Zelda. Intellectually, Starfield, I get it. In a different period of my life, I would have been deep inside the idea of an idea like Starfield, especially if you have no money or little money. If I was a teenager or something. In fact, I think Starfield kind of contradicts Game Pass's use, because you probably should just buy it, right? It's so long, and then you should just unsubscribe to Game Pass and then just dedicate 6 months of your life to it for $70. I think that would be a better value. Maybe I'm wrong, but nonetheless, I think Xbox did what they needed to do. And I think people being critical of that it's not necessarily ignorant. People are allowed to have their subjective points of view, but I just don't know what your expectations could have possibly been. They did exactly what they needed to do. I mean, there's just no doubt. In fact, I think they did even a little bit more than they needed to do. And they were a little cagey with gameplay. They were some of the, and we're going to get into a lot of this stuff later. Their third party embargo stuff is annoying and disingenuous, and all of the rest. But I think overall it was very high quality. So, Chris, what did you think of the Xbox showcase?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a great showing. I think there were some things about it that I felt a little bit off about. I think the stuff that we assumed would be there, that we did see, were things that we didn't see in the way that I wish that we had seen them. Like Hellblade, for example, was like, I mean, it's cool that it was there, but that was nothing. Like,
what do you think that game's going to be?
That's what I mean. It's like the only thing to really improve Hellblade on is combat, and we haven't seen it, and that's weird to me. Like, it's weird that by now we haven't seen gameplay of it. I don't know what to make of that game. I almost feel like it would have been better off not being there at all, because I feel like what they showed of it just wasn't what they needed to show. Fable, I wish we saw. Like, I get that it's in engine and it does look really cool, but I wish we would have seen a little bit more of what it meant to actually play it. And it's not that these showings were bad. It's just like, that's not exactly what I needed to see from these things. But I thought everything else was great. I thought that's people were weirdly down on that second game they showed, South of Midnight. I thought that game looked awesome. Like, I know it's like just a trailer or whatever, or just like CG or, a teaser, but like the style of that game is really striking and really, really cool. And the Starfield Direct was probably the best presentation of a video game I've ever seen. Like, as far as like a deep dive goes, it's pretty comprehensive, and there's a lot more to that game than I anticipated. Like, all the space stuff, boarding enemy ships and diverting power from engines to make it faster, and like shit, that really dope. Like, I'm way more excited about Starfield now than I was the day before that showcase for sure. Like it was kind of like, maybe I'll check it out till like, okay, I got to see what this is. But I thought they did a great job. You know, it wasn't like it wasn't the greatest showcase in the world, but I do think for what they needed to do, I think they did everything more or less correctly. I feel like they missed a little bit with Hellblade and Fable. That's really it.
Yeah, I'm wondering why they're so hesitant to show what Hellblade is. Or if they're showing what it is, but because people really seem excited about that game, which is cool. It looks beautiful, but we don't really have an idea of what it is yet. And the Fable stuff, the Fable stuff's funny to me just because of that screenshot of that woman going around. That is becoming like the iconic image associated with that game. People just can't stop themselves from focusing in on weird shit.
I thought it looked cool. I'm also just a big fan of that guy. I think Iowati. The guy from the IT crowd, and he did a lot of stuff with Matt Berry and those guys. Like, it's a very, very, very British, although it's modern British, so that's kind of interesting. I wonder how that's gonna click with Fable, but I don't know. I feel like they got the tone down. I got to see more of, you know. I would like to see like a stretch of, even if it was just like 10 seconds of straight gameplay. That would be nice.
Yeah. I wonder how many based on the feedback from the PlayStation showcase, I wonder if they went back and made any edits to obviously they were going to show all these things, but if they made any edits to trailers and tried to wedge more gameplay in. Some of it was a little inelegant, but overall I thought it was really high quality. And Dustin, the game that stuck out to me, I mean, was that game Clockwork Revolution.
Oh yeah.
Which looks like a BioShock game. However, my excitement about it was severely tempered. I mean, In Exile's making it, which is a quality studio, but it's supposed to be like a deep role-playing game, and that's cool. But again, I would rather just maybe play a game like that. You know, I
thought it was a shooter.
No, it seems like they were saying it's like In Exile's making it, right?
Yeah, but like,
yeah, so they were saying it's like going to have all of that. It is a shooter, but it's going to have all of these RPG mechanics or whatever, the things that I just feel like, and we're going to talk a little bit about later in the show. That's cool, but everything's blurring together and getting superfluous. Like I look at a game like that and the action and just like, can't this be a 10-hour shooter? You know, I'd be much more interested in that, but
looks cool though. I like that.
It does look cool. That was the game that I thought looked coolest.
Yeah.
Dustin, what are your thoughts on the Xbox showcase?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I thought that they had a nice, strong showing of Japanese games, which even if they're not exclusive, I still think that that's important to try to diversify what kinds of games are associated with the brand. And we'll talk a little bit about some of the fuckery with that later in the show. The Sea of Thieves partnership with Lucasfilm for The Legend of Monkey Island seems really cool. Sea of Thieves is low key one of their absolute biggest games in terms of players and just how much people enjoy that game.
Like, that game is stupid successful.
Yeah.
Like it's actually shocking.
Yeah. So it's good to see more stuff for that. I got to agree about both. I was surprised to see the huge excitement, not the huge excitement, but both the Fable and the Hellblade showing did nearly nothing for me. And I love the first Fable, but it's the same thing for me that applied when we were talking about the PlayStation showcase. It's just like, if it's running on in engine, cool. It's a beautiful trailer. It's impressive for both these games that they're running on Series X. I'm not downplaying that at all, but I'm just a gameplay guy. I want to see how the game looks and how it feels. Just get an idea for how it feels. And both, I feel like I know a tiny bit more about Fable, but not really. And they really got to actually show Hellblade 2 at some point, because I feel like it's enough at this point. And I think too, I think the first Hellblade game was awesome, but it is a basic game in a lot of ways in terms of its length, its combat, and how it works. And I think some people are treating this like it's Xbox's God of War. And I think that's not serving it correctly. Like, maybe it will be. That would be awesome if it's many times the scope of the first one. But I just think that that's kind of unfair to this game to treat it like it's going to be this massive, huge game when I don't know, based off the first one, maybe I'm totally wrong and they've said that they're totally expanding the scope, but
they've got to be expanding the scope. Like,
but I mean like expanding it to be like an open world or even semi-open world type game. It's like, I think it's going to be awesome for what it's intended to be, but I think that it's possible that people are getting No Man's Sky-like expectations of what the game isn't trying to be. That's a bit of a bad analogy since they sold that game poorly, and they're not doing that with Hellblade, but
I know what you mean. Yeah. I just don't know why they're being so coy with showing the game. What they showed is cool. Like, it looks nice. It's cool that it's running in real time, but it's a cutscene.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it just is. Like, it's dialogue, and you could have rendered that like 10 years ago. It's cool that it's running in real time, but like, I mean, there's nothing for me from a gameplay perspective. I remember when it ended, like when that because she puts her hand in the water and it looks like she's gonna get sucked into like something, and it's gonna be like a combat thing, and then it just ends, and I'm like, oh well, this shouldn't have been here. Just straight up, I think it would have been a stronger showing if it wasn't there.
Yeah, but because then everyone's
people was just like, what is going on here?
I understand the perspective though, where now if a game like that doesn't show up, then it's red flags. What's going on with Hellblade? You know,
I guess. But, I mean, I don't know. I don't have enough from Hellblade 2 to really care about it.
Yeah,
like I don't give a shit about that game at all because I just don't know what it is.
Yeah, I mean, one thing's for sure is that they're not showing gameplay for a reason. So it's either that they don't want you to see it, that's not ready to go, or perhaps they want to be really surprising in what it is. I mean, there is a reason that they're not showing it to you.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think that the game seems to, in some perspectives, being oversold as to what it probably will end up being, not from a quality perspective, but from a presentational perspective.
Yeah.
We'll find out though.
One last thing about Starfield is just that I think Starfield looks awesome. And I know some people are probably already going to be annoyed that I brought this up because I made a big thing on Twitter about it, but I am just shocked how forgetful people are about previous Bethesda releases, you know, and the absolute shit show that was 76 and how they sold you that game straight up. And it wasn't Todd Howard's team. And I know this is Todd Howard's team and stuff like that, but I don't know. People are being so forgetful. Like, it looks awesome. I want to play it very badly, but I just don't think a company like that has earned the benefit of the doubt where they wheeled out their star guy, Todd Howard, sold you this game, and then it was total garbage. And now here they are a few years later selling you another game, which again looks awesome. It's like,
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that's the difference. Like when Fallout 76 was announced, everybody was kind of like, what are they doing? Like, why would anybody do this? Like, this makes no sense.
It still sold millions of copies, though. They sold millions of copies of a broken-ass game.
Yeah, it did. But there are also people who love that game unironically. I don't understand that. That's, like, baffling to me. But, I mean, it's there, man. Like, that game is...
It is now, but at launch, it wasn't.
That's
at
true.
Launch, people could barely play it.
Yeah.
There were reviewers that were saying, like, oh, yeah, we're not... I'm stopping my review now because I can't get the game to fucking play long enough or run long enough for it to work. So
yeah, I think I feel like maybe I do feel like Game Pass plays into this in some way where it's like, sure, well, this is going to be like a really big game. This looks really ambitious. This looks really cool, and I won't have to pay for it probably. So like the barrier is really, really low, or the risk is really, really low. So it's like if you get excited for Starfield, and then it comes out and it's fucked and you're just playing it through Game Pass, it's like, oh, well.
I mean, that's definitely
amazing.
True, because you're getting Game Pass is in essence of $15 a month or whatever demo pass that you can just play whatever you want and just try it out. So there is low risk, low reward. I think I hear what you're saying, Dustin, and I think that in some cases you're right on the money. And I think that actually the biggest lesson you can learn from Fallout 76 is their intentional obfuscation of who was making it.
That's the point I'm trying to make, Colin. Thank you.
And people who say that that's not true, like were not present when this was all happening, because they were definitely trying to make it seem like BSG or BGS rather, Bethesda Game Studios not Battlestar Galactica, but Bethesda Game Studios were making the game, and that obfuscation worked for them in the beginning and against them at the end, and they did, end up salvaging it. The thing about well, you know what? Since we're talking about Starfield, let's go all the way to the end of the show. I had a listener inquiry here about this, but we'll just include it now from the 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas at the end. Kai wrote in and said, "Hey lads, Starfield is 30 frames a second. Not much of a surprise, but what has surprised me is the relative calmness around that revelation. I think the quality of Tears of the Kingdom and the conversation around that game's performance might have had a hand in this. It certainly helped me to put what truly matters into perspective. Don't get me wrong, Tears of the Kingdom and Starfield would undoubtedly be better at 60, but it's not the deal breaker for me it might have been pre-Zelda. What do you boys think of this Starfield news, the general acceptance of it, and if the discussion on frames and resolution needs to be to take a backseat to scope innovation and high-quality gameplay? As a side note to you, Colin, you've said Sony first party would never release a game at 30. Does this change things for you? Thanks and have a wonderful day." I'll get to that in a moment. And if I forget, remind me, one of you guys. And because I want to specifically speak to that, but I want to speak to Starfield first. We all knew Starfield was going to be 30 frames. What happened? What did I miss?
Chris, Chris, was that your dad?
Oh. Yeah, my dad came down.
Oh, sorry.
Guest star, dude. Chris's dad.
Oh, it's all good. That's awesome. So a lot of people are wrapped up in this Starfield being 30 frames a second thing. We had long said on the show it would absolutely be 30 frames on Xbox Series X. We went into why that would be. And I think Chris made a compelling argument against me that my argument was, I think you should close up some of the openness of the game to make it run better. So like you can't pick up every fucking item that you encounter. Chris made the argument that is the entire point of the game. And so you have to have like the built-in deep role-playing mechanics that will sacrifice frame rate. The thing that I was surprised about was not that is the case, the 30 frames a second on both Xbox Series X and S, but how some people just don't understand in any way how or why that is. And I think what I'm interested in, it's people on the periphery, I think. I'm a Luddite and an idiot when it comes to technology, and I openly admit that. I've admitted that my entire career, that it's not what's important to me. It's become more important to me as I've gotten older, but it's not why I'm in the game, as it were. But you have to understand fundamental things about why things are and how games work and all of the rest. And I was a little dismayed by seeing some people in the game space. I mean, I think someone in the game space was basically saying something and someone about how is this and why is this? And some developer explained to him why. And then he was very contrite saying, well, it was explained to me why Starfield has to be at 30 frames. And it's like, that shouldn't have to be explained to you.
Yeah.
That's different than being upset about it or having the conversation Chris and I were having where it's like, in my opinion, here are the concessions you would make to make the game run at 60 frames. Chris saying you can't make those concessions or it's not a Starfield or an Elder Scrolls or a Fallout type game. But understanding that concession must be made. I guess what I'm saying is that we need to do more to educate people as both a podcast and as a sphere. Like you can't have this level of rank ignorance. You know,
there are too many people who don't know enough about the basics of how games are made, who are paid to basically commentate on them. Like it is why, like I've seen, like there are people with followings and genuine, like, you know, importance in the industry who are like, why does God of War can run at 60 but Starfield can? It's like, that is crazy that a thinking person with a functioning prefrontal cortex could possibly make that comparison as if it makes any amount of sense whatsoever. That's insane.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Like, because you have to have either not played God of War or an Elder Scrolls or a Fallout game at all, or you just don't know even the basics of how an engine works, or like Chris, the basics of like CPU and or any of these things.
That's what I was about to say. The difference between CPU and GPU. Like, just lower. I'd rather have Starfield at 1080p. It's like, bro.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people being like, I'd rather Starfield look like a PS2 game. First of all, no, you wouldn't. Shut the fuck up. You're lying. But second of all, that's not how this works. It's not about the graphics. It's about everything that needs to interact with everything all like at the same time.
Yeah, the simulation.
I know. Yeah, it's the simulation. And it's like, I understand. Like, I would definitely prefer it at 60. I'm going to play it on PC to get it as close to 60 as possible. That is what I'm going to do because I value that. And I do think that's a superior way to play. But the concession that has to be made to get it to run at 60 on console is a concession that would essentially make the game far, far less special. Like, I understand it's like these really little things that don't seem important, and they even kind of highlighted it in the direct, where they were like that woman who was like going around stealing sandwiches and like throwing it in her cargo hold, and that's really silly and dumb. But at the same time, it's like, that's really kind of, if you know anything about how engines work, that's kind of crazy when you consider the fact that in most games, when you kill an enemy, they disappear. Even in God of War, by the way, like really high level, like big AAA, you know, the biggest polish designated to a very particular kind of like very, very expensive game, those things disappear. They don't stay there. And so the fact that like theoretically you could steal something from a planet and then keep it in your cargo hold and it's there forever, like, and the game remembers that and the game keeps possession of that and keeps track of that, that's really, really, that's kind of amazing. And I get that it's not sexy, it's not flashy, but I think people who appreciate, I think anybody who's really excited for a Fallout type or an Elder Scrolls type game understands why that's cool and why that needs to be there in order to make that game really special. And it sounds silly, but it's about the simulated reality. It's not about this kind of high presentation idea of, oh, it runs at 60 and look at how good the facial capture is because it's the only thing the game needs to process in this moment because it's a linear game. It's like, no, this is a very, very different ball game that you're playing.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, that was it.
Oh, okay. Dustin, I was going to go to you and see what you, if you had anything you'd like to add.
Yeah, it's not a surprise. And I like this conversation about Tears of the Kingdom because it's got me thinking as well. And I think there is something worth pointing out that for me, Chris's favorite, for me, a 30 FPS third-person game feels different than a 30 FPS first-person game. And I know you can play Starfield in third person. I'm not doing that. I've never played any of those games in third person. Starfield is the same. I'm going to be playing it first person. And so that is one point that I think is worth pointing out, is that I think that 30 FPS, you can get away with it easier in third person than first person just by the feeling of moving the sticks around is a lot different. I think about playing the original Destiny at 30 FPS now. But beside that, there is something to point out where I've been playing Tears of the Kingdom. I do think it's awesome. There are moments where I'm annoyed by the frame rate dipping and stuff like that, but I'm having so much fun when I play it that I'm willing to forgive it. So there is something to that, I guess. And we're going to talk about at least a little bit Final Fantasy XVI, and that game's not running lock 60. But I still had a good time with it.
I think ambition and overall, like, all these things play a part. Like, I will say this, I think Redfall really fucked the conversation because look, man, Redfall has no excuse to be locked at 30. Like, it just doesn't. Like, when I look at Starfield, I'm like, okay, yeah, I get it. This game is doing so much. It's actually like arguably too much. That's crazy that it is able to run on a Series S at all, and we'll see how that goes. we'll see how the Series S version of Starfield runs. But that's even possible is crazy. I get the 30 frames. Redfall, I mean, there's nothing about Redfall that reads as particularly ambitious or on the same level of complication that Starfield does. I don't know what the hell could possibly be clogging up Redfall's CPU to the point where it can't run at 60. I don't see it.
I think a good analogy that I've heard is that think of a game platform. So either, in this case, it's Series X, or you think about the Switch. Developers have a budget, and you could think about the budget as like $1,000. It's not really $1,000, but you can then choose how you want to spend that budget, whether it's performance or the simulation of the game or the geometry. All of these are creative decisions that the developer makes on how they want the final product of their game to look like. Sometimes things don't work out and things aren't optimized. So that's definitely part of it. But when Todd Howard in that interview said it was a creative decision to not make the game 60, That's true. They made the decision that they wanted to use that. There's only a finite amount of resources that your GPU and CPU can handle. And so they chose to focus that in a specific area. So I get it. But I'm with you, Chris, that I'll be playing it on PC too, just because.
Yeah.
Like I said, first person game, I played so much Destiny 1 at 30 FPS. I can't play a first person game in 30.
I'll put it this way. If Zelda was on PC, I would have been playing it on PC.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Which technically someone in the comments, actually, you can with the emulator.
I know.
Dude, I saw some of the emulated videos of Tears of the Kingdom at 60. Pretty good. Yeah. Pretty tempting, not going to lie.
Yeah. Resist.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone should do what they have to do out there, but I don't think you should be pirating new games, in my opinion.
I bought it.
No, I know you did. I'm just saying the royal you.
Sure.
You can also do. You and the royal you, everyone can do what they want. But I'm just throwing that out there. Yeah, so that struck me with Starfield, the whole 30 frames versus 60 frames thing. People saying it would run at 60 frames on PS5. No, it wouldn't. And then it segues into this commentary, which Kai speaks to, where he says, Colin, you've said Sony first party would never release a game at 30. Does this change things for you? Not really, no. First of all, and we'll talk about it more when Final Fantasy XVI comes up. If Final Fantasy XVI doesn't run at 60 frames in its final form in a performance mode, that's gonna be a big fucking problem. For me. I don't know if it's gonna ruin the game for me or whatever, but that's my expectation. That's what I expect this machine can do. That's what I expect this team can do. And I want it. And Final Fantasy VII Remake runs on PS5 at 60 frames. So that is an expectation. And if Sony ever dared to release a first party like Spider-Man 2 or Helldivers 2, is there any doubt that those games are 60 frames? And if Spider-Man 2 isn't 60 frames and is 30 frames a second, they should be fucking raked over the coals for that, to not be able to achieve that. But the point is that Sony isn't making, as far as we know, any game like Starfield. You have to understand that even a game like The Witcher is different from Starfield, where it would be much easier to get a game like The Witcher to run at 60 frames than it would be, and it does on PS5, than to run a game like Starfield, because again, it's to the point of it's a perfect word of the simulation. Because I don't know if you guys remember, the Skyrim situation on PS3 taught me a lot about the way consoles worked, because I was talking to a lot of people behind the scenes to try to write stories, and they would say things like, and it's to what you're saying, Chris, about people storing all of the food in the ship and all this. They would say, like, if you want PS3's Skyrim to run better pre-patched, you have to go around, and when you open a door, you need to close it. You need to not pick up anything off of the ground. You can't move or shove something into a different direction. Every pin you put in, it has to keep a tether to it. And so people literally were getting the game to run better by just not interacting very much with the world. You can almost get Skyrim pre-patched to run like that, okay. But the more you did, you went into 3 houses, left the doors open, you killed this guy, you bought these items, all the game would just start to crumble under the weight of all of those tethers. And that's what's important. So a game, I didn't beat The Witcher, but I spent enough time with it to know that The Witcher really is much more like Horizon in the way it's presented. And a game like Horizon does run at 60 frames. Horizon, I said before, is probably the most beautiful game I've ever played. But it's all the focus of the simulation, as it were, and the focus of the resources goes into the combat and, of course, the GPU working on the beauty, but it's not remembering anything. There's nothing dynamic about it, really. These are just different games. And I think people need to understand that PS5 wouldn't run Starfield at 60 frames either. There's no argument there. I don't know. Again, being a Luddite and a fucking layman, even I know that. So, I wanted to just throw that out there. So he was saying, what if they did that? And it's like, that's unacceptable. But I wonder what you think of this. I think they're going to escape the fucking straitjacket with this because of the PS5 Pro. Because they might start releasing games that run at 30 frames or in some compromised state on PS5 and be like, well, you need the Pro now to run the games at 60 frames or high fidelity. But in my mind, PS5 Pro is like 4K 60 frames. I don't want any joking around at this point, about
1440.
Right.
Yeah. I do think we have a skewed understanding of these consoles too, just because of the nature of like how games have been released over the last several years, in the sense that a lot of the biggest games that have been released on these machines, like arguably like some of the biggest system sellers, have been cross-gen games that are built kind of for older things like God of War. You know, these are games that run really beautifully and look really amazing on PS5. Like they look great, but they're also running on PS4 at the same time. Like there's not a game that really is, I would argue, taking full advantage of the machine quite yet, or at least not to the same degree that we've had before. I think Ratchet probably is the last one that we had. That's really, really like arguable, but even that's coming to PC. You know what I mean? So it's like, I just think we're definitely reaching that point in the console's life cycle where it's like we're hitting the limits, even if it's only been 3 years and we haven't had a lot of time with, you know, current gen exclusive titles, and we're really just starting to get those. But I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I think Sony has one advantage over Xbox in this way, which is that they don't have like a half-step console that's kneecapping them. And so they don't have to even worry about that, which is good. But do I think that they'll release a 30 frames game? Maybe. But what we have to remember is that if that happens, the demand should be of scope and size contradicting the need for, or the ability to achieve a 60 frame rate, 60 frames a second.
It needs
frame
to
rate.
be a crazy game.
Right.
Like it needs to justify the lack of 60, which I think honestly, like before, when we talked about Starfield before, when we kind of didn't really know much about it and we didn't really see much of the game running, we were all clowning on it. Like, it's like, oh, that's ridiculous. Come on. But I don't know. After seeing the 45-minute direct going in depth of everything, I was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's acceptable. Like, I totally get it. Because before we just assumed, like, you know, Fallout, but maybe you go into different maps on different planets and you fly around, but like, how deep is the flying around really? Everything was way deeper than I thought it would be.
Yeah, it's
we'll
totally off-putting to me. I again, intellectually, I like it, and I'm thrilled that people are so excited about it. The game's going to do awesome numbers on Game Pass, awesome numbers a la carte, probably on PC as well, and maybe some Xbox people too will buy it. But yeah, it makes Fallout 3 look so quaint. It's crazy how quaint Fallout 3 looks. Same idea, but just a much smaller scale. And when I played Fallout 3 for the first time, I couldn't believe what I was playing, and now it's very rote in some way, which is very interesting. Anyway, thank you, Kai, for writing in. Glad to get to your question a little early here in the show. Earlier than we would have otherwise. All right, so let's get through some more pieces of news here, and we can go as quickly as we like. First thing I wanted to say, PlayStation won't be at Gamescom. Don't know if this is relevant to anyone, but Gamescom, as it does each summer, is happening in Cologne, Germany from August 23rd to August 27th. And Sony hasn't been there since 2019. So that's not really a huge surprise. That was before COVID. But the shows are coming back. People looked at this as an opportunity for them to maybe announce something or show something that is not going to be the case. This just reaffirms what I've said in the past, which is that a winter showcase seems totally inevitable. And, I've been told that I've said that before, that is the plan, but I don't know if that will end up happening or not. Who knows? Any thoughts on no Gamescom, Dustin? It's going to be a quiet night for Sony for a little while. I think in some sense, I think that you just kind of got to get through Spider-Man and Helldivers. I should have probably said this a little bit early during the Xbox segment, but I guess you can look at one advantage Sony has. See, the thing about Xbox that we should say, if you want to say like, okay, so what was the weakness of the showcase? I'm like, I don't think there was any weaknesses really in the showcase, except for the fact that they've now shown their hand. So I know that Phil Spencer had said that they might have a surprise or two in 2024, but I think we basically know their slate. Sony at least works from a point of still silence. Like, we really don't know the slate at all. And people are disenchanted because they don't know what's coming, but it doesn't, as I've said before, you're making assumptions that it's not coming. Do you think the Uncharted game that they were teasing in that live action trailer is not real and not somewhat imminent? Do you think all these Horizon rumors are not going to come to fruition? You don't think Santa Monica is working on something, or Ben might be ready to go or something? So we're just, I guess, wondering when these things will be shown. Does their absence from Gamescom matter?
No, I don't think it does. I think that they've kind of settled into a late spring and then I'm not expecting to hear from them again until the fall. So I think that they want to speak first and then maybe not last, but there's no point right now. There's so much. The news is starting to die down a little bit, but there's so much noise going on that I can understand them just wanting to wait. So no Gamescom. It's not a big deal to me.
Let me push this one to you. This next one, Chris. The Last of Us Part 1 on PC, Steam Deck verified as of a couple of days ago from when we're recording as part of patch version 1.1.0, straight from Naughty Dog. Big news?
I mean, I think so. I think it's the Steam Deck is crazy. Like that you can play a game like that handheld and not really compromise on a lot is really wicked cool. And the deck verification process is a little bit bizarre because there are some games that you'd assume would be deck verified that aren't. And then there's some that are that you'd be like, how did that get there? And so you can run pretty much anything on it. It's just it might be a little bit clunky because it might make some assumptions about the controller input that you're using. And it might make some assumptions about like the screen size and stuff like that. But it's cool. It's dope that it's getting this support. Is the PC port of The Last of Us Part 1 fixed though? Like, is it like, cause I remember it launched kind of weird.
I think it's better.
Really
there
bad.
are patch note. There are, let me see, 1, 2, 3. They've patched the game 9 times. I think it says.
Oh my God. Is it like, is it, it's not like a Cyberpunk situation, is it? Where it's like
11 times actually. No, I don't think it's that. I think that they're slowly implementing fixes. Like they have, it seems like in the patch notes, they even have specific fixes for specific platforms and specific hardware. So like these are AMD fixes. These are Steam fixes. Well, if I can, and so on and so forth.
Man, if I can bring woolly bearded Jill on my car ride to, some random place, I'll do it. That's great. I hope it runs. I haven't tried it out. Maybe I'll give it a shot.
Let's take a moment. It is the 10th anniversary of The Last of Us, and Naughty Dog has acknowledged it with a post and kind of making clear they have no games to announce. Certainly Factions was probably supposed to be part of this, as they were going to unveil things probably around the 10th anniversary for the game. That's almost certain. I think that would be obvious. So they have something to say and some celebration of it. It seems so low key, actually, Dustin, considering how popular the game actually is, considering how big the sequel was, the HBO show. And I don't know if you even saw, they have like I guess Universal Studios does a live act. I don't want to say live action. It's like horror, like a, I don't know, what would you call it?
It's like a Halloween
haunted house.
Haunted
house, right? That's what I was. Yeah. So let's reflect for a moment. The Last of Us, after 10 years, how has it changed things? Has it mattered? Do you think we're better off having this series? I'm curious to hear what your reflections are.
Yeah. After 10 years, I was really high on Last of Us for a long time. Right now, I feel kind of sick of it just because I really liked Last of Us Part 2. I don't think it's a 10 out of 10 masterpiece. I think it's really good. And just the conversation around it has annoyed me to no end. And now the show has been really good, but I just feel kind of over it right now. So I want it to go away for a little bit, but I just, with it being so successful, I guess to put on a more positive side, in that when I played the first Last of Us, I feel like I never played a game quite like it. So I think there has been an effect of these really serious and dark games, and not being afraid to be that dark is really cool. It's not the first game to do it, but it certainly is one of the biggest games. So I'm happy for its legacy, and I'm happy that it's continuing. Of course, I would love to see a Last of Us Part 3. Truly, I just feel a bit saturated at this given moment with Last of Us.
I'm actually going to go back to listener inquiries at the end that we usually get to: 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas, because one of them makes sense for what I want to say here. Jason Polite wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, Summer Games Fest has shown a lot of good things the last week or so, but has also highlighted one negative. That is game fans. Holy shit, people have been the worst this week. From YouTubers having to have actual game developers having to tell them why Starfield not being able to run 4K 60 frames on a $500 console, to downvoting the new Prince of Persia trailer. This week, which was also ridiculous, I thought, because that game looks awesome. This week has some gamers have a long way to has shown that some gamers have a long way to go to overcome the living in their basement stereotype. Why do gamers as a large group deal with people and feed into their negativity? Thanks for all that you do. Thank you for writing in, Jason Polite. See, Jason's not rude, he's polite. But that his inquiry came up to me because I feel like part of the legacy of The Last of Us is like to speak of the games first, my personal opinion, I gave one of the games a 10 when I was at IGN, obviously, but I think they're both masterpieces, about as good as games can possibly get right now. And well, I don't know what they can possibly do, but about The Last of Us Part 2 to me represents basically a high watermark in game quality that we know even from leaked documents during various lawsuits that Xbox themselves in mock reviewing internally said that we have nothing of this kind in our catalog or in development. That's how good The Last of Us Part 2 was considered by their arch rival. And I think that those things are really important. And the HBO series, I think, surpassed a lot of people's expectations and certainly meets the bar of one of the premier HBO level series, which in and of itself is a compliment on a network that creates world renowned shows and movies. So, but mostly shows, obviously. So to me, I look at that and I can't ignore that's a legacy that impacted quality. I think that The Last of Us and Uncharted and certain other games are responsible for the increase in production value, increase in money going in, time being spent, because they've raised the bar. And I think that they deserve a lot of credit for that. But I wanted to read that letter because I can't but avoid that The Last of Us has also risen alongside this new, much more toxic, much more virulent style of not only games criticism, but like games personalities and just like the social media type games personalities that just don't know anything about games, don't play many games. I mean, I have this, sometimes I look at some of these people on social media that just seem to be mad and making fun of everything and hating everything. It's like, I just want to see your trophies or your achievements because I just want to see what you play. If you hate all these things, how much are you playing? What are you playing? Do you play? And I think when you see that kind of stuff, you should call those kinds of people out and simply ask for the evidence. Because I always encourage people to look at my trophies. You at least know I have credibility, right? I mean, there's at least that. I encourage you to look at them. Go ahead, Long Island Viper. So to me, I look at The Last of Us and kind of, especially what happened to The Last of Us Part 2, which I really upsets me still, about how torpedoed that game was for fucking no reason. And how a lot of people had the game ruined for them. A lot of people were put off by a game that they would have loved. And it sucks that we've allowed the game space to become so overtly negative. We're negative in quotes about games and all of these things, but I think we're fair-minded and generally reasonable people. I don't understand why you would make that kind of content. I don't understand who watches that kind of content. It obviously has no value because it's never about the games, but about other people or made up issues. And I think The Last of Us, in some sense, on the opposite negative end, represents that too. That reached a whole nother level with The Last of Us Part 2, especially. But really, it grew. Last of Us, not so much, but The Last of Us Left Behind was kind of the fuse getting lit. And I'm really curious to see what happens with The Last of Us Factions, if it ever comes out at all. I'm very curious to see about The Last of Us Part 3, the HBO series, second season, and so forth. I do think, though, Dustin, you're right, that we're getting to a level of saturation. Chris, what are your reflections on The Last of Us? Do you have any?
I don't know. I feel like The Last of Us is it's like a double-edged sword, because I think when it came out, it was a pretty, I would say, revolutionary kind of game. Like, I don't think I'd ever played anything quite like that. I do think some people were like, whoa, this is the first game that ever made me cry. I didn't feel that way personally, but I mean, it did, but it was also like not the first.
The original TMNT was probably the first game to make me cry because it was so fucking hard.
Yeah, Attack of the Power of Juju really got to me personally. But no, I think, it's weird because it was a really high benchmark at the time, and it was like really, really like kind of unprecedented quality, unprecedented presentation. I think it was, really, really stunning. And that was great. But I also feel like it created kind of an obsession over that aspect of games, in the sense that like that is the mark of a serious game. Like a real game is a game that looks like a movie, that presents like a film, that has like really high cinematic quality. And ever since then, I think it's why you see people. I don't think it's the main reason, but I do think it's part of the reason why people can look at something like, I should say, the promise of Starfield, not necessarily like what it ends up being is a whole nother thing. And they'll freeze like screenshots on certain like NPCs and be like, this doesn't even look as good as The Last of Us, and like using it as like kind of like a bashing, but it's like. I don't know. Like it makes me sad that we seem to be very, very obsessed about what games look like and how they can present, as opposed to what games can allow you to do. Which I think is like the big reason that I play video games, is to do things in worlds that I can't otherwise do. I think The Last of Us is great. It's an amazing like cinematic, experience. I think Last of Us 2 is. I think I've kind of softened on it in time. I do think it's. I've always thought it was a great game, but I don't know. I just wish that its effect wasn't so. I wish it didn't affect the way that we saw games that weren't like that.
Yeah, it's pervasive.
Even just like 2D, even like 2D games that I think are like amazing. People kind of don't look at those and treat them seriously because they don't present like an HBO show. And that kind of, I don't know, that bums me out, because there's a lot of amazing experiences out there that are just kind of sitting and that aren't piquing people's interest, because we've been kind of taught that those aren't serious games. Horizon's a serious game. Last of Us is a serious game. God of War is a serious game. Hades? Nah. Just crazy.
Yeah.
That's a little disappointing, but I don't know. I don't think that's necessarily The Last of Us's fault, but I do think like they were clearly the studio that was, at the high point of production value at that period of time. And it's very, very obvious that a lot of companies or a lot of studios very much tried to, if not compete, then at least kind of squeeze themselves into that realm. I think The Order is a great example of like, this is going to be like a cinematic, and it was kind of a mess. And obviously you got God of War later and all these other titles that were definitely aping on what the Naughty Dog had achieved, only with half the skills. But yeah, I don't know. It's a complicated history, The Last of Us.
Yeah, it's there's something profound in actually what you were saying about the design philosophies being so pervasive, because you see that in other games. It's just more subtle, or in other genres. Like I think Binding of Isaac, for instance, is a game that had like a massive amount of influence in being like, we should do roguelike fucking random ass changing, never the same,
Yeah, 1,000,000%.
Not that the term roguelike comes from the game Rogue, so obviously it's not the first game that did it, but I think that certain things have proliferated it, and Naughty Dog seems to be at the center of that. That's why I think it's so interesting with The Last of Us Part 2, which I think met and even exceeded expectations for a lot of people. I think they're kind of, I don't want to say afraid, but I think that they know that when they pull the trigger on the next game, it's going to be judged at a different level, and it really, really needs to. That's why they kneecapped and really hurt factions by letting that news get out, although that's not up to them, I guess, about it being kind of put on the shelf. And I wonder what's going to come of these different projects. So I think The Last of Us's future is, for as popular as it is, for as well respected as it is, for as critically acclaimed as it is, it's certainly a little nebulous, which is shocking.
Yeah,
in some way.
They're in a Half-Life situation. I feel like, where like that third one needs to be amazing, or you really shouldn't do it. It's weird.
Yeah, I do wonder if the Half-Life 3 will ever come. I don't think Half-Life 3 is ever going to happen at this point. I think that ship has kind of sailed, right? Maybe. Although I guess Alex is an indication that they are willing to go to that world again. But everyone's gone. Like you would. I
think it will happen. I think it's almost. I think at some point it's kind of like. It's almost like a horseshoe situation where like the hype gets up, and then the hype reaches it's like apex, and then it's nowhere to be seen, and then kind of the hype dies down, and then just like because nobody's expecting Half-Life 3 anymore. Like no one.
It's just going to appear on Steam.
That's what I think it'd be the perfect way to do it. It's like let the hype die down and just launch it one day on Steam, and if it's like solid enough, then everybody's going to love it, because it's like, oh my god, this just came out of nowhere. And it's really, really good.
that's the kind
And
of
I've had
game
no
you.
chance.
That's the kind of
I've had
game you
no
work
chance to hype
on.
myself up.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Chris. I was just gonna say, to me, it's so
There you
funny that's the kind of game you work on where it's probably impressed on you in an extra specific way with binding NDAs and stuff. Where it's like, this cannot leak. Under any circumstances, this can't leak because one person can ruin the entire thing. In fact, Naughty Dog was telling that story about how, and I had forgotten about that, about how Neil Druckmann had lost his iPad like weeks before The Last of Us was revealed in 2011, and they thought for sure it was going to get leaked, and it just never did. And because it was just on there, and it just takes one of those kinds of things. So something like Half-Life 3 being in development would be like such an interesting secret, and something that they've definitely kept under wraps. But crazier things have happened. All right, I have bad news, guys. Video Games Chronicle tells us that both Platinum Games and the team working on Kingdom Hearts 4 have had a part in the development of Final Fantasy XVI. This comes from various videos published by Square Enix in preparation for Final Fantasy XVI. Now, we're going to talk about Final Fantasy XVI in a little while in a much deeper way about the demo, but I want to specifically stick on this topic. I put in the Discord, I don't know if you saw, Dustin, the Michael Scott no gif where it's like, no, because this seemed like that kind of last minute news that you reveal, like, oh, by the way, the studio that brought you Babylon's Fall and Kingdom Hearts they worked on this Final Fantasy 16 product. And I'm like, why are you telling me this now? Why are you telling me this?
Kingdom Hearts 3 is a good game.
I'm sorry?
Kingdom Hearts is a good game.
I know.
But reviewed well.
Should we be concerned? I think that this is obviously nothing, but I think it's funny and I wanted to acknowledge it. What kind of is Platinum Games in like some sort of like corporate slavery now to Square Enix because Babylon's Fall probably lost so much money that they're like, now we need you to do like fucking rote, boring asset work on Final Fantasy 16 for 2 years. I don't know. I was a little surprised. Let me be clear. Every AAA game works with exterior studios. A lot of that work happens silently, and you'd be surprised on who has worked on what. Like we learned that Housemarque actually did a lot of work on Killzone Shadowfall, but they were not credited for it. So that kind of stuff is always interesting. And so these things aren't uncommon, but it is interesting that they decided to say it overtly, because usually what would happen is that it would take time for people to beat the game. And then ultimately this would be archived on Moby Games and people would make that connection. So Dustin, do you care about this at all? Is this a relevant development in the shadow of Final Fantasy 16?
So, well, we're going to talk about it. So I'll hold for now, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't. I mean, I guess it does matter, but the final product is what's going to speak for itself, and things are looking pretty promising right now. Dude, Platinum, I don't know what to feel about them. I really don't.
They're the most inconsistent studio I think that's ever existed in the entire industry. I can't think of any studio quite like them, because there have been studios that have ping-ponged between a few games, like good, bad, but then they're gone or whatever. But these guys have just ping-ponged back and forth for 20 years. I just not quite 20 years, but they are so suspect to me. I don't know. I don't like them being involved.
They developed one of my favorite games of all time in Nier Automata, which was awesome. And Bayonetta 2 is amazing. Like Bayonetta 3 was not as good, but still pretty good. They developed Babylon's Fall and Bayonetta 3 in the same year, or released them in the same year.
It's nuts.
What happened?
Yeah, it's like the Star Fox games and the Legend of Korra and the TMNT game, but then Nier Automata, and like you said, it's just very, very strange. I'm very curious to hear about that. They have that Project GG game that's upcoming that we don't know anything about. That's probably going to be their next big internal game. We'll see what that's all about. Chris, do you fear that the Kingdom Hearts 4 team hid some cryptic shit in Final Fantasy 16 about Daffy Duck and Goofy and all of these?
They're gonna sneak the Kingdom Hearts 4 demo into this.
God.
It'll make Dustin very happy.
God help us.
I don't know. This doesn't register to me at all. Like what could they possibly be doing? It's probably just like grunt work, right? I would imagine. I would imagine a lot of
asset work and stuff like that. I would assume.
Yeah, they're not gonna shove Sora's realistic human-sized, normal human-sized feet into frame.
We're gonna find out. There's gonna be some sort of weird chocobo village full of Daffy Ducks somewhere in Final Fantasy 16 that they snuck in there. All right. Capcom had a showcase. We don't have to spend too much time on it. What's so funny?
Because I just realized you said Daffy, who's like a Warner Brothers Looney Tunes.
You're right. And what's funny is that he is, and that's who I was thinking of. So that's also doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
All right. So Capcom had a brief showcase. There's really nothing super important here. I just wanted to give you guys a chance to speak on any of these games that they showed. Dustin, we'll start with you. They showed Dragon's Dogma 2. Exoprimal is imminent, so they're really showing a lot of that. Pragmata was acknowledged, but they had noted that they're kind of not ready to show it and that they need more time. Although I think what they showed looks really, really cool. And I'm really, really excited to see more about that. The biggest thing that I saw, though, and I was pleased to see this, is that they're bringing the Apollo Justice games, the Ace Attorney kind of follow-up games, which is basically Ace Attorney 4, 5, and 6, to PS4 and PS5. People might remember that. I think it was back in 2018. They brought, so it was a while ago, they brought the first three over, which I also loved. I loved the Phoenix Wright games so much. Growing up, I guess not growing up, I was in college, and I wrote a strategy guides for a few of them too. So that's a big one for me. I'm really looking forward to that, especially because I don't think I played the sixth one, the third in that series. But I'm curious if you have any thoughts on Pragmata, Exoprimal, Dragon's Dogma 2, et cetera, and so on.
Yeah, the Pragmata trailer was really cool. It's just, it's starting to get frustrating. They keep delaying this game, and we still don't really know what it is, but it, like I said, it looks really cool and neat. This showcase overall, a lot of people are saying this was one of the worst showcases just because they didn't really have very much to announce at all. They did show some deep dives on, like you said, Dragon's Dogma and stuff like that. Just where is my Mega Man Legends 1 and 2 remake? Where's that? Or a new Mega Man in general.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not gonna play it, but that Mega Man mobile game, did you see it?
They made Mega Man an anime waifu.
Yeah,
I thought of you. I was like, oh no, they made what they've done to Colin's boy.
I can't. So Mike and I were going on one of our neighborhood walks, and I was kind of commiserating where I'm like, it's a mobile game, it's not really for me, but there is a cool nugget at the center of it, which is that it's about Mega Man, the world of Mega Man X, and I guess the knowledge of that world through like archives being lost, and you have to kind of go recover the archives. So you're recovering the information about all the robots, all the bad guys, all the characters and stuff like that. I was like, that's kind of neat. They're releasing it on PC, so I don't know if it's going to be if it might come to console at some time. Maybe I would check it out. I'm so hungry for Mega Man content that I'll take almost anything at this point. But shout out, as we said, Mega Man Battle Network collection sold 2 million copies, probably well beyond that actually now. And so there is a little bit of a hunger for Mega Man, but I was kind of low key pretending that I was not really thinking about it, and I was like out doing other things during the Capcom showcase, but I was hoping that I would come on and that there would have been like some Mega Man announcement, just some sort of big announcement for a game or a new game in the series in some respect, not a mobile game, but Mega Man 12 or a AAA Mega Man game, perhaps. Okay. Chris, you have anything you'd like to add before we move on?
No, I think you guys covered it. I think I can't doubt Capcom really anymore. They just seem to be on a roll. You talk about Platinum being inconsistent. Capcom has been mega consistent for like a hot minute now, and I don't know, like everything. It's to the point where like I feel like Capcom is a very what you see is what you get kind of studio, or like a publisher or whatever you want to call them, because like Exoprimal is not my kind of game. I know that. And they didn't lie to you about what Exoprimal was. Like, Exoprimal is definitely like what Exoprimal is. And it's like, okay, that looks fine. It's not my style of game. I'm sure it'll be good for the people who like that kind of thing. But like everything else is like, everything looks solid. Like Pragmata looks dope. Like from what little we've seen of it. I do want to note that Fable and Pragmata both had their original teasers out around the same time. I think maybe a month apart in 2020.
Oh. And
we've seen more gameplay of Pragmata technically. So I don't know.
Interesting.
That is fascinating. But it looks dope. I'm interested in it. And I don't know. Capcom's killing it.
Yeah, they're doing great. I totally agree with you that they deserve the benefit of the doubt all the way until they release a few bad games, even, I think that they would deserve it. And I'm glad that they're using a lot of, first of all, they've given their employees in Japan huge raises. We went over that on a previous show, which is awesome. And they're also using a lot of their profits to just let these games, cook and be in the kitchen for a little while longer if they need to be. There's no reason to rush games out. We're going to talk in a little while about the pace of games coming out and if it's becoming problematic, and it is, but I don't think that when you're running a profit and you're trying to put these games out that you might as well not release anything at all. It's too competitive. You have to release your very best products. And I think that the era of Crapcom, like I said, is over. All right. I'll go through these next ones. You guys just interrupt me if you have anything you'd like to say. All right. Because there's just a few things we want to get through here. Rogue Legacy 2 finally is coming to PS4. Dante Biasotti wrote in and said, "Hey, gents, glad to see the thread open for the announcement that Rogue Legacy 2 is finally coming to PlayStation and on PlayStation Plus Extra, no less. Can't believe we had to wait this long for the sequel to a game that was basically born on the Vita and PS3. I agree, man. I thought that was very weird. Played this amazing sequel for countless hours on other platforms and excited to start over and go for platinum on PS5. Me too. I'm going to be far up Rogue Legacy 2's ass. In fact, I totally had forgotten that the game even existed because I didn't know what the problem was. And I thought, listen, no one owes anyone anything. People go with different companies over time. But Rogue Legacy's heritage on console was on PlayStation, and it is weird that it took them so long, but that was a wise get for Xbox to go and get Rogue Legacy 2. Really, really amped about that. Can't wait to play it. 2 Dead Island 2 story expansions have been revealed. This I am puzzled by just on a timing basis, and I guess I'll go a little bit more into this, but Dead Island 2 will get 2 story expansions, one in the fourth quarter of this year and then one in the second quarter of 2024. And you can learn more about them at deadisland.com if you'd like. Are people really playing these games so much later that I don't understand DLC release windows at all, dude. I don't understand at all why you release DLC this late. I know that it courts some extra sales. You're going to get some season passes. I know it makes it easier for you to re-release the game in some sort of game of the year or whatever you would call it edition for Dead Island 2. I get all of that, but isn't this stuff more valuable like 2 weeks after the game comes out? I don't understand. I know people have a problem with this parallel development of DLC and day one DLC and all of that, but I feel like that makes so much more sense because I see stuff like this and I'm like, dude, you're going to release this in the fourth quarter? I'm fucking so done with Dead Island 2. You think I'm going to come back? If you release this now, maybe I would have, in this window, I would have a much greater opportunity. I don't understand this DLC coming out for these random games so late. It just bothers me. So I wanted to throw that out there. Soul Calibur V is being delisted. The game, which came to PS3 in 2012.
Enjoy your digital future. Enjoy it. Good thing this game's on a disc. That's all I have to say.
The word comes from Soul Calibur's social media account, says Valiant Warriors Soul Calibur 5 is taking its final curtain call on the stage of history and will be sunset on the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 on June 19th. So around the time that this show goes live for all, the base game and all associated DLC will no longer be available for purchase. So you can go buy it and you will have access to it thereafter. I totally Dustin, what you're saying is that you will be right if the game that you bought digitally is no longer available to download. But they're just taking a product off the market. I'm not saying there's no reason for them to do that. It's annoying and obnoxious. I don't know why they do things like this. I think a lot of it is because they don't want to deal with fucking help tickets. They don't want to keep online infrastructure. Like, it's really seriously things like that. They're just weighing those things. But what you're saying would be true only if the person who bought it no longer had access. Otherwise, everyone who owns it has access to it still. Right?
That's true, but the fact that you're going out of your way to defend this practice in some way is surprising to me.
No.
Just because if I want to go get it, let's say this game never came out to this. If I want to buy it, there's no way to do that. And if I miss the cutoff, as far as a game preservation standpoint, it sucks like completely. And yeah, especially now when you have games like Alan Wake 2 being digital only, and it seems like it's going to be digital only, and there are examples too where games do get delisted and you can't re-download them. They're not as prevalent, but I don't know. I just think that this sucks.
Which games on PSN do that? I can't think of any off the top of my head. I'm sure they exist, but
yeah, I was trying to think because there's examples like PT. That's not a game that people bought though.
That's the thing is that if you bought PT, they might have not even been allowed to do that through their own user license agreement. I think your characterization of what I'm saying is unfair because I'm merely saying that they're not equivalent, like that the notions are not equivalent because it's merely removing a product from the market and from a eagle's eye view, it's like, well, you can take your products on and off the market. It's the accessibility of the product that you own that matters. And I think that is something we need to focus on, I think, more than anything, right? Like that's the danger is when that stuff starts happening, then you will have been right. But I personally believe that is never, and I will put my flag in the ground right now, that beginning with PS4, that will never happen. That they are, PlayStation and Sony would be done as a company if to the point where PS4 would be taken offline. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And so I just don't see the concern from that point of view. I do understand being upset about games not being available, but at some point PS3 is not going to be, you're not going to be able to buy games on PS3 at all. I mean, we know that that's going to happen. They already tried to do it. They're definitely going to do it.
Right. And that sucks for all those digital only games only on PlayStation 3.
But that's true, but you still have access to the games the same that you would on a disc. That's the argument I'm making. I think you're too caught up in that argument. You're not, like the argument.
I care deeply about game preservation. So yes. And when you remove physical games, then that does remove that element. And you think about, there is, I guess and we've talked about this before, I don't have the same level of trust that you do.
It's not trust. It is some sort of trust, but it's not trust based on anything other than money and reason, right? That they've created an architecture that is that naturally flows into the next and will naturally flow into the next and so on and so forth. And I'm doing my little fish thing. That that it just seems that they're not. There's no intention even to do that. And if it did happen, there would probably be some sort of solution to that. I'm sure it's in the user license agreement, user license agreement that you're only buying a license. They can revoke these things at any time, but that would be very bad business for them to do it because they could still shut down the PS3 and Vita because there is an excuse. It's like, these are vectors on the PSN. We don't monitor them. You buy games differently. They don't connect to each other in the same way, but that doesn't continue with PS4. So I guess what I'm saying is that I will agree with you when the time comes that they start saying like games you bought on PSN are no longer available for you to download. But we're still not there. And even when they take the PS3 and Vita stores down, that's still not going to be the case. But, so
you're saying that when they take down the PS3 store, you will still be able to download them indefinitely?
Yes.
Okay.
I think
just like your Wii games.
Well, no. That's different, I think, in the sense that you don't even have an account or anything like that. That was all tied to your console, that was what was so fucking annoying about that. And I want to be honest, I want to say that I don't know that will be perpetually true either. But at that point, they might have figured out a solution to get everything on PS4 at that point. That might be why there's some sort of urgency to even do that behind the scenes. But I just think that anything can happen, but you can't run a business like that. It would be like Amazon not allowing me to buy I forgot that 14 years ago or something, I bought digitally like the 6 Star Wars movies, and I still have access to it today. And if I didn't, that would be a problem. But I expect to have access to that in 50 years. Right?
Wait, but didn't they do, Dustin, I might be misremembering this, but didn't something like that happen where I don't remember if it was Amazon or what, but there was some digital store, I think it was Amazon, where somebody bought a movie and it got unlisted or delisted.
Yeah.
And they couldn't.
I know what you're talking about, though.
I mean, for me, in my opinion, if that does happen, then you're owed a refund. I will say that.
At the very least, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think at least it's just you don't have access to the product anymore. Here's your money back.
Yeah.
And that's pretty unfair, actually, because your money is so eroded in value over time that you'll be getting less back ultimately. It's almost like selling a used game.
It's pretty embarrassing, looking at how much of my history has been saved from these, because I would buy episodes of TV shows on Xbox Live with Microsoft points, with spare Microsoft points. And I was just I don't know, what am I going to do with 200 Microsoft points? I guess I'll download an episode of Mind Freak, and it's just so I have these weird Family Guy episodes and Mind Freak and Code Monkeys. It's still on my Xbox. If I turn on my Series X or whatever, it'll still be there under the TV and movies. All these purchases I made when I was in high school.
Yeah, I think PlayStation's whole media operation shut down, right? But can you still access those? Because that might be an example of this. You know,
I don't know.
That's a good question. I don't
I never bought
imagine.
anything.
I don't know how you would.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm writing that down to look into it for the next episode. All right. Where are we here on this? So yeah,
Lego
Dead
2K.
Island 2 DLC, fine. Soul Calibur 5 being delisted, fine. Lego 2K goal soccer game leaked. Let me click on this link. So there's a game coming out rated in South Korea. This has been long rumored that there's going to be a Lego football game or a Lego soccer game, depending on where you are. To avoid, I guess, the international confusion over the name, it's apparently going to be called Lego 2K Goal, but GOOOAL exclamation point. And it's unclear where it will be coming, but you assume it will be coming to PS4 and PS5. So we'll have more on that soon. PayDay 3 has a release date. The cooperative heist game comes to PS5 on September 24th. No PS4 version. And it's assumed by Push Square and others that it has been canceled. Anyone interested in PayDay 3? I remember playing the first PayDay because PayDay was a PS3 exclusive for a time on console. And we were into it for like a minute, but it's just not my.
Yeah,
it's not. I don't know. It's cool. People seem to enjoy it.
Yeah, it's definitely a good because I know that was at the Xbox show, right? Because it's like it's on Game Pass, I think, or something. Which is like a really good get for them. I think Payday's great. I just it's not. That's the definition of a game. Like you need to play that with like a solid group. And I just don't have anybody who likes to play Payday. I played it a little bit back in the day, Payday 2, but solid get. I'm sure it'll be great for what it is.
City Skylines 2, which was announced last year, has a date of October 24th on PS5. And Benji White wrote in and said, "Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, Colin, my guy. City Skylines 2 dropped their new gameplay trailer and release date. What are your thoughts on what's been shown? As an avid city builder with many hours pumped into my Metropolis, new road mechanics, public transport options, and many building mechanics, makes me stoked on this new release. Kristen, Dustin, is this something you guys will dabble in?" Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a City Skylines person. So but it's funny because I loved SimCity back in the day. Actually, I had a disc. I've said this, I think, in the past. I had like a burned CD of like 50 Sega Genesis games that I got from some random person at some point. And I traded it to my friend Eric for his copy of SimCity 2000 on PC. And we were both very happy with the trade. And I was completely obsessed with SimCity. I loved that game. But this is what I'm talking about, where I don't know that these are games you spend so much time with. I think that's totally fine. I think it's going to do awesome on console. The first one did. And there's so much DLC and there's so many trophies apparently involved with it. But it's not for me. Are you either of you guys interested in City Skylines 2?
Yes,
Oh,
absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Cool.
The first one, it's one of those games that it's a time travel game. You start playing it and then you look and 4 or 5 hours have gone by in a flash. And this one I would like to check out at some point. Not on PlayStation though. Sorry. Though maybe if it has mouse and keyboard support, if someone wants to do that, I just can never imagine playing a game like this on a controller. It might be good, but this is just the type of game I would want a mouse and keyboard for sure.
Yeah, that's a PC game for sure. But I don't know. I've never really been that into these. Like I like the concept of it, but the second I get into the gameplay, I'm just like, I can't do this. I might as well be learning a software at this point. Like every time I try to play a game like this, I'm like, I should learn how to animate. I should learn how to render things that'll help me, because they're just so complex. It's crazy. It's really cool, but I don't have the patience.
I promised that I would continue to call up games as I went around my studies here, writing the show, that I thought looked cool that you probably wouldn't otherwise hear about. And there's one this week I wanted to bring up called Parcel Corps, coming to PlayStation 5 in 2024. And Gamatsu has a write-up of it. It says, "Ditch the 9 to 5 and embrace the high-octane life of a freelance bicycle messenger. Forget the job security, stable salary, and basic workplace rights less cool jobs offer while you ride along walls, grind rails, and startle pigeons on your way to corporate toppling domination." So you're basically working for like different corporations, delivering things for them. So there are 3 factions and there are 3 like rival companies. And I don't know, it looks kind of fun. Wanted to just call it out if people want to check it out. Parcel Corps, CORPS. If people want to go look, Gamatsu has a nice write-up of it. And let's see. Okay, I wanted to go into this. A lot of people wrote in about this, so I don't really want to talk about it, but I'd be loath to ignore it. I feel like that would be disingenuous, considering the people want to say something about it. Billy B wrote in, amongst many others, says, "Hello, boys. This is a bit political, but I'm curious if you guys saw the situation unfold between Call of Duty and a streamer, Nickmercs. Nickmercs tweeted, 'They should leave little children alone. That's the real issue,' in quotes, surrounding the Glendale, California fights breaking out amongst parents due to the topic of Pride Month being recognized in schools. Call of Duty quickly removed his in-game character and put out a statement saying they support Pride as the reason for pulling it. Following this event, many streamers quit the game. Another requested his bundle also be removed from the game, and Call of Groomers was trending on Twitter. I missed that. Also, as a reminder, Call of Duty censors the Pride flag in game in the Middle East. That tells me Pride isn't as important to them as profit is. Take care, fellas." So this is a big story. Again, not that interested in it, but I did read into it based on people writing in, and The Verge has an interesting write-up of it. They have a few of them, actually, but there's been more. TimTheTatman, I guess, is another guy who kind of has come out, who's a big streamer and so on and so forth. Dustin, what's going on with this? And what does it mean, if anything? I'm interested about how overtly mainstream the culture war has become. And it's so funny when people say that it doesn't matter as it continues to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And the war gets more and more and more and more heated. It's like, you must be completely ignorant of the world around you to feel that way. And this is just another example of it infiltrating and toxifying our space, whatever the outcome. So do you have any thoughts and information here?
I'm glad Billy B pointed out Activision's hypocrisy on this one with their support of Pride, except for where it's not okay to do so. Just really goes to show the corporatization of movements. It doesn't even just have to be Pride. It can be any kind of social movement that they deem will be profitable for them to support. They will do so. And so, yeah, I think this whole situation sucks completely from end to end. I understand why Activision would feel like they need to go into panic mode, but just stop and think for a second. First of all, they probably shouldn't have even put streamers in the game to begin with. Just from this is a pure business decision, is that you have two people that are not connected really with your brand. And so they're going to have an association. So if they do something you don't like, then you're going to create an issue. But again, I'm sure a lot of people bought those skins. And so I will shout out to you, Colin. You mentioned TimTheTatman. I thought it was cool that he was like, yeah, he's my friend. I agree with what he's saying. And I want them to take out my skin too. And I'm sure that had a huge material cost for him. But he did it. So that's a strong sign of character, if you ask me. But yeah, this whole situation sucks. I don't know. Without getting too much in the details, I don't really feel like Nickmercs really said anything wrong. I think that people look at that and say, oh, well, this means XYZ completely. And I don't know. Do we need to, let's say, does Nickmercs need to be cleared for everything he says needs to be 100% in agreement with what Activision believes, but again, that's the risk you run by putting these people in the game. So I don't know. I'm curious what Chris thinks about this as a big Call of Duty fan. What do you think?
Yeah, it's interesting because I think I kind of disagree. I think it's when I look at Activision and the hypocrisy of Activision, I see a corporation, right? And like there's no such thing as a corporation that isn't a hypocrite. Like, they're clearly doing whatever they do for money, because like that's the whole point of a corporation. There's no moral backbone anywhere. That should be clear. That should have been clear to you the second they censored that Call of Duty trailer because it showed Tiananmen Square. It should have been showed clearly with the Blitzchung thing that happened, like, I don't even know how many years ago at this point. So what I expect out of Activision is very, very, I have a very low expectation of them. But I don't know, when I look at like an individual, my expectations are a little bit higher. And so when I looked into this situation, I was like, what did he say? They should leave little children alone. That's the issue. Which is like a very bizarre implication when you're talking about just a school recognizing the concept of pride. because there's nothing really controversial about it. It's just the world exists, you know, and it's obviously going to be reflected in the places that teach kids about the world. And so the implication that simply acknowledging the concept of pride is like somehow a danger to kids is, there's an implication there that that is very bizarre. Like I don't quite get it. And it is a little bit sus. I don't know if it's like necessarily something that he should have been kicked off the game for, because again, Activision is a very hypocritical company. But at the same time, I don't think it's particularly brave of a stance to be like, leave little children alone when there's really nothing being done. It would be like if there was like a history class and they were like, hey, we're going to teach a history class, and by the way, slavery happened, and people were like, well, leave little children alone. It's like, what do you mean? Like the implication of that is just bizarre. Like, I don't know what that means. I don't know what he means. And there are some other things that he said that seems to indicate that what people's worst interpretations of what he says, the least charitable interpretations of what he said, it seemed to be potentially very, very grounded in reality. And so I don't know. I don't really have a lot of sympathy, to be honest, because from the standpoint of Activision, it's like, what are you doing putting streamers in your game in the first place? And from a streamer perspective, it's like, why even? I don't know. I can't conceptualize what he means when he says leave little children alone. Because it seems to imply that gay people are like coming after kids. You know what I mean? It's like a very bizarre implication.
Yeah, well, I think at the very least, it was inelegant in his... Well, I actually understand his perspective, but I don't think it was a perspective worth stating, and I think it's too broad and too generalized to say it without much more behind it, you know? Because he's speaking to the unrest in the streets, as it were, over in front of that school. And he's conflating, I think, some things that are happening that I think some people look at as weird to just the general idea of pride, which is totally different, right? So
yeah,
that to me, I think is the problem. Like, if you're going to speak on an issue like this, that's why I just don't even bother with Twitter, right? Because you can say like, leave the children alone, and then have like a pontification about why you feel that way. We might not agree with you, but at least we'd have a justification. We wouldn't have to sit here and interpret everything you're saying, you know? That's why it just sucks. Yeah. It's just so inelegant. You can't do any more than that. I know, because so many things that I've said in the past have been twisted into things that I didn't mean and don't even understand how it was interpreted that way. But it's like, it's my own fault for saying it that way, you know?
Yeah, it's just, first of all, Twitter's just not a place to go to have those conversations in the first place. So it's dumb to even bother going there to do that. But I do think it's a weird statement. Like, I just don't get it. Like the only concept that it would make sense in is the belief that, you know, if the gays are coming after your kids.
Yeah, I mean,
I just don't think it's true.
Based on what he said, based on the limited. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, that's why you just can't just leave it there, right?
No, exactly.
And so, yeah, I generally agree with you. You touched on something that's interesting, though, which is kind of the corporate cravenness of pride. And this is something that has long bothered me about pride. Is it like, what are we celebrating? You know, the reason that I don't turn the LSM moon into a fucking gay flag is because I feel the same exact way towards gay and lesbian, bisexual, trans, sexual people, whatever, transgender people every day of the year. And I don't really feel like
it's all marketing.
That's what I'm saying. Dumb. It feels like it's Valentine's Day. I feel like people, there's either an ignorance or a narcissism in not understanding how deeply manipulated you're allowing yourself to be. Like, seeing a lot, dude, literally a Lockheed Martin logo at a New York City Pride parade in rainbow. It is a fucking meme. To me, I feel like we should celebrate a general feeling of equality by removing the structures and the celebrations on these things that separate us. You know, pride to me seems to be something that it's like we should have pride every day, right? In some way, but we should also have pride no days, right? It should just be an admixture of who we are. And we should stop separating each other and celebrating that separation. That I think is, it's like everyone's like kids and groomers and all that. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck that's all about.
I think it's
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really have much authority none of us do really on this specific issue, but like, I do feel like, I don't know, like to me, it's like the concept of a pride parade or whatever, or the concept of pride in general, as it pertains to like the conversation that's happening, seems to be more of like a celebration of progress, where it's like, oh, like there was I think gay marriage was illegal really not that long ago. No, not at all. So I think it makes sense to have like a celebration. It makes perfect sense to me. But the corporate like logo shit, it does come across as like really skeevy and really dumb. But that's also what corporations are. You know what I mean? So it kind of like doubles back into just me being completely apathetic about it. Like where it's like, I do often wonder how many gay artists have to look at that new ugly flag and they can't say anything about it.
Dude, it's ridiculous. Like,
because look, like the original rainbow flag was awesome. Definitely. There was like there's a subversive nature of that to it, because it's like a kind of like almost like a recontextualization, because it's a religious symbol in some ways. Or at least like it used to be. And so to like kind of like subvert it, it's like, oh, that's really clever. But now you got like the weird triangle in there. You got all the cacophonous stripes. You got circles and random like symbols on it. It's like, I would bet there are a lot of gay like artists who are like really good at art who look at that flag and they're like, God damn, we should have really stuck with that rainbow.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's so weird. Like, it seems like it doesn't even make any sense anymore. I don't even know what we're talking about. And I just think we focus as a people too much, as a society, too much on what separates us as opposed to what binds us, which I think is class and the economy and health and housing and the poor and anti-war stances and like all the different things that, matter, as opposed to celebrating a person's sexuality, which I think, it is. I love what you said about like its progress, the nature of the subversive rainbow and all that. I think that's super cool, man. I lived in San Francisco for a long time. People forget. And like, you do kind of get to know it in a more personal way when you're there for 12 years, and live with people that are gay and hear from them. And my nephew, my godson, is gay, and we have a lot of interesting conversations about how he's coming up and what he thinks about things. And he's very progressive, and it's interesting to talk about all of those things with different kinds of people. But it's funny that you brought up, the religious symbol, because I think that it's coming off as religious now. Like, it's coming off as a religious statement. And I think that has no place in like a society, it's just like, what we need to back off of this idea of separating ourselves. Let's celebrate you every day by just treating you as equals. That's what's so important. I remember, I lived in California during Proposition 8, which was the famous gay marriage proposition. And I was for gay marriage, and I was really vocally supportive of it, and was shocked when it failed. And you realize, wow, there's like a lot of progress yet to happen. And it happened very rapidly, like you said. But now I think you take the W personally, now you like recede into the background, right? Like you almost be like, now we're normalized. And I would love to see a future society that embraces that. And I think that a lot of gay people would agree with me.
I think so. I just, it's the conversation right now is just unfortunately like very bizarre. Like there's a lot of like the equating of, and this is happening a lot. Like I know people will say this is a straw man. This is very much not. Like the equation or the equating of just gay people to groomers is fucking wild. And it's I don't know. It's bizarre.
I think that equating
I don't get it.
All gay people to groomers or anyone as part of this community is wrong. And I think it's worth saying from, not to amend what I said earlier, but more context in that I think you're right that on Twitter, you don't know specifically what he's talking about. But to say there aren't instances where there is weird targeting of kids, that's like definitely happening too. So like, and I think that happens on both sides. I see like, anytime you bring that up, they're like, well, what about these kids with these girls from Hooters? And I'm like, yeah, that fucking sucks too. I think that that's wrong also.
That's totally fucked. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that right now there is definitely instances of people exposing kids to things at a younger age than they should be in the name of a cause. And so he may be talking about that and should have given more context, but
that's the thing. It's like there's no
context.
It's like and people have different definitions of what that is. It's like some people are like, some people equate like taking your kids to like a strip drag show to like teaching them about just the existence of gay people in like 4th or 5th grade or something. And it's like I don't know if those are equivalent at all. And I don't know.
Well, I think it all comes down to, I think that the reason it's so easy to be misinterpreted or kind of brought in any different direction is because it is baseline talking about people's sexualities, right? Which is questionable content for young people, but important content to understand the world around you as you get older. And so finding the balance and how that's introduced to people, I think, is really important. And I think we've said this before, but I think that this is the problem that something like intersectionality deals with in these social issues, is that like everyone involved in this on that new flag, you said, like they all have different like kind of needs and wants. I was just listening to a really interesting seminar about how there was an old argument, I guess, in the 70s and 80s during gay liberation, that even gay, like lesbian women didn't want to be grouped in with gay men. They were like, we're different. Yeah. Like we don't want to even be around men, a lot of us, and it was kind of like, well, we're all gay. And then I think that bubble has grown to, include trans people, queer people, whatever. And so now there's all these conflicting realities, conflicting points of view, all under this one moniker that needs to somehow find harmony within itself. And then it's presented that way in this very broad way to the society that is able to interpret it however they want, I guess,
Yeah, I mean, there's no question that it's just become like a marketing. It's like Christmas or really anything where it's like, it just, everything starts with like whatever intentions it wants. And then just becomes like a way for JCPenney to sell you a fucking Trapper Keeper for $10 or something.
Totally, dude.
Because it's like a rainbow theme. But that's, that's the country.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's very, but that's the point. Like I've always made the argument, and I think I've made the argument on the show, so I'm sorry to be redundant, but I've always found the patriotism at sports games to be very weird. And I've always said that as I'm a patriot. I have an appeal to heaven flag flying at 5x3 appeal to heaven flag flying on my fucking flagpole outside my house that I just put up. But I don't watch football to see the American flag and to do the national anthem. And I was like, what is this? What are we doing? Yeah. It's like, to celebrate America, please stand and take off your, it's like, why are we celebrating America? I'm at the Jets Patriots game. I'm here to watch so like, it's always about wedging things in where they don't belong. And I think that that's a feature that these things share, where it's like that's why I say it comes off as religious. Patriotism is religion, so it comes off as religious. And I think the best way forward to avoid things like this, first of all, these guys should just say nothing or say more. Right. But you can't say just a little. And that's why I love these conversations, because everyone understands our perspectives fully. We can talk as much as we want. And that's why, I think that's fun and that's valuable and that's interesting, and people can disagree with whatever they want, but it's about presenting things fully. But I also think that we would go a long way to just now I think words are already being put into practice or are being practiced, but it's just like, now it's got to be about practice. Let's not even, we have to move forward at some point as a group, and you can just be you always. And we're not going to revere you, and we're not going to celebrate you, and we're not going to do anything wrong to you. We're going to treat you totally in an egalitarian sense. And I would love a
that's
future
kind of
like
the thing,
that.
though, right? Isn't it like, I feel like a lot of this is born from stigma, though, because like if there wasn't a stigma around being gay, then none of this would be a problem.
But is there a stigma anymore?
No one would. Apparently,
yeah,
right?
I guess so. I mean, but this is what I'm saying. Like, I'm not so sure. That's why I'm saying I'm not so sure that I think this is what I'm saying about all of the binding agents that bring all these groups together, and how there's like a lot of splash damage, I guess. And that's
right. Yeah.
Is like the best way to put it. And that's why you have to exist as individuals, I think, first and foremost. But it's like people want to, I guess what I'm saying is like, my neighbor is flying a pride flag, right? Like this month. It's like, if you want to fly a pride flag, that's totally awesome. I think that's great. I mean, you have the right to do whatever the fuck you want. I just ask people to think about, on one hand, how you're being manipulated by companies. I mean, seeing that Lockheed Martin thing, dude, that was the Wayland Yutani fucking logo from Aliens made in rainbows to a T. It was the living meme. It is the meme come to life. And when I see things like that, I'm like, this isn't marginalized anymore. You're not marginalized anymore the way you think you are anyway. Because the guys that create bombs and all of these things and the weapons industry, like, you're totally normalized. That if I saw that as a gay person, I'd be like, we got to stop this immediately. Something's up, because, you know, Boeing is celebrating Pride. There's something's up now. You know, to me, I'd be very suspicious about things like this. You know,
but a corporation pandering to what they think will like be like a good marketing push isn't necessarily like an indication of it's just an indication of corporations wanting to milk stuff. You know what I mean?
Right, but they wouldn't do that. But they wouldn't milk the unacceptable. They wouldn't have the point you're making is actually reinforcing the point, which is that like the things that are most obvious and most safe are the things that they're going to embrace, and that almost counteracts the entire point, right?
Yeah, but they don't really care.
Yeah, that's true.
About you know what I mean? Like it's not really.
They definitely don't care.
To them. They definitely don't care.
Dude, do you think that we're all right? So we got from the aliens logo to, you know, the Halliburton logo or whatever. Are we going to finally get a bomb dropped on a Middle Eastern country painted in rainbow flags? Because that's the next meme, and we're getting slowly through the memes into reality. That would be insane.
Yeah,
I don't put anything past them.
I don't know.
I think that here's one thing I'll say as we exit this, and you guys can say whatever you want as we go into what we're playing. But I think it's really important that people internalize this. You got to treat everyone with respect and on equal footing, regardless of immutable characteristics and many other things too. You have to give people the opportunity, each individual person, to treat you in a certain way, and then you treat them or deal with them and whatever in that reciprocity. But you never ever treat someone as a checkbox. You always have to approach each person as an individual. And I'll always bang that drum. And I think that that's really important. The more we can do as a society to propagate that, I think we will be much better off, so that when you're a gay man or you're a lesbian woman or whatever, that's not a defining characteristic. That's just who you are. And that's right now we treat those as two different things. To me, that's not a defining characteristic of you. It's not who you are. You being gay is not who you are. So I hope that we're continuing as a society to let people know that they can be as individualistic as they desire, and that they don't even have to fit into any of these different. That's why I think that flag becomes more and more busy. And the alphabet. I mean, I heard someone say it's become an unbreakable Wi-Fi code, which is such a funny joke. Like the LGBTQ, like all the different things, and it's like that has become so big because I think a lot of people are being told that they have to categorize themselves as opposed to just being themselves. That they feel like they need to find a specific category, and a lot of people call that narcissism, and some of that is, but I think a lot of it is like expected as you're growing up in that world, and you look at this and you're like, where do I belong? Where do I fit? And I think that like you don't have to worry about that so much. You just got to be you. So that's my take anyway. It's time to talk about what we're playing as promised. Let's get into this. I'm going to do the unusual thing of going first. The reason I want to do this is because I don't want to be here for any of the Final Fantasy XVI stuff. I don't want to hear any of it. I've been so ignorant about what this game even is and how it operates that I don't want to know anything about it. So I've just come too far to ruin it now. That's why I was so surprised. We're 8 days out from when we're recording this, a week out from when this goes live on Patreon. And I'm even intrigued why people would even play the demo at this point, unless you were on the fence. It's like, why are you even doing it to yourself? We've come so far. You've come so far. So I want to avoid that. So I'm going to go now and just talk a little bit about what I'm playing, which is GTA 3. And I was looking for something to play and just mess around with. Nothing was really speaking to me. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll go and play the Grove Street PS4, PS5 port of GTA 3. It's been a year and a half. They've fixed it. It does work and run and look fine now. I mean, it's a little it's a little soulless, I should say. And it's in an AI approach, and like everything's rewritten. The signs are rewritten. It's not quite the same, but I do have to say this about the GTA 3, which is it's an extraordinary game. It's a really extraordinary game. And I remember so clearly getting it when I was a senior in high school, and everyone was obsessed with it. And it really did revolutionize the way we played games, the way we understood what games could be. That was the first time I ever really played what we would look at as an open world game. I mean, that was the first time I ever really experienced something like that truly. I mean, I guess you could look at JRPGs and Zelda and games like that as open world in a sense, but this was so a game like Ocarina of Time or whatever, but this was different. And I played it and beat it at that time, played it a bunch in college too, along with the others, Vice City and San Andreas. And then I actually did play it briefly in 2017 or 2018, the original PS4 port of the PS2 Classic. And I got stuck at a sniper section that I just couldn't do. I was like, this sucks. I got it. And I just stopped playing it. And the controls have been updated and modernized and it feels great. But the one thing I want to say about GTA, or there's a few things that I want to say about GTA 3, which is especially having sit with it for the first time in so long for an extended period of time, is when I played GTA 3 in 2001, I didn't know nearly anything about games compared to what I know about them now and what I've experienced and what I understand about them. And playing it through a more educated and more wisdom-driven lens, I guess now, is this game is extraordinary from a design perspective. First of all, the flow state of the game, like playing the game, is brilliant. There's really nothing quite like it. And I know that it's been refined and it's probably at its most refined state in GTA 5 and GTA Online, but the idea of just running around, shooting a guy, jumping into a car, running the dude over that got out of the car, getting chased by the police, jumping out of the car, using a rocket launcher on the police car, stealing one of their cars. You know, it's insane. I mean, the game is just so kinetic and so fun, and it just breaks apart in good ways the more and more you do it. And that I remember that what was so fun about it was that you wanted to get through the game. The story was cool and all of that, but you wanted to get through the game to have the full run of all 3 islands, and then you would use passwords or codes and create weapons and create cars and just go fucking nuts and just see what happens. Like, how long can you survive? And there's nothing quite like it. And this game was chased for a long time, and no one ever really replicated the game the way it is now. There are open world like Godfather and stuff where you drive around, open worlds like that, and obviously Saints Row and other games, but they're not like Grand Theft Auto in the same way. There's something about that encapsulated in GTA 3 that is so fun, and it is still very true to form. And the other things that I wanted to compliment the game about were the voice acting is really good. I would actually say the voice acting in the game is better than a lot of voice acting today. It's sparse. The writing is sparse. They don't give you a lot, but there's like good voice acting and some decent performances in here. And I wanted to compliment that. And I also wanted to just talk about the game as far as content, length. This is the perfect game from this perspective. It's like, here are 3 islands. Here are 70 missions, 100 collectible packages, 20 hidden jumps or whatever, rampages. You can do little mini quests, like basically you could be a taxi driver and an ambulance driver and a fire truck driver, and that's it. And it felt like so much. I remember when it came out, I was like, wow, this is so much content. Like, how do you get through a game like this? And they obviously got bigger and bigger, and I think that they stayed a decent size. Like, GTA 4 is huge, but it much better size in some ways. But it just goes to show you how differently we looked at game size back then and how much more satiated we were by a more limited scope and geography. And games are just becoming bigger and more robust. And this just symbolized something a little tighter and a little more limited. And it's so funny to look at a game like GTA 3 and claim that it has some sort of design discipline, but through the modern lens, it does. By limiting what you're doing to those things, it's like that's so much discipline. I can only imagine what the kind of things you're going to be able to do in GTA 6. You know?
Yeah.
You're probably going to be able to fucking live there. You'll be able to go to every building you encounter. I mean, GTA 4 started to mess around with a lot of that too. Go bowling, go play pool, go do this,
yeah.
And I love that. I just love that it's so broad, but it's also by the modern standards so limited. GTA 3 is awesome. If people haven't played GTA 3 or haven't visited it in a while, I recommend it. I really do. There's something funny and interesting and we were talking about the subversiveness of the Pride flag earlier. There's like something so subversive about this game through looking at when it came out and how it was produced and how no one else was doing shit like this. This seems like so edgelord today, but it wasn't. It was actually earnestly supposed to be adult and comedic and dark.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wanted to give a shout out to GTA 3. Chris, it says here you're playing Spider-Man Miles Morales on Steam Deck.
Yeah. Yeah. So I figured, you know what? I have this machine and I never really the things that the games that I own on PC are games that I wouldn't normally play in a handheld capacity. Like I just never really bought many games that I was thinking about that functionality on. And so I was thinking, like, what can I grab that I feel would be really, really cool to see running on in a handheld? And I thought, like, oh, Spider-Man, obviously. And I went with Miles Morales because I just think it's like a more manageable game. It's not as long. It doesn't have any awkward Mary Jane stealth sequences that don't feel good to play. And I just wanted to see how it would run and how it would perform. And man, it is shocking how enjoyable and how nicely a game like Spider-Man Miles Morales runs in a handheld capacity on this machine. It really blows my mind that things like this are possible now, because I really could have only dreamed about this even as recently as a couple years ago. Like a lot of these things just seemed like kind of doomed in the handheld space to be like, oh, you have to stream it. So to run it natively and it runs at like at like a decent frame rate, that it looks gorgeous, that it plays like a AAA game still, but it's on a it's crazy. It's I don't know, man. It's the Steam Deck is really, really cool, and games like this really shine on it, because these are the games that I wanted when I was a kid, in the capacity that I wanted them when I was a kid. Like even just something as simple as like playing Halo 2 in like an Uber is surreal in a way that like really like makes my soul smile. And I'm gonna keep checking stuff out. I'm trying to find games that I think complement the portability of the Steam Deck well, in the sense that like I really want to. I don't know. I don't want to play like I don't know. Detroit Become Human on it or anything. I don't think that like really benefits greatly. Yeah. But a game like Spider-Man, it's like very kinetic, very action focused, very, even just swinging around through New York City in a car, and it's like fully realized. Shit would have blown my mind. If I showed this to me when I was like 10, I think I would have died. I think I'd vanish from the space-time continuum, because it's really that impressive. It's really, really cool. I mean, Spider-Man Miles is nothing new. Like I've talked about this before. Like I think we did a spoiler cast on it. So it's not like a new game.
I think. Yeah, we did. We must have.
So it's not a new game, but revisiting it in this context is really reinvigorating. I'm skipping every single cutscene because I just want to play it and like experience it. But man, super, super surreal, super, super cool. But that's really all the time I've had to play as I've been kind of traveling.
Yeah, what are you doing in New York? I forget.
I'm here for like a couple weeks because my niece had a graduation over the weekend in Maryland.
Oh, cool.
Around Baltimore. And my cousin's wedding is at the end of the month exactly. And so I was like, I don't want to go to the airport 4 times.
Yeah, that sucks.
In 1 month. I'd rather just go early and just stay until I have to leave, because I have all my equipment here. Not sacrificing anything, so I figured I'd stay.
That's good.
But dude, the Steam Deck's been it's really convenient. It's really nice. Like on the drive to Maryland, that kind of like annoying like 5-hour drive, I was like, yes, I'm so glad I have a Steam Deck.
You're bi-coastal.
Yeah.
All right, Dustin, let's go to you. Let's start with this. Benjamin Lippert wrote in, said, "Hey gents, this question is mostly for Dustin, but if anyone played the Lies of P demo, can chime in. Dustin, did you get a chance to play the demo? And if so, what did you think? I can see that it is trying to be like Bloodborne, but I just feel like it is lacking something in the combat. I also feel like that it is the issue with a lot of 3D Soulsborne clones, Lies of P, Steel Rising, Lords of the Fallen, etc. They all have the general Soulsborne spirit, but feel like they are lacking the soul and feel of a true FromSoft game. Lies of P will be good on Game Pass, and I feel like it is a good Game Pass game, not good enough to pay $60 for, but good enough to check out for free. Thanks for everything you guys do." Remember, it's not technically free, but point taken. What do you think, Dustin? I know you played Lies of P's demo.
I think Benjamin nailed it in that my biggest thing is that the world looks really, really cool, really intriguing. In fact, I don't know. I don't have Game Pass anymore, so I would be paying full price for it. And so I don't think it's that intriguing. But if I did have Game Pass, I probably would be diving in just to see. This world is really intriguing. This Pinocchio world where they're using puppets as like machines and they go rogue and the city is all in disarray. It almost has like a Bloodborne and somewhat of a BioShock Infinite feel since it's kind of in that era. But and the gameplay, I don't want to say it's bad. It's just not as good as a actual Souls game. Particular for me, the thing I really didn't like is that the roll / dodge just feels clunky. And that's one of the most important things in a game like this for me is nailing how the dodge feels, how the iframes feel when you dodge and you're supposed to get hit. Totally didn't feel right. I know some people told me that the further you get in the demo, there is some kind of skill tree that you can apply something that makes the dodge feel better. I didn't fully play the demo. I played the first level and I beat the first boss and got to kind of the hub world area. And I thought, I've had enough for now. But it's definitely the closest I've played so far to being something. And like I said, the world and art direction might be enough. But I hope that by the time this comes out, they can tune up that dodge a little bit, because that was the main sticking point for me. But hey, I'm happy to see this demo was a cool thing to put out and a bit of a surprise. So just if you're curious about it, why not play the demo?
And what about Diablo 4? I know you're messing with that
Yeah,
as well.
I won't talk about that too much. I'm still playing through the story. I'm on probably near the end of Act 3, and I am losing steam on it a little bit, and I don't really know why, because everything is great. That all the improvements in the world, but I'm just finding that I only want to play it for an hour and a half at most at a time, and then I kind of just feel like I'm satiated at that moment with Diablo. So I'll definitely keep playing and finish the story, but I don't know, maybe I need to play a different class or something. Maybe it's the rogue isn't quite doing it for me, but I'm gonna finish the story as the rogue and then we'll go from there. But there's so many other things coming out that it'll be a while before I return to Diablo for new characters after I finish the story.
Right. Fair enough. And then finally, Zamar wrote into us, says, "Hey, CDC, are you guys playing the Final Fantasy XVI demo? With it being the first 2 hours of the game and your save carrying over, I was wondering if you are all playing. If you are, what are y'all's thoughts? Hope all is well." So I've done a really good job. I've been very proud of myself. I haven't seen goddamn anything about this game. I just don't know anything really about it. I'm going to avoid it. Want to go in fresh. So because of that, I'm going to go pee. I'll come back. Make a little signal when you're done talking.
Okay.
And take it away, Dustin.
Yeah, so I decided to check out the Final Fantasy XVI demo. I was encouraged by both Gene and Brad from Easy Allies saying, hey, it's like the beginning part, but it doesn't feel, it's like a really nice appetizer. And I thought, you know what, fuck it. I was thinking about it anyway. And yeah, so I decided to check it out. And this game's real good. Really, really good. It's one of those games that from even just and we were talking about graphics not being everything. That's true.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that I'm not going to acknowledge this game looks amazing. This is probably one of the best looking games I've ever seen, at least from a visual perspective. There are some performance issues, which I think let's see. Somebody wrote about that. Maybe Colin deleted it. Colin was deleting some stuff when I was talking about.
Yeah, he'll sometimes he'll go rogue, and he'll like because we have a big document before the show, and obviously we prepare. And every now and again, I'll be like really excited to talk about like a very specific inquiry, and then like in the middle of recording, it'll just vanish. And I'll be like, all right, I guess that's gone. But so the performance is weird. Like, is there a performance mode in the demo or no?
Yes. So you can. Well, I didn't actually try the quality mode, but I'm assuming that's closer to a lock. But there is a performance mode, and it is not consistent for sure. It's better in certain moments, and other moments it's not that it's dipping horribly and stuttering. That's the thing for me, is that it doesn't feel stuttery, which is very important. It just feels a little like it can get a little framey at points. But I think what I was trying to really figure this out in my brain, because this whole like Zelda, Starfield, and now this has really got me thinking about frame rates, because I know that I've been pretty declaratory about 60 frames per second is essential, and any games that's fluctuating is bad. But I'm playing the Final Fantasy demo, and I'm like, am I not being fair because I think this is awesome, even though the performance is kind of not great? And I guess that's just, I don't know. I think in the future, I need to be more fair to games based on what they are, and not just performance through and through. Sure, I'd love for it to be a locked 60, but it's not, and I'm still loving it.
Yeah, I mean, Zelda, I'm sure Starfield's going to be another one of those where it's like, I think an important ratio is performance to ambition. Like if you're making something, and I don't mean to beat up on Redfall, but it just feels the safest. It feels like the safest game to beat up on, because even Phil Spencer beat up on it. So like I don't feel all that guilty about it. But like, I mean, you see a game like that running poorly, and you just look around and you wonder why, because there's no there's no like spark of anything that would indicate a good reason as to why that is. And so like when you see a game like Starfield, or like presumably Final Fantasy XVI, which like apparently looks really, really amazing, you're inherently more forgiving of something that is impressive than you are of something that is very mediocre.
Right.
In the experience that it's offering, not necessarily at the fidelity that it's offering it.
Yeah. So here's what I will say, and I'm not going to get into any story stuff for the people that are like Colin, that don't want to know anything, is that this game, every single fucking frame screams money, just dripping. This game, there is so much money put in this game, from the different environments to the way the characters look, the voice acting, the fucking music, the cutscenes.
It's that year of polish, man.
Yeah. It had me so impressed by the scope and scale of this game. And so I will say about the story is that I think it will intrigue. It'll be appealing to Westerners outside of the normal anime game fan base, and that, like a lot of people have said, it very much is reminiscent of Game of Thrones. It has this feudal political aspect that is really interesting, and a world that involves a lot of class and warfare and stuff like that. So I recommend, if you want to go totally blind, I respect it. You don't need to play the demo, but I don't feel like I ruined anything by playing the demo. I feel like I got a little appetizer that now has taken me through the roof on excitement. And I really can't wait for the final game. And I'm sure we'll be talking about it tons. So I'll probably just leave it at that for now.
Yeah.
Check out the demo. We can talk about performance and gameplay and stuff like that. I want to leave that for people, and we can get in depth when the game's actually out. But let me just tell you, very good. So now we're giving the thumbs up to Colin.
We're giving the thumbs up to Colin so he can come back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Come on back, baby boy.
I'm back. We're just browsing the internet.
Did you have a fun time pushing a big pee?
Yeah.
Out of your pee hole?
Yeah. Ripped a fat piss.
Fat piss. That's what I was going to say, dude.
Where did that come from? I don't remember.
Someone wrote in. Said unfurling their willy. Maybe that wasn't the same time.
No, this is older. Ripping a fat piss was like old. That's like a classic.
Yeah.
Well,
ripping a fat piss.
Yep.
Time to rip a fat piss.
Well, hopefully you didn't talk about this. There's a question I thought would be interesting that we can spin off of a Final Fantasy XVI. Great. So Nick Thornton wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Crew. So how about that Final Fantasy XVI demo? I saw Dustin played it. Not sure about Chris, and I assume Colin will want to wait until full release." You're right. But goddamn, that was something. I was already planning on buying it day one, but I was so hyped that I went ahead and pre-ordered it right after I finished the demo. They reeled in. I'm sure they love that. This got me thinking, why don't more games have demos like this? Sure, it can backfire, like the Forspoken demo, but I've seen so many people on Twitter saying that they are much more interested in Final Fantasy 16 after playing the demo themselves, or even just seeing clips of it. It seems like there's been somewhat of a resurgence of demos recently from Square Enix in particular, but I just wanted to know your thoughts on why a lot of companies might not release a demo when we've seen just how positive of things they can be. Hope you guys are all well and keep up the good work. I must admit that I have noticed two things as well that Nick speaks about. On a more granular level, I've noticed that the Final Fantasy 16 demo seems to be anecdotally very effective. And from a broader perspective, I've noted that demos have indeed made a comeback this generation in a bigger way. I don't know why that is. I think it might be like people are more receptive to downloading smaller packages. Maybe publishers and platform holders are seeing better conversions on demos than they used to. I don't know what it is, but something is definitely happening. And like you said, some of them, I think Forspoken was kind of a neutral demo, because as I remember, some people were put off by it, but some people were surprised by it too, as far as a gameplay perspective. So I don't know. But what do you think of this, Dustin? Final Fantasy 16's demo seems to have been very effective. Should we expect to see more?
Yeah, a lot of Japanese developers have done this. They mentioned specifically Square Enix, but there's also the Street Fighter demo recently. There's been some Exo Primal. Those are betas for an online game, which is basically a demo. So they must be seeing some kind of conversion, particularly with a lot of people buying digital games. There's that clip of the streamer, Gene posted the clip where he finished the Final Fantasy demo and then was silent and just went and immediately clicked the pre-order button. So there's very little barriers once you finish the demo, if you like it, to just click a few buttons and then you're ready to go. So, and I will say that it's surprising the Final Fantasy 16 demo has convinced a lot of people. I'm sure that it's one of those things where beforehand, and I totally respect Colin, you not wanting to see it because you're already in, but when I heard about this demo, I thought, oh man, that sucks. This is going to partially ruin it. But the way it's structured, I get it. I get it now that I've played it, and I understand from the marketing perspective that it's like, man, if we just let people try this first part, they're going to be sold. And that's happening by and large. And that's why I recommend, if you don't know if you want this game, you absolutely should play this demo because it's good.
I'm happy people are enjoying the demo. Glad to see more demos in the wild. I'm totally bought in on Final Fantasy 16, but I know a lot of people aren't. It's so funny hearing people. It's just, I lose sight of how old I am sometimes, both in a positive and a negative way, but just how much you take for granted that there are people that don't even quite understand that you don't need to have played 15 Final Fantasy games to play this game. There are people that earnestly think that, which goes to show that more education and communication needs to be done. But thrilled that I think the game is going to do great. I do have one question though, yes. And I know you probably spoke to it, but is the performance bad?
I guess sort of. That was what part of the conversation was. No, it's not locked 60.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
There are dips, but it didn't feel stuttery and gross. How about that? So it wasn't bad performance, but it also wasn't pristine.
Yeah, I wonder what you can read about that, because what I was going to say is the assumption that this will be patched, or why? But like, what can you really do at this point? I mean, you could do a lot, obviously, but why would you release a patch that wasn't reflective from a performance angle of the final game? That would be suspect. Although it could be. Well, it's not a vertical slice, right? I mean, I guess it is a vertical slice. It probably is the one that's been circulating for a long time. I say it maybe isn't because it connects to the main game, but that's just done to a save file. So they could argue it's just old, but I don't know why. I'm sorry, Chris, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say it's especially weird that because, we know that they spent like a year polishing it, so you'd assume that by the time any kind of demo would have needed to be pushed out to the platforms, that it would have been at least so. I would expect that this demo is pretty indicative of what you're going to get on release.
I guess we'll see if it matters.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Here's what I'll say about it, and I know you don't want to hear anything, Colin, but it comes into earlier. I don't want to compare it to Starfield. They're very different games, but when you see what you see on the screen, you're impressed. And so I don't want to say that we're going to forgive lower performance because what you're seeing is, great. But that is, I was very impressed despite that from a visual standpoint. So
I'll have to wait to see for myself, but I will be critical of that.
Sure.
Because I don't think that they were incredibly clear about that, if that's the case. And I don't know that people that played it early were incredibly clear about that either. Although I'd have to go and read about that. I don't remember seeing any. I don't know what's going on with that. People not reflecting, people being invited again in this post-COVID era to go see games and not reporting the fucking information. I don't know what's going on with that. I want to know more about this, but I'll wait. By the way, I'm reading on Video Games Chronicle. One of the things I was doing, I was browsing while you guys were talking, and they said that the game is leaked, like it's out in the wild in certain retailers and stuff like that. So I know some of you out there hate me. I know some of you hate watch. Please, I beg you, don't spoil this game for me. Please. Thank you. Ice Slice wrote in, said, "Hey, Staker Crew, I have a question for Colin. I've been disillusioned with Final Fantasy since 13, and I know Colin has been since 10. So where is the optimism towards 16 coming from? It's been 23 years since they made a Final Fantasy you truly liked, correct? What makes you so sure that 16 is going to be your slam dunk return to form that you want? Not trying to be too negative, but this has stuck out to me in your conversations around Final Fantasy 16. Hopefully it's good cheers." Oh, hopefully it's good comma cheers. I see. Thank you. Ice Slice. You didn't put the comma in there. I put it in there to make your sentence make more sense. So this is not quite accurate. I would consider myself a fan of Final Fantasy 12. I liked Final Fantasy 12. I don't think Final Fantasy 12 is as good as Final Fantasy 9. I think it was better than Final Fantasy 10, and I don't think Final Fantasy 13 was very good. And I mean, the combat was pretty good, but it wasn't. I don't know what the hell the game was, and so on. But it's a fair question, Ice Slice, that you ask, and I'm going to answer it in a few ways, and hopefully you'll be compelled by how I feel. First of all, Final Fantasy VII is a remake, was a harbinger, I think, of things to come from a quality perspective. And though a different team, a turning of the corner for Final Fantasy at large, and I think for Square Enix, an indicator, at least of their Japanese output, along with some other games that they published and maybe even internally developed as well, around the same time, I think that they really have returned to form. So the Square Enix that is making Final Fantasy 16 is a very different Square Enix than was making Final Fantasy 13. And these things matter. That connects to my second point, which would be that a lot of the leadership responsible for not Final Fantasy 14, but Final Fantasy 14's turnaround and long-sustained sustenance is the leadership team for this game. So from an execution point of view, I don't see how they have a track record of missing. Quite the opposite. I think that they have a track record of delivering and over-delivering, and indeed part of the Square Enix renaissance is Final Fantasy XIV's revival. And those two stories are intrinsically linked. So I think that matters as well. And then finally, I read in some way to PlayStation's involvement in wanting to be with this game. That's not always a good sign. We talked earlier about Forspoken. We did a whole podcast about it and why Sony might have been interested in it. And Gene and I basically came to the shared theory that it kind of came along with some other games that they wanted. Like if you want Dragon Quest 12 and Final Fantasy 16, we really need you to take Forspoken and whatever, and these other things. And things like that work from behind the scenes all the time. But it seems like Sony is heavily invested in this game and heavily invested from a marketing perspective, and a lot of time given, probably partially out of Sony's pocket, to get the game right. So based on a confluence of all those things, Final Fantasy VII and the Final Fantasy VII Renaissance, the team making Final Fantasy XIV and the leadership team being on Final Fantasy XVI, those kinds of things really matter a great deal to the way I look at things. And I hope that makes sense. But that's why I'm very confident that I'm going to like Final Fantasy XVI. If I don't, I'll tell you. You damn well know I'll tell you. All right. That's it for this section. It's time to finally get into the news. There's a lot, but we'll get through it quick. All right. Number one, this is a big one. In what will no doubt go down as one of the greatest Colin was right moments in my 20 plus year career in games, the Embracer Group has officially acknowledged what was long clear to this commentator. They are extremely overextended, cash poor, and in big, big trouble. Word comes by way of a letter written by Lars Wingsfors, Embracer's CEO and longtime public face. In his extensive write-up, he says the following in part, presenting a so-called program that will significantly reduce Embracer's footprint, output, and headcount. Quote, during the past years, Embracer invested significantly both in acquisitions and into a strategy of accelerated organic growth. We have acquired some of the world's leading entertainment IP, and we have invested into one of the largest pipelines of games across the industry. The program presented today will transform us from our current heavy investment mode to a highly cash flow generative business this year. It will enable us to meet the worsening economy and market reality as a strong company, and it will fundamentally change our prioritization of growth our prioritization of growth with raised capital towards optimization and growth based on our own cash flows. The program will lower our net debt significantly. After completion of the program, we will generate growth and profitability with less business risk and with higher margins in the PC and console segment over the coming years. This in turn will give us the freedom to continue to grow and deliver the high quality experiences our players really value, end quote. Wing4 notes that Embracer's headcount is a staggering 17,000 plus, and that number will be far lower when his program finishes. 17,000 puts Embracer just short of Ubisoft in headcount and substantially bigger than PlayStation's internal teams combined, including Bungie, and there's still a significant margin to boot. He later continues, quote, the reality is that the quicker we act, the sooner we emerge as a stronger company. The actions will include, but not be limited to, closing or divestments of some studios and the termination or pausing of some ongoing game development projects. It will also include decreased spending on non-development costs such as overhead and other operating expenses. We will reduce third-party publishing and put greater focus on internal IP and increase external funding on large-budget games. Ellipsis. The potential impact from the program of future game releases will almost entirely be around unannounced projects. All announced significant releases will still be released as planned, end quote. Late in his letter, he goes on to announce some Embracer-published games still to launch this year and into next, including PayDay 3, Remnant 2, Arizona Sunshine 2, Alone in the Dark's reboot, Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2, Homeworld 3, Dead Island 2's DLC, and more. As noted by website gamesindustry.biz, the monetary cuts Embracer is planning are notable. The problem is that the company is in significant debt and is looking to reduce its debt footprint to about $1 billion once this is all said and done, including $75 million in savings per year on reduced overhead alone. High interest rates and eroding currencies are making it hard for them to control cost. Now, this news itself hasn't exactly fallen out of the sky. Canny listeners will remember that in May, we discussed word that Embracer was trying to secure another $2 billion in debt to sustain its operation, which fell through, and which left the company in dire straits. It's unclear who their partner was or if it was a gaming entity, but that entity got scared off. Now, which umbrella companies and studio Embracer owns will be affected remains to be seen, but literally 131 studios working in 36 countries are under their control, and their options are seemingly endless. From the outside, certain groups seem far safer than others. For instance, Embracer owns Studio Gearbox and its Borderlands IP, which will no doubt it want to keep. And likewise, it owns Deep Silver and its internal teams, Workhorse Saber Interactive, and the THQ Nordic brand. They all seem likely to remain. And they also purchased Square Enix Studios and Tomb Raider and other IP recently, and that's a sure path to growth too. It's also important to note that Embracer owns the right to Lord of the Rings video games, the target of one of the worst releases in the year in Gollum, though Embracer isn't behind it and acquired the rights into the development cycle of that game. According to website Eurogamer, which listened in on Embracer's recent investor call, an Embracer exec noted, quote, we own Lord of the Rings and we know we need to be exploiting Lord of the Rings in a very significant fashion and turning that into one of the biggest gaming franchises in the world. And that's obviously something we are going to be doing, end quote. Pace wrote in and said, hey, DCC, it looks like we have another Colin was right story on our hands. Embracer Group stated to its 17,000 employees that they're going to start closing studios and canceling games. Crystal Dynamics is safe, but with a number of other studio IPs slated for release in the next year, I can't help but think some of these won't see the light of day. Fingers crossed that we see another Deus Ex in our future. I feel sorry for the devs on the chopping block and hope they're able to find work elsewhere. I'd like to know your thoughts on this new development and keep up the great work at LSM. Thank you for writing in. Chris, let's go to you first. I'm curious what you make of this. This was a very interesting story to see emerge. I feel good about my prediction having been made a long time ago, but I feel like it was obvious, though no one was really saying much about it, which was like, where is the revenue? You're buying all these things, but where are you making money? Even having a 17,000 mostly overseas headcount is extraordinarily expensive. And though Dead Island 2 sold 2 million copies or whatever, like that's not sufficient. You know, Saints Row sells 1 million copies. Like you have to sell so many more copies of your games or something has to give. I don't know what the purpose of this massive, unwieldy machine was, but it's going to be much different when they're done.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's like you said, it's not particularly surprising. I mean, you called it a while ago. I think in general, I just feel like, and we've talked about this a lot on the show, where it's just like they just seem to be scooping shit up with no rhyme or reason. And I feel like the goal's almost been to like get as much IP as we can, and we'll figure it out later. Definitely. And maybe this is their figure it out later, where it's like, all right, we did what we can. What's working, what isn't? Oh well. Time to make some cuts, so that way we still have the IP that we nourish, and we still have what we need. We still have what works, and we can shed some of the fat. It's hearing that quote from the call, though. It's like, we own Lord of the Rings. We need to be exploiting it as well. Is such a like the fact that you would just intentionally use the word exploit is crazy.
Yeah.
Like, I get what they're saying. I get like probably what the intention behind that sentence is, where it's like, listen, we have Lord of the Rings, why aren't we doing anything with it? I get that, but just the fact that they use the word exploiting is wild, especially after Gollum.
Lord of Ring Gollum.
Lord of Ring Gollum.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting scene, Dustin. I'm wondering what you think of this. So I'll tell everyone now that I wrote in Discord that no one's gotten back to me yet, but I think I'll have maybe a taker or two, hopefully, is that I want to sit down and really on Sacred Symbols Plus and go through their entire holding list and see, like, what would they look like if they, like, how can you like cut this thing up into a way that makes more sense? And I think it starts by making them, they're not going to be a fraction of the size they are now, but they are so big. I don't know how you, even with their little umbrella companies and kind of their entities, your THQ Nordics, your PlayOns, and so on and so forth, I have no idea how you manage 131 studios and know what you're doing and have any idea what's going on and where money's going. It's just, that's impossible. I'm especially, I'm wondering if the partner was Microsoft. Although you would think that if it was, they would have done it. And I still feel like Microsoft is an interesting partner for Embracer, because Embracer basically makes Game Pass games. And you could take that as a compliment or an insult if you want, but that's what they make. Like, good enough, go on Game Pass kind of games like Saints Row and Dead Island 2. Like, I described Dead Island 2 over and over again, basically the bare necessity for what you would consider a good AAA game. Like, it's the bare minimum, and that's fine. But they need help. They're deeply in debt. They have a lot of IP they're sitting on. They note in their letter, Dustin, that they're looking to spin off. They're going to close things down. They're going to sell things. So individual pieces are probably for sale again. And I wonder if even some of the stuff they got from Square Enix would be for sale. As was written into us, Deus Ex, it's like, are you going to do something with this? Do you plan on doing something with this? Is this more valuable in someone else's hands? Will this help reduce your debt footprint and all of that? So I'm just curious what you think of this Embracer situation, which is going to take shape over the months to come.
Yeah, well, the first thing that I thought of when this came up was just that deal that fell through at the last, the day before or whatever, and just how irresponsible it feels that I guess that deal could have gone through and this could have happened. But to me, it seems like they're completely linked in that they were relying on this one deal, which, to be fair, it sounded like it was pretty locked in, but they were running on that much of a razor's edge that because that fell through, now everything is falling through. The dominoes are totally falling. And it sucks because that level of business ambition, I guess if you want to call it that, has a price on thousands of people's lives, and that sucks that thousands of people will lose their job because their hunger and their hunger for growth was not done in a responsible manner, right? And I know sometimes things can be done responsibly and bad things happen, but like I said, because of that deal just not happening, now all of this is happening, just feels bad. So I am curious about what they'll do with some of these teams, and with Crystal Dynamics right now working closely with Microsoft for Perfect Dark, if maybe there's some kind of collaboration or sell off there. So, and I have to agree with Chris about this, the use of the word exploitation with Lord of the Rings right now. It feels like Lord of the Rings is already being exploited with the shitty Amazon show, and we talked about Gollum and stuff like that, and now there's even talk about a reboot of the movie trilogy, and Peter Jackson maybe even, or them asking Peter Jackson to be involved. It sucks as a big fan of that original Lord of the Rings trilogy, but we've been abused for a while with starting with the Hobbit movies. So it's just kind of par for the course, but it will be, we'll have to keep an eye on this and see how these things unfold. Lots of people are going to lose their jobs, and that sucks.
One thing I'm interested in above and beyond the normal people in the ranks that you really should feel the worst for, but with all of these acquisitions, I would be very curious to know what these different contracts look like. Because often when your studio is acquired, your money is paid out over many years so that you stay, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 10 years. And I truly hope that the many studios that were acquired, that money's in escrow, or there's no contractual wiggle room for them to be like, you're done and you don't get your buyout money or the rest of your money or whatever. I hope that kind of stuff didn't happen too, because a lot of people sold out to them over the last few years. Like lots and lots of studios sold out to THQ Nordic. And James Walker, we promised we'd get back to you, my friend. Greetings, CDC, he says. Colin, I must write in to express my folly. I corrected your stuff here, by the way. I thus far have only disagreed with you in my head, but now I appear before you contrite and humbled. I was wrong about Embracer. I foolishly thought that this inane experiment of becoming a Unicron-like entity could work. Splitting everything into different silos should insulate the whole company from complete collapse, and now I am shown the error of my thinking. They overspent and overextended themselves in such a way that a $2 billion deal that was not yet signed going away has brought them to their knees. Will this be a cautionary tale for other publishers? Or will they continue to devour any independently owned entity like a worm from Dune? Thank you for being the bright light in my darkest weeks. Thanks, James, for writing in. I don't know if this is going to be cautionary to others, because I think there's still probably good acquisitions to be had by some entities. I don't think there's many for Sony specifically, but I think you can see things happening for other third-party publishers. But I hope that it gives people that are going to sell out, and there's nothing wrong with selling out, do what you got to do. I think that's great. But if you're going to, just make sure that I wouldn't do it so bullishly at this point, because you're seeing a good example, an international example of it collapsing. And the financial situation changes, and it can change in so many different ways. The reason Embracer is, as I noted briefly in the write-up, the reason that Embracer is specifically in trouble is because it's very expensive to borrow money right now. Like at a time where interest rates were mega low, this wouldn't be a problem. They could just borrow more money almost for free. And depending, some countries get close to like negative interest rates in some places, and they operate all around the world. It's like, when money's free and liquid, you can go into debt and you can figure things out, but they're not in that situation anymore. And that's why they're not only, they're looking to unload a bunch of their studios and lower their debt footprint, because that footprint, if it's too big, the maintenance of the debt is going to cost more than the debt payments, which means that the debt's going to balloon. And so that, I think they don't really say that. They probably do say that in their financials, but that's obviously what's going on. You have 17,000 heads to pay, man. That's even if you're doing it again in Eastern Europe, in Asia, in other places, a lot of these stuff, but they do own American teams. They do own Western European teams, places where it's expensive, and it was never going to work. And so my hope is that people look at that number 131 as a cautionary thing. There should be a fucking book about this written one day called 131, and it should be like, that's insanity. What kind of creative operation can make 131 things at the same time? In fact, they'd probably make something more like 250 things. And remember, they used to say shit like that? They'd be like, we have 88 games in development with another 70 games in pre. It's like, what are you saying? Like, what?
Yeah, it's insane.
What the fuck are you talking about? I mean, who's even buying all of these games? Who could possibly? It's what we were saying with Square Enix and releasing all those games in a cavalcade. They own so many studios that they would necessarily have to release games at that pace, cannibalizing themselves. It never made sense. You have to focus in on very specific things and isolate parts of the industry and go at those games, go at those markets. They really thought that they could have it all, but they are sitting on a very valuable cache of IP. Of legacy IP and modern IP. And if they wanted to get out of debt, they could really unravel a lot of that stuff pretty quickly. And I wonder if they're going to do that. I don't think things like from Square Enix would necessarily be for sale. I think it would be stupid to get rid of Crystal Dynamics. That's probably one of the few studios that can make them money right now. But they're going to definitely unload a lot of shit. You're definitely going to keep Saber. You'll keep Gearbox. But I encourage people to go to the Embracer's Wikipedia page and look at the list of studios they own. Like, you've never even heard of half these teams. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but you're paying.
It's absurd.
But it's just right. If you're a creative operation, like, imagine if Paramount Pictures made 130 movies at a time. You know, like,
yeah, it's insane. Because I remember when all this initially started happening, and we were like, dude, we even just Xbox as it is, without Activision Blizzard, you know, that's a lot. That's a lot of things to maintain for Microsoft. So the fact that Embracer is like fucking 2,000 times the size, and definitely not as esteemed as Microsoft is, at least in their success in the business. Like, I mean, come on, that's crazy. It's an insane number. It's always been an insane number.
Yeah, it's too much. So
yeah,
we will, James, to your point about, this bringing them to their knees and stuff. I think that some parts of the company do much better than others. I think that there are certain developers that have nothing to worry about, but I think that we're going to find out through this attrition and like kind of what happens, what is canceled and who gets the plug pulled, and we'll be able to read into that who was producing and who wasn't. Because clearly they're not making enough revenue. Actually, I was looking at the revenue numbers. The revenue numbers are pretty low considering the headcount. So
yeah,
I want to know, they put the best possible face on it, but I would assume that these cuts are going to be significant. And I'm sorry to those that are going to be affected by it.
Live service destroy all humans.
Yeah, who knows?
You just wait.
Man, they just own so many different things. They gobbled up so many different weird shit over time.
Yeah.
They got to just strip it all away. There are entities that would buy a lot of that stuff from them for a little bit of money. And if they're willing to do that, like destroy all humans, right?
I'll buy it.
It's like they need to look at it and say, like, where can we really make money? Because I think their goal was saturation, but I think that only makes sense if you go with like a Microsoft Game Pass style. That's what we're going to do, and that's it.
And they can't afford to do that.
And yeah, exactly. Which is why I wonder if I do think that if I were Microsoft, I would look at this and just say, like, what can we do to, even if you just give them the bridge loan that they're looking for, and just say, in return, we want Game Pass accessibility. To, like, we don't want all your games on Game Pass, but we want to be able to pick and choose what we want on Game Pass, for X, Y, and Z rights and money. I would do that. Microsoft, so they're about to spend 30 times that on Activision. Yeah. So, and again, it's no insult to Game Pass. It's just that you're necessarily going to have a lot of kind of mediocre stuff on it. And you need to have like some sort of factory.
Yeah. You need content to fill it out.
Okay. Number 2. And what was certainly the most widely appealing multi-platform announcement at Xbox's showcase, publisher Ubisoft showed off one of its rumored Star Wars games, and it has the internet abuzz. I'm sorry. The game is called Star Wars Outlaws. It's coming to PlayStation 5 at some point in 2024. It's under development at Ubisoft-owned team Massive Entertainment, and it's an open-world action RPG that takes place in between the events of The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, the same period that the vaunted expanded universe story Shadows of the Empire takes place. The protagonist of Star Wars Outlaws is a human female named Kay Vess, who is accompanied by her pet, an alien dog or cat-like creature called Nyx. On Ubisoft's official website, the game is described as taking place, quote, in a time when the Galactic Empire relentlessly pursues the final defeat of the Rebel Alliance and the criminal underworld is thriving. Kay will take on high-risk, high-reward missions from the galaxy's crime syndicates. Crime syndicates as she seeks the means to start a new life, end quote. I can't read today, I'm sorry. Xbox's official website, Xbox Wire, has a little more information. It reads in part, quote, Star Wars Outlaws, the first ever open world Star Wars game, invites you to pull off one of the greatest heists the Outer Rim has ever seen as cunning scoundrel Kay Vess. She and her companion Nyx take on high-risk, high-reward missions. The two must infiltrate a secret location, use stealth, fight with a blaster, and steal valuable goods. End quote. On Star Wars' official website, there's even more. Quote, Kay and Nyx will explore sprawling landscapes of Star Wars locations, both old and new. Kay will race across the humid jungles of Akiva and the windswept savanna of Toshara on her speeder, then jump into the pilot seat of her ship, the Trailblazer, to travel to other parts of the galaxy. From dogfights to high-risk, high-reward missions from crime syndicates, the choices Kay makes can influence her ever-changing reputation. When Kay and Nyx find themselves in a sticky situation, she'll have her to trust her blaster, can employ stealth or gadgets, or wait for the right moment to distract enemies, end quote. In a 10-minute piece of gameplay replete with multiple types of gameplay like shooting and speeder riding, plus cutscenes, Star Wars Outlaws looks to be a high-quality open-world game like many others, but with the team behind The Division making it, more on that shortly, chances are it's going to be a great game with solid gameplay. What did you guys think of this one? Dustin, let's start with you. Star Wars Outlaws. This was a surprise. I mean, we kind of knew these games were coming, I guess, but I didn't expect to see them for some reason. So I think this game looks really cool. Sounds really cool. I'm just kind of over Star Wars. Like, again, I just don't know that I can take it anymore. But this would be right in my wheelhouse in terms of being between Empire and Jedi, third person kind of checkbox game. The gameplay I looked at, the speeder going around the speeder looks cool, but nothing really is mega appealing about it to me personally.
I think this looks amazing. I'm shocked, actually, just because you guys know I'm sort of with Colin, not quite to that extent that Colin is, in that I'm over Star Wars in a lot of ways, but I think this game looks cool, and I would have never thought that a Star Wars Ubisoft game was going to be something that I was excited about, but here we are. This feels... it feels weird to say it feels like it looks like a Star Wars GTA style game, but it really does. It's third person. There's shooting parts. There's a part when they step out of the character steps out of a katina or something. It's like your wanted level is up and you got to run and get away. There's shooting, there's driving, there's space combat. It's really hitting all the different areas for me, and it looks like it does it really well. So, and just the fact that 10 minutes of just gameplay. And I know they announced it initially without gameplay at the Xbox show, but the fact that they followed up the next day at their own conference with just, hey, here's 10 minutes of what it looks like to play this game.
Yeah.
Perfect. That's exactly what I want.
That's a great way to, that makes a CG trailer okay, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you come out and be like, hey, here's like a CG trailer here, or here's like an in-game cutscene. Like if Hellblade was like, here's this weird thing at the Xbox showcase, and then tomorrow we're going to see like 10 minutes of gameplay. That's fine. Entirely fine. I thought the way they handled the presentation was good.
Yeah. So I'm interested in this. I really want to know why the gameplay trailer, they decided to go with an ultra wide format. Maybe they've commented on this, but I just think it's really weird that this trailer for some reason is...
I noticed that actually when I was on their website.
Yeah, in PC ultra wide. So I don't know if that's a technical or a creative decision, but yeah, this game looks freaking awesome. I love the fact it's not Jedis too. I like that it's much more Han Solo. I mean, it's called Outlaws, so I like that direction.
Yeah, I think like I said, the biggest thing I liked about it was the speeder, because I'm obsessed, that I've said this many times, the Return of the Jedi's speeder bikes and the biker scouts especially. I love them, and that's kind of like what she's riding, a version of that, kind of like a Swoop, the old Shadows of the Empire vehicle. And so that was like very appealing. It looks really pretty. I don't know. I just can't get excited. I don't really like talking about it because I feel so self-conscious about it now, because I know so many people get mad at me talking about Star Wars. But it just, like 5 years ago, 10 years ago, I would have been all over this, but now I'm just like, I don't know. It's the next game, actually, the licensed game that I'm much more interested in. But the one tempting thing for me here is Massive developing it, because I think Massive's awesome and was such a great investment back in the day, which we'll talk about in a minute as well, from Ubisoft's point of view. But Chris, what did you think about Star Wars Outlaws? Do you share, or Star Wars? Is it Star Wars Outlaws or Outlaw?
Yes. Plural.
So that's kind of shitty, right? Star Wars Outlaws. It's just, I don't.
Yeah,
that
it's
name
a
bothers
name,
me for some reason. But anyway, I leave it to you.
Yeah, I mean, when I was seeing it, it was something that I acknowledged was cool and that a lot of people would appreciate and like. But it also felt to me like a game that I just have no. I don't know. There was nothing that demanded my attention from it. It was just like, okay, third person shooter, and there's very basic stealth. You got a little freaky uncanny valley Furby looking thing that goes around and pushes buttons. The little speeder bike action. Go into a deli and talk to somebody. I don't know. I think I'm kind of with you in the sense that like I'm tired of Star Wars, except I was never even a big fan of it in the first place. So like I'm just sort of like, all right. I mean, I do think it looks cool. I have reservations about the fact that it's Ubisoft, and I just don't have a lot of faith in their ability to really deliver lately. So it's, if I was curious about it, it still wouldn't be like a day one thing for me, but it looks better than it should have looked, or in the sense that it looks better than I expected a game like that to look. It looked more finished and polished. I'm glad that we got that 10 minutes of uninterrupted gameplay to get a feel for like what the game actually is, as opposed to, just in-engine kind of fluff. So there's good things to say about it. I think it looks really cool. I'm sure it's going to be a dream game for a lot of people. Finally, an open world Star Wars game. That's kind of a big deal. Massive is a great studio. I think it's going to feel good to play, but it didn't jump at me like at all. Like when it finished, I was like, okay. And then it was just sort of on to the next thing. It didn't,
Yeah, as I watched it, I was like, yeah, I could feel the tingling inside of me of being like, yeah, there's some cool shit like the Gamorrean guard he's just not a guard, he's just a Gamorrean, and the cantina and all of that. But then as it went on and on, I'm like, why are we doing this again? And this where it gets into my whole, I just don't want to even give it any attention. Like, I'm sure there are Star Wars things like Andor that I probably like, but part of me just wants to be kind of principled and say, like, I don't like what you're doing with any of it. I wish you would just leave this stuff alone for a little while, please. And I don't want to send like a different message with my money. So I need to be conscious of that too. But I'm trying to tell myself to keep as open-minded as I can to this game as it's shown more and as it gets closer to, like, I shut my mind very quickly to Jedi Survivor, for instance, which I'm totally fine with. I have no interest in that game at all. But I'm trying to remain more open-minded here because Massive, people know how much I love the Division and the Division 2, and Massive is a great team, like you said. We're going to talk more about them, though, in another project that they're doing that I'm much more interested in. And before we do that, though, I wanted to acknowledge this. Kyle Enns wrote in, and he says, hey, CDC, curious if you've seen the latest Kotaku article that seems to be making up a discourse surrounding Star Wars Outlaws and people being upset about the protagonist being a woman of color. I've seen no such discourse outside of a few complaining they can't create their own character. They also have to mention Gamergate in the article about 6 different times. I know regular games journalism is on life support, but have we really stooped this low to create a false narrative? And then Melissa Maxwell wrote in. She says, hey guys, I thought I would leave a quick comment about once again making a mountain out of a molehill in regards to the so-called controversy involving female protagonists in games. First of all, I don't believe there was true outrage over the female lead in Star Wars Outlaws. A few loud voices on the internet aren't representative of the gamer community as a whole. Secondly, as a female gamer, I've never felt like I was lacking representation in gaming. I could give a rat's ass about the genders of characters in games. I don't care that LSM doesn't have a regular female voice on Sacred Symbols or DD, etc. Not that I don't love hearing Micah on Punching Up or Constellation. All I care about is the quality of the content, whether that's in games, podcasts, TVs, and so on. It's irrelevant if that content is delivered by a male or a female to me. Anyways, I just thought I would leave my perspective as a woman and would be interested to know what you thought of it, despite the fact that you're all men. Thank you, Melissa, for writing in. So I wanted to acknowledge this as well. A lot of people wrote in about this Kotaku article.
Yeah.
Chris, I'm wondering what you think of this, because I'm so puzzled why you would target Star Wars or even science fiction generally if you had some sort of grievance about representation. Because I just feel like, again, women are at the forefront of Star Wars story, have been since the beginning, are more than ever. This shouldn't be a surprise at all. And I do agree that there seems to be no discourse about people being upset about this. I feel like people just invent these things. It is frustrating. Like, we try to take the piss out of Kotaku sometimes, and it might not come off as the most fair analysis at times, but then there are things like this where it's just like, what are you doing? This discourse doesn't exist. I've seen nothing but people being excited about the game, and to act like there aren't women options in video games, which is what this article was arguing, that there needs to be even more. It's like, what are you fucking talking about? What are you talking about? Yeah,
that's fucking silly. Like that's I mean, Kotaku sucks, but I do think, dude, like, there's an issue here that I think is really interesting, and it's the sense that, because I was curious about this too, because I didn't see any backlash about this at all, and then I kind of looked up on it, and it's like, there is, but it's from like the usual it's something that I've called like woke derangement syndrome for like a while now, where like the inclusion of a woman in something just like gets certain people like really fucking rigid and angry.
Right. Which is so weird. Why?
It's very bizarre. Like, I saw, and these are, it's not that these people aren't real. It's not that this isn't real, but I do think Kotaku likes to overvalue that or like overrepresent it in some way, because I did not see anybody complaining about that. I didn't see any serious people complaining about that. And the ones who were complaining about that were, they were vehement about it, but they were being laughed at by everybody.
Mhm.
Like everybody was taking the piss out of them. It's a fucking ridiculous complaint that there's a woman character in a Star Wars game. There are people who think that way, absolutely, but they're like the dumbest people.
Right.
Like I saw a take super recently, and it was going around on Twitter about Zelda and how like it was like pushing a gay agenda because like they like the way that characters join your party is that they like put a ring on your finger or something. And it was like bafflingly insane. There is like a woke derangement thing going on.
I agree.
Where like the second you see anything that like, a woman, a minority, it must be woke. It must be this, it must be that. It's like, the gender neutral bathroom in the Dead Space fucking ship in a future sci-fi ship that would absolutely have that if it's following the trajectory of modern history. Wow, fucking woke. I do think we're losing our minds here. And I think it's a shame that those people exist, but I also do think it's a shame that Kotaku likes to highlight these people and push them out to people as if they're like a voice that's worth paying attention to. That's what I can't figure out. Like, if you're truly opposed to this mindset, which any sane person would be, why blow it up? Like, why give the attention? Like, it's insane. It's just rewarding to those people, first off, to be talked about in that way. And second of all, it's inane discourse. Like it's just, I know this isn't the most clever analysis, but it is just stupid. And I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know
what else to say about it.
I think you're absolutely right. It's incredibly well said. I think that it's one thing that I did notice is that because I read the article, is that the author does bring up Gamergate, and it's like, are you fucking kidding me at this point?
It's
you gotta relax over this irrelevant bullshit that you just everything happened because of it. Donald Trump. It's like, can we just move on? Make a good argument. And again, I don't understand what the point of those articles are, especially because like, what is the point other than to just make more, as you noted, sow more division. Dustin, do you have anything you want to add about this?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I want to say it though. Is there a point where we just decide that we're not going to acknowledge Kotaku anymore?
Yes, but also I think that
because right now, all of the conversation is about how this is stupid. And I just find that boring. Like, okay, they continually say stupid shit that gets, including us, riled up. We say, this is so stupid. How are they so stupid? And that's where most of the attention comes from.
Right.
So at this point, I'm kind of like, I don't care about Kotaku. They are purposely baiting us with this stuff, and we're falling for it over and over and over again. It's at one point, it's just like, shut the fuck up. We don't need to even pay attention to them anymore. Because they're at the point where they don't even have mind share of the people that agree with them. So they're really trying to bait us at this point.
It's true that they don't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I keep interrupting you. A little bit of a delay. I was going to say that I think that that's generally true. I think what you're saying, but I think that Kotaku's reputation is becoming so bad that we are actually helping to precipitate its fall by talking about things like this. And I'm perfectly happy to participate in that, by the way. I know that people say like, hate clicks and all of that, but that's not a sustainable business model, right? Like you can't sustain your business model on hate clicks. So that's a short-term gain.
Velma isn't going to have like 8 seasons.
Right. Exactly. That's good point. Right.
I would argue that silence though, and no exposure at all from anybody is worse than that.
You're probably right on that. But I also do think like, I don't know, in a story like this, where there's multiple facets to it, where it's like, not only is it Kotaku's overinflation of like a stupid argument, but also the idea that like, I do think it's important to kind of recalibrate people as much as possible, in the sense that, dude, like, because dude, unfortunately, there are weirdos who, for some reason, do take issue with it. It's not a large percentage of people. It's not most people, but it's enough people that it's Kotaku can go and like highlight them for their clicks. And so I think our responsibility isn't necessarily to, shine a light on Kotaku and call them stupid necessarily, although it's fun. I think part of it is to just contextualize the conversation in the sense that, like, listen, take a step back, breathe. Okay? We have many, many female characters in video games. Okay? It's not really a massive problem. And also, if you are the kind of person who feels like targeted, right? If you're the kind of person who gets upset that we're making fun of the premise of, like, being offended by, like, a minority in a video game, then that should be a reflection of you. You should look in the mirror after that, because, like, so many people try to squeeze into shoes that don't fit them, and it's bizarre. And so if it bothers you, then then you are who we're talking about. And if it doesn't, then you're not. And it's really that simple. And I think I don't think enough people provide level-headed analysis on that front, because this is unfortunately vaguely related to the culture war stuff.
Oh, certainly. More than vaguely.
At least. And so I just want to, I'm saying that from my perspective, me personally, I just want to be a voice out here to just be like, shut the fuck up.
To me, I feel like
Go ahead, Dustin.
I feel like both Kotaku and the few morons out there that are complaining about this just reinforce each other. You know what I mean? They continue to give each other attention.
They're symbiotic. It's a symbiotic relationship.
Yeah, because they're like, oh, they didn't like how we said this, so we're going to lean harder into next time. You know what I mean? And they might not even really feel that way. So
yeah, double down for clicks, and then, like, they get another article, and then it's like, oh, look at how Kotaku did this to me, and all that stuff.
Yeah,
and I've played into it too, but I mean, just gotta relax.
I think what you're saying is literally true, but I think that there's, again, more to it in this situation than that. Because I think that because this intersects with the bubbling and ever brewing culture war in so many different ways, that Kotaku is becoming everyone's proxy and like punching bag. And as it continues, it doesn't get away. It used to get away with everything. Don't you remember? They used to write crazy shit all the time and no one would say shit. Now when Kotaku writes something crazy, you can't find a single positive comment on it. Right? I mean, that's the crazy part. So to me, it's like it's becoming a focused lens of light that everyone's just like, look at how fucked up it all is. And we're going to take it on a Kotaku, and there couldn't be nicer people to do it to. And so I think that there's something powerful and irresistible to people about that, which is why when they write even the slightly stupidest shit, it gets obliterated. And that's like a feeling that people have welled up in, and that feeling is new. Kotaku says the same shit today that they used to. It's just that so many people were asleep at the wheel, I guess, or didn't notice or didn't care. So I think you're right, though, Dustin. Like, you're totally right. You starve them of oxygen and they're done, but that's not a real. But it is also true to say that there is no example of what is a hate farm. Like if this idea of hate clicks is so popular, what are the examples where that business model works? Like, can you even name a single place? Like, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think it goes beyond hate clicks, though. There's just there seems to be some controversy around this, or people are talking about it a lot on Twitter. Maybe you agree with it, maybe you don't, but there seems to be a big conversation around a controversy. You know what I mean? So it's not just like people clicking, but a lot more attention is brought to it because people hate it.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Mm-hmm. But let me put this another way for you, a different perspective. You're selling ads. You're an ad buyer, or you're an ad seller, right? And you work with Kotaku with a CPM of whatever. And say your CPM, it's like, I don't know, they don't make anywhere near the CPM. It's $10, right? And you're selling ads, and you go to the next quarter and you're like, oh, we did this traffic. And you look and you're like, but everyone seems to hate you. We're engaged with a brand where the people go because they hate you. We're selling ads on a website that gets negative commentary. This breaks down. The numbers will get cheaper and cheaper until no one wants to be involved in that anymore. And since you can't get subscribers in that model because it is adversarial, your only salvation is ad revenue, or farming clicks at Amazon or whatever, and you're done. That's why I think that bringing attention to it actually hurts them in the back end. Like you get that very temporary boost in traffic, but it is not worth it to what just happened to you. And that happens again and again and again. And what's ironic about it is that Kotaku is reaping what they sowed, man. That there's no pulling up on the sticks with that thing. It's done. It's going to crash into the side of the mountain. Now it's just dodging between mountains, but the mountain range, the altitude's getting lower, the mountains are getting higher, and it's over. So I agree with you that we could have it both ways. The outcome is going to be the same, though.
Yeah.
There is no saving Kotaku. All right, number 3. While everyone seems to have something negative to say about James Cameron's Avatar movie series, one thing is for sure. It's an absolute blockbuster. The original 2009 film was followed just last year by a long-awaited sequel, The Way of Water, and 3 more Avatar movies await with release years of, and this was scary writing this, 2025, 2029, and 2031. So it would make sense then that there would be some video games in the mix, especially in our age of higher than ever quality in the cross-media space. There was a game back during the original Avatar's launch year when Avatar the game came to PS3s in 2009. Developed by publisher Ubisoft's high-quality team at Ubisoft Montreal, the game failed critically but sold several million copies across platforms. And that was the end of that. But Ubisoft retained the game's rights to the property and over the game rights to the property, and over the last several years has been quietly developing a new Avatar game, which, thanks to the Xbox showcase, we've now seen quite a bit of following a long dark period after its original reveal in 2021. The game, as you may recall, is called Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, and it launches on PlayStation 5 right before Christmas later this year on December 7th. Developer Massive, of course, has been with Ubisoft for about 15 years, but was originally owned by Vivendi and sold off by Activision following that company's acquisition of Vivendi's games outfit. Thus, a team once known for PC-centric ground control and World and Conflict franchises suddenly became known for something quite different, The Division, a third-person cover-based shooter franchise with 2 entries, a 2016 original and a 2019 sequel, both on PS4. Massive is also making Star Wars Outlaws, which we just discussed. In a 3-minute, 30-second video, publisher Ubisoft confidently showed the game off in full detail, and unlike The Division and its sequel, Avatar Frontiers of Pandora is a first-person shooter. Steeped in the lore of the films, which directly tie in throughout, Frontiers of Pandora runs in Ubisoft's proprietary Snowdrop engine and can be played cooperatively with another player. Initially intended to be released alongside the 2022 Avatar film or potentially even before it, Massive underwent several internal delays before settling on a very late 2023 launch. Thankfully, there is no last-gen PS4 version in development. Dustin, let's stick with you. Is this Avatar game interesting to you? Because this looks awesome to me. Like, this is the game that actually stuck out to me from Massive. I don't know Avatar very well, but it influences me, as we said before, I have now time to just watch the 2 movies and just kind of get used to it. This is kind of more the style game that I think I'm looking for, at least by the look of it. And it will like more Far Cry-ish, which is awesome. I mean, I'm down. So maybe I'm interpreting it wrong. Maybe we haven't seen quite enough of it, but that's how I'm taking it.
Yeah, it looks like a Far Cry game, like Avatar Far Cry, which if you're into Far Cry, then hell yeah, I guess. But I'm not. So this game didn't really strike my fancy at all. I'm sure it's going to sell really well based on, Avatar being huge right now. The last movie, which I actually thought was pretty good. Not amazing, but pretty good. I'm glad I saw it in theaters. It was a good experience there. I will say, though, Colin, this trailer, notice how the Star Wars trailer was in 60 FPS. This trailer was not in 60 FPS.
Oh, really? I didn't notice
I think
that.
This is going to be a 30 FPS PS5 game.
You can't. I don't think so.
Looking at all the vegetation and how big the world is, I don't know. I have a feeling about that.
I don't think I can go back, dude.
I could see that happening.
Yeah.
I could see that happening because I feel like Avatar is so obsessed with like the way things look. Like, look at the blades of grass. Look at the anxiety in this blue cat person's eyes. You can really feel the panic attack. It's like, they're really going to want to sell like the visual fidelity more than they're going to want to sell like 60 frames because that doesn't mean anything to them.
Yeah. That's interesting.
And I'm not saying necessarily to the Avatar people because I obviously James Cameron isn't making the game or anything, but I do think like the visual fidelity. If you are buying a game that has the Avatar name on it, I feel like generally, especially now, it was a little bit different back in like the late aughts where you had like random movie tie-in games that didn't really need to match the level of quality of the movie at all. But now it's like you come out of nowhere with an Avatar video game from like a major publisher, you're going there for the fidelity, presumably. Yeah,
That's a good point. I'm concerned about this.
See that. Yeah,
I don't think I can go back, dude. I notice it too much when games are in that. I think I would just avoid playing those games, or be more likely to. I haven't played a game at 30 frames in like a modern game in 30 frames in a long time. It's funny because Digital Foundry had been saying, probably with some knowledge of the situation, since they're probably very well connected, that we should maybe get used to 30 frames coming back. But how can you go back? You know,
it goes back to what I was saying earlier. Like we've just been playing so many cross-gen games that we assume that our hardware can run like next generation things at like 60 frames and high resolution. And the truth is, like, no, it still can't. What we can do is we can run previous generation things at 4K 60. That's easy. We can take a PS4 game and make it look really fucking pretty. But the second we start actually taking advantage of hardware, it becomes a lot more bottlenecked, which is, I think, where those pro variants of the consoles are gonna come in, presumably, as a way to kind of give you a reason to upgrade. Because I'm sure at some point no game's ever going to stay at 30. You know what I mean? Like, just the progression of hardware just dictates that, like, you know, in the next Xbox, you'll run Starfield at 60, no problem. You know, I'm sure. But in the short term, on the ground floor, I think Digital Foundry is probably right. I think we're in for a glut of 30 frames games, and that'll be interesting after we've been so used to the opposite for so long.
Yeah.
At the very least, I hope that developers have learned how to do like frame pacing well, because honestly, Zelda doesn't bother me. And I think it's just because it's like, I know it's funny to say it's like a meme, but it is a smooth 30. Like, at least when like not, you know, when you don't have like crazy explosions going on and particle effects fucking everywhere. But, you know, the frame rate of that game doesn't really bother me most of the time. And so if we can figure out how to get like a nice mix of, you know, proper frame pacing at 30 frames per second that doesn't necessarily feel like it's dipping and doesn't feel like it's like nauseating to play, maybe we can do it. But that's I don't know. It's concerning.
Yeah, it's not. I'll either have to kind of revert back to an old way of seeing things, which is possible, or I just become way more selective about what I play, which is also possible. But I think that, to your point, what was interesting about, first of all, I think I should give credit to them on this front too. I don't think this comes up later, but no, it doesn't. But I want to give Xbox credit too, where I think that they get a lot of good coverage from media because they're so accessible and human in talking about it, which I think is, again, a necessity. And I think Sony is very guarded because they simply don't have to be that way. If and when Sony would begin losing, in quotes, you'd probably see a lot more of them again. And so I have to give a lot of credit to Microsoft for making themselves open to a lot of different levels of inquiry. And one of the things that were coming up were, actually, we do get into this a little bit later. I guess I don't want to spoil this, or I guess I'm going to incorporate it right now. Calvin Kirstein wrote in and said, "Hey fellas, I saw Matt Booty was talking about how AAA games these days take longer than ever to make. Doesn't that contradict what Mark Cerny said during the infamously boring PS5 tech talk, that the architecture of the PS5 will help devs to develop games at the pace we use to get PS1 games? What are your thoughts on this? I'm working through my backlog, so I personally don't mind if new games take longer to make, but I'm curious for your guys' take. Thanks for everything you do." So that's what I was going to say, was that in the course of these various conversations, they are coming out with these kind of little things about the difficulty in making games, what people are looking for. And one of the things that they said too was that they're not going to introduce a pro style Xbox hardware. At least that's not the plan. And as we understand it, that is the plan with Sony. And so I'm wondering if we will get to a point where, as I noted earlier, the frame rate will only keep up on that new console. If that's the case, then that's fine with me. But I say that from a place of privilege, you know? I don't know how a lot of people that bought into PS5 with a promise of 60 frames are going to feel about having to kind of, it's like what do they call that, bell curve, right? I mean, that would be, if you put the x-axis as time, then that would basically be the bell of and frames being as the y-axis, right? Then that's kind of what they're experiencing, and that's weird, right? That's kind of shitty. That's because games were always 30 frames on PS3, for instance, pretty much but only got prettier, right? So it wasn't like things, but now there's like a sacrifice, a real sacrifice. Middle of the generation, a decision is made. We're going for looks, not frame rate, right? Am I misinterpreting this, Dustin? It seems like you had something to say.
No, that sounds about right. What I was thinking is that you were talking about a pro console. And to me, this somewhat makes sense in just that if the telemetry shows that most people don't care about frame rate, then but a smaller group does, and they're the hardcore gamers that are willing to spend more money on their games, then yeah, a pro console would make sense that you could sell, knowing that it's not for the masses that don't, if the telemetry shows, don't care. So that makes sense from a standpoint of why that product would exist and what place it fills in the market. So I don't know. I'm in support of a pro console for that reason, but you could argue that they just put those extra resources into making the game even more pretty. But I guess if you're trying to release things on both consoles, then that's where you could just be like, okay, the pro console, the extra headroom is to try to push the frame rate and the resolution, since you got to have things running on both specs.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's disappointing. And again, as a layman, kind of like as a technological layman, I'll defer to the people that make these decisions, like you said, the telemetry and all of the rest. But as long as we have an option, even if it's a more expensive piece of hardware, to continue at a 60 frame standard, which I was really hoping would be the standard, although maybe a little bit naive in that sense, because you assume games are going to get more sophisticated, but you're not really seeing the outcome of the games. Like, what? In other words, we're still getting open world games. We're still getting action RPGs. We're still getting all these different things. I'm so surprised that people would rather just see prettier versions than smoother versions. It's I get it, but I don't. Yeah. Sorry, Chris, were you going to say something?
No, it's because I think about that news item that we talked about a couple. I don't remember how long ago it was exactly, but about how, like, if given the choice, like, most people default to quality mode or whatever. Like, if they're actually actively given that choice, and it's like, can't relate, son.
Yeah,
can't relate at all. In fact, I almost have a difficult time comprehending the brain of someone who would do that. But I mean, I think what Dustin says is probably right. Like, I do think because it is such a hardcore thing, and it is because something that, like, is inherently a little bit more, niche in some way, that, like, yeah, it would make sense to make a dedicated piece of hardware for the people who would be most likely to buy it. As opposed to, like, most people, but there are people still rocking a PS4, which is crazy.
It's true.
Yeah, like a normal one, by the way, not a pro.
We just a few weeks ago, to remind people, Sony released new numbers, and last quarter was the first quarter where there were more PS5 players than PS4 players active during the month, during those 3 months. So it took all that time for PS4s to start purging for PS5s, and that's a great sign for the longevity of PS5. It's so funny. I remember saying, like, how much better? Every time a fucking console comes out, I'm like, how much better can it get? And now it's actually becoming more obvious that now that games are really stretching technologies in so many different ways, it's becoming more obvious how much better it's going to get and how much better it can get from just a performance point of view. I want those pro consoles, man, because then I won't be afraid. I need Sony to acknowledge that they exist, but Tom Henderson has it, and he's usually right. So we'll see. But Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora comes out December 7th on PlayStation 5. Hopefully at 60 frames. A first-person shooter at 30 frames. That's rough. Real rough. Number 4. Late in last week's episode, we received confirmation via leaks that 2 new Persona games were en route, and we promised to cover those games this week, so here we are. The bigger of the 2 games is one that's been long rumored, a Persona 3 remake. The remake is called Persona 3 Reload, a direct remake of the original Persona 3, which came to PS2s in Japan in 2006 and in the West in 2007. You'll recall that Persona 3 itself received 2 kinda sorta remake follow-ups, one on PS2 and one on PSP. Persona 3 Fez came to Japanese PS2s in 2007 and to the West in 2008, while Persona 3 Portable launched in Japan in 2009 and in the West in 2010 on PSP. But since those games came out, the series has grown much larger, both within Japan and outside, mostly on the back of the phenomenal 2012 re-release of Persona 4 on Vita, itself a PS2 game from several years earlier. Persona 4 came to PS4 earlier this year. And Persona 5, of course, came to PS3 and PS4 in Japan in 2016 and in the West in 2017, followed by a so-called Royal version in 2019 and 2020, respectively. Persona 5 Royal was ported to PS5 in 2022. According to the official website for Persona 3 Reload, players will, quote, step into the shoes of a transfer student, always, thrust into an unexpected fate when entering the hour hidden between one day and the next. Awaken an incredible power and chase the mysteries of the Dark Hour. Fight for your friends and leave a mark on their memories forever. Persona 3 Reload is a captivating reimagining of a genre-defining RPG, reborn for a modern era, end quote. Persona 3 Reload will come to both PS4 and PS5, but that's not all, because a totally unexpected Persona spin-off was also announced called Persona 5 Tactica. As the name suggests, Persona 5 Tactica is a Persona 5-themed tactical RPG, and it's due to come to both PS4 and PS5 on November 17th later this year. Both upcoming Persona games are developed by Sega-owned P Studio, nestled under Atlus and their publishing brand, the team responsible for the core Persona games, as well as other titles like 2011's PS3 title, Catherine. The Persona series began back in the early PS1 era with the JRPG Revelations Persona and has its roots in the even older JRPG series Shin Megami Tensei, which itself began in Japan in 1987, spun off from the Japanese novel Digital Devil's Story. In addition to this news comes word, also from the Xbox Showcase, that long in development Studio Zero developed JRPG Metaphor ReFantazio is coming to PS4 and PS5. You may recall that Atlus had long ago teased a game way back in 2017 called Project ReFantasy. This is that game, re-emerged and properly titled, and relevant not only because of the studio making it, but because of who leads that studio. Katsura Hashino, longtime Atlus director and producer, who directed and produced Persona 3, directed Persona 4, directed Catherine, produced Dragon's Crown, and has a ton of other games in his past, including a lot of Shin Megami Tensei titles. The game is described as, quote, Atlus's first ever full-scale fantasy RPG, end quote. This is Studio Zero's first game, a sub-team within Atlus similar to P Studio. All right, let's go to superhero Jagnath, Dustin. He says, greetings, sacred scholars. With the announcement of Persona 3 Reload, it's been revealed that the remake will not include several of the features that were included in the Fez edition of the game released in 2007, as well as the portable edition from 2009, namely an extended epilogue with more than 30 hours of gameplay, as well as the option for a female main character. Many are puzzled by this, with fans questioning why Atlus isn't releasing a definitive edition for a game that already has multiple versions. Some are even speculating that the additional content from Fez and Portable could be released as DLC or even a new full-price special edition of the game later on, which some people are calling predatory. How do you feel about this? In this era of remakes and remasters, do developers owe it to their audiences to have their remakes be definitive or finalized editions of their previous games? What if we start seeing remake plus versions of games in the future? What if we start seeing, dare I say it, remakes of remakes? Thanks for all the great content, and Colin. Shout out from a fellow lover of weeby JRPGs who can't stand most anime. Thank you, Superhero, for writing in. Dustin, I want to kick it to you, my friend.
I've got a correction for our write-in, because this was a big story that it wasn't going to include the... there's like a big extended part for Fez called The Answer, and initially they said, no, we're not going to include that stuff. But there was a clarification. I don't know if this was at the same time or recently, just that... he said, just because we're not doing this part called The Answer and putting that in the game, it doesn't mean that we're not putting elements of that in it. So it sounds like that whole epilogue may be included in some way. It's just not going to be a separate thing. It's just going to be all one package. So I don't feel concerned about that at all. I know that some people are upset that there's no female lead character option, which was, and again, like, to me, that was a bonus thing for the PSP version, and they're remaking the game, and so it would be cool. I think it would be a welcome option, but I don't feel like we're missing out on part of the core Persona 3 experience by not having the lead female character option. And they are notorious for releasing updated versions of the game with more stuff. I don't get why people are calling it predatory now, and that's how they've operated since the original Persona 3. Persona 3, then they release Fez. They do Persona 4, then Persona 4 Golden. Persona 5, Persona 5 Royal. This is normal. So at some point, it would not be shocking if they do Persona 3 reloaded again. I don't know what it would be called, but you know what I mean? It just, that wouldn't be surprising to me. I would expect this is going to be a feature complete and story complete experience for this game. So I'm not worried about that aspect at all, but I think it looks awesome. I can't wait. I'm a little confused why they did that kind of shitty port of the PSP game, that they used AI and upscaled assets and, just didn't do that great of a job with it. I don't know why they put that out when this was in the pipeline, but I'm happy this exists. This is going to be my first time fully playing through this story, and I'm glad it's going to be this hopefully awesome remake.
I think that this brings up an interesting question of intentionality. Like, what, when you're remaking Persona 3, what are you doing? Are you remaking the best version of Persona 3 that you can, or are you remaking it as it exists in its longest and most complete form? I guess because when I asked this, because Final Fantasy IV, for instance, it's been remade. It was remade on 3DS, was it on just DS? I think it was maybe just on DS, but no, just on DS. But there's all this extra epilogue stuff and the after years and all the stuff that they did afterwards, and they put it on the complete collection and whatever. But I don't know that if they remade Final Fantasy IV that we would expect to see that. It's totally separate from the core original game as it was designed, and being truest to that, I think, is the most important thing. And then, like they said, remaking it enough to maybe where you bend the story, where those things are incorporated in some way. And maybe they're just being very weird and cagey in the way they're talking about things, and it doesn't need to be this complicated. But yeah, nonetheless, I'm interested in this. I also wanted to ask you about Metaphor ReFantazio, and you actually texted me about this. It was originally not in the write-up until this morning when I went and edited it, because until this morning, there was no confirmation that it was coming to PlayStation. So I think people were being really silly. And I'm actually, let me go to this, and then I'm going to throw it back to you, Dustin. Dennis wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, what do you guys think of the weird embargoes Xbox seems to have, where the developers can't announce a game is coming to other platforms beside Xbox and PC for at least a few days? This happened for the second time now with Atlus's games. I understand it is a tactical business decision, but it does make the tweet they made about the PlayStation Showcase multi-platform games seem a lot more petty, since PlayStation can't do the same, most likely because of these embargoes." I think that there's a little bit of silliness from the way I interpret it, that people are like, oh my God, is the Persona 3 Reload, is that an Xbox exclusive? I'm like, do you really think they would do that with Persona?
You sure about that?
Are you sure about that?
You sure about that?
There's no way that a mainline Persona game would be exclusive to Xbox. There's just no fucking way that Atlus would do that to that mainline game, to their Japanese audience that doesn't play Xbox. It's hard for me to imagine that Metaphor ReFantazio would also have been exclusive, but I was less compelled, and I was starting to think, I'm like, what? I didn't think it was going to be exclusive forever, but I was like, I bet you this might be a timed thing with this particular game. And I think that they might have been able to throw enough money at Atlus and Sega to be like, make it worth your while, but that is not the case. But I wanted to say to Dennis's inquiry, and to throw back to you, Dustin, to see what you think about Metaphor and just the situation at large, that the situation with Xbox is a little strange with exclusivity, but you have to kind of use your common sense a little bit. Mm-hmm. Would Atlus really abandon PlayStation and Nintendo? I mean, they would be available at least on one of those places too. They're happy to take Microsoft's money for Game Pass. I think they're very, very happy to do that. So they're going to do that with these games, not with Metaphor, I don't think, but with the Persona game is going to be on Game Pass, I believe. Anyway, what do you think of Metaphor?
Yeah, I think this looks really, really cool. It is distinctly very much in the line of a Persona game. You see the menus in the game are just totally over the top. They look awesome. They look like, I don't want to say they look like Persona menus because they have their own distinct style, but they have that over the top artistic value for a menu that it doesn't really need it, but it's really cool that it does. It has social links. They show that in the trailer as well, but definitely has its own distinct style as well. I gotta say, I'm not really impressed with how the in-game graphics look. They kind of reminded me of like a Switch game, kind of edgy
Stinky.
And weird and stinky. Yeah, which there's still time. They can smooth some of that out, but I thought like everything else looks so good. The all the different illustrations, the anime cutscenes, stuff like that. And then these in-game graphics are not so hot. So I hope they smooth that over. But I think this looks cool. I love Persona. I want to see Persona 6 as much as anybody else. But also having this team be unleashed from having the Persona norms of high school kids and the shadow world or whatever, the metaverse, whatever, in their kind of like alter reality, having to have those distinct things, this will allow them to do something totally different. And that team rules. So I'm really excited for really whatever they decide to do. And this looks great. So I'm glad it was finally revealed. I've been waiting since 2017 to see this game.
What about Tactica?
I don't care.
No.
I've had enough of the Phantom Thieves, really, of Persona 5. I've played Persona 5. I've played Royal. I played not all of, but I played Strikers. And then there's also the dancing game spinoff they did. I'm trying to remember if there was another one. I've had enough of that crew. And it's cool as a tactics game. I'm not super into the art direction that they did with the characters. They're more chibi style, which if you like that, cool. But I don't know. It didn't really do much for me. But I'm sure they're willing to milk the Persona 5 line as much as possible. So I wouldn't be surprised this isn't the last spinoff as well.
Chris, I'll spare you. I know you have nothing to say about these.
Well, I mean,
do you?
I was gonna say one thing.
Oh, please, no, you're very welcome. You're very welcome to say things. I didn't want to.
First of all, I think Fantasia looks really cool, but I know it's just a game that it's just beyond me. But Tactica, although I am with Dustin and I hate the chibi stuff. If there's ever going to be a game like this that I can sink my teeth into and actually finish, it's going to be a tactics game, because I've been diving really deep into those. And I do like the style of Persona. I like the menu designs and all that stuff. And I think I might give Tactica a shot.
Cool, man.
It's on Game Pass. So
yeah,
there you go.
Yeah.
Available on Game Pass.
Dude, that was so annoying during the Xbox showcase. All of their world premiere, Xbox Studios.
World premiere, Xbox Studios.
I hate that.
All right. Let's see here. Number 5. We've known for a long time that Cyberpunk 2077 was getting a big piece of DLC. We've actually known this since before the game launched back in 2020, though information was scarce, particularly on the back of the game's less than stellar release and reception. But as developer CD Projekt Red fixed and polished the game into its current stellar form, room began to develop for this DLC to breathe. Last year, we learned it would be called Phantom Liberty, and thanks to the Xbox Showcase, we now have more details. In particular, Phantom Liberty comes to PlayStation 5 on September 26th, and as you may have guessed, the beleaguered PS4 version of Cyberpunk 2077 means that expansion won't be coming to that platform. CD Projekt describes the expansion as such, quote, return as cyber-enhanced mercenary V and embark on a high-stakes mission of espionage and intrigue to save the NUSA president. In the dangerous district of Dogtown, you must forge alliances within a web of shattered loyalties and sinister political machinations, end quote. It's important to note that the core game will be necessary to play the expansion, as confirmed on PSN. With a somewhat staggering nearly 3 years between the launch of the game and its DLC, it's unclear what the exact appetite is for Project Liberty, but chances are it will be substantial. In 2022, the game surpassed 20 million copies sold across platforms. As for CD Projekt, they've announced a far-off sequel to Cyberpunk 2077, a game itself based on an external license, an obscure 80s-era tabletop RPG. The publisher and family of CD Projekt Studios recently experienced layoffs, particularly at external team The Molasses Flood, though the teams still have a combined 5 games in development, including a remake of 2007's original Witcher game and 2 new core Witcher titles. Chris, let's go to you first. Are you interested in this Phantom Liberty expansion at all? I actually kind of am interested in it. I looked it up. I was hoping it was going to be like First Light, where you could just play it on your own. It just brought you somewhere else and you're just doing it. It's hard for me to like go back to a world I left, and go, but I think that I might make an exception because Cyberpunk is so exceptionally good.
It is, yeah. It is one of those things though, where like Cyberpunk is really exceptional, but it's also a mix of daunting. I have this problem where like Cyberpunk is dauntingly unfamiliar to me, despite the fact that I beat it because I played it so long ago. And so it's not like in the sense that Starfield is very daunting, but it's like a new kind of daunting where it's like I have motivation to really like, okay, cool. Like that's an entirely new thing. It's very complicated. There seems to be a lot there. It's intimidating. Okay, dope. But this is like, man, I got to get back into Cyberpunk and I got to like relearn like all of these like systems. I got to remember the map and there's it's like you said too, where it's like I have to reinstall the entire original game, and I don't know. I want to be interested in it. I think it looks cool. I don't know. I hate DLC, man. I don't want like make a new one.
Yeah, 3 years is,
Like,
is egregious. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, obviously they they had their hands tied, working on the original for quite some time after it came out. But like, I just I don't know. I am interested in it. I think there's a pretty high chance that I will check it out. I might want to wait for reviews on it just to see how people are feeling on it. But I can't say this is going to be something I'm going to get to immediately. Like it's, I got to be in a mode to get back into Cyberpunk, and I'm not in that mode right now.
I was thinking that because I played the PS4 version of it. So what I was thinking was that I'll just I have an opportunity to just leave Phantom Liberty alone and then one day just go play the PS5 version and then just incorporate it. That way, it feels natural. And that's probably what they want too. I mean, there is something to that to get people again, but yeah, I think the DLC release windows are just they're incredible. That's what I was saying with Dead Island 2. You're releasing DLC more than a year after the game comes out. Are you crazy? It's so strange. I would love to see what the numbers say about that, because they must facilitate that kind of approach.
Dead Island 2?
Yeah, as we noted earlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, but that came out a year ago?
By the time the DLC comes out, it will have been more than a year. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was about to say, gee, you scared the shit out of me.
No. I'm sorry.
Oh my god! Oh no! I'm in a new place too. I'm in like a new surrounding too, so it's like extra. It was like extra disorienting.
You traveled, but you went traveled quicker than light, and came back, and all this time had passed.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe those DLCs are just the Jaeger versions, or like what was the other one? Sumo
Digital. Yeah. Yeah, good memory.
It's like we got all this unfinished game here.
Yeah, there's basically a whole nother version of the game that we never saw.
Yeah.
Colin, there's some really important stuff about this DLC that I just learned recently that I think is really important.
Talk to me.
So the creative director of the game, here are some of his comments on this DLC. And this applies to the game as a whole outside of DLC. When the DLC comes out, the game will get an update. And he says, quote, "All of the core main systems of the game have been redone or updated in a major way. The biggest ones are the perks and skill trees, which have been rebuilt completely. And the next one we've added vehicle combat, which enables new car chases. We've greatly expanded AI and completely redone the police system, which is rebuilt from the ground up and now has multiple levels with multiple archetypes of enemies that will chase you. And it's also different in Dogtown compared to Night City." Wow, he goes on. "We've even redone the loop and the whole progression of the game. The difficulty curve is different. The tiers and drops of loot is different. The archetypes of..." Oh, yeah. Okay. So the point is, this game is going to be, from what the creative director is saying, ground up, totally different, which is really interesting to me and makes me glad that I never finished it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It sounds like almost like a live service type of update.
Yeah.
That you would say.
It's smart. Like, they, very similar to No Man's Sky and Hello Games, I think that CD Projekt identified early that they need to not only make this right, but I think go above and beyond to redeem themselves and redeem their good name. And I think that they've essentially done that. I still don't, it cost them a lot of money, especially on the Polish market. And because they're publicly traded there, and they certainly have paid a reputational price, but I think they really did fix the game. Like the version of Cyberpunk I played on PS5, which was the PS4 version on PS5, was awesome. But that's the version that they should have just released. And as we said at the time, they should have just released the game on PC and left it there until it was truly ready to come out on console, and probably should have never gotten last gen versions at all. So
yeah.
But Cyberpunk, I highly, highly, highly recommend Cyberpunk. I think it was excellent. Just totally excellent. And can't wait for the sequel. I mean, we're years away from that. And could have this energy gone into the sequel? Yeah, sure. Definitely.
Yeah.
All right. Number 6. Yet another game revealed during Xbox's showcase was more Sega published fare, this time in the form of a new Like a Dragon game. As you may recall, the Yakuza series was recently fully renamed to Like a Dragon, and Like a Dragon Ishin, or is it Ishin, launched earlier this year. Ishin? Earlier this year was the first to reflect the name change. Sega-owned Ryuga Kodoku Studio is undertaking the new mainline Like a Dragon game, which it's calling Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. A direct sequel to 2020's Yakuza Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth is the 8th game in the core franchise and is described as a story, quote, where the unexpected chain of events sets 2 legendary ex-Yakuza, Kasuga Ichiban and Kazuma Kiryu. I have an extra M there. It's not Kiryum, right? No, there we go. On a larger-than-life adventure as dual playable protagonists, unquote. The introductory trailer seems to indicate that the game takes place in the American state of Hawaii, a marked change of pace for the Japanese-centric series. By the time this podcast airs, more information will have been known, streamed directly from Ryuga Gotoku and Sega. And remember that this isn't the only upcoming Yakuza game. While Infinite Wealth is slated for a 2024 release date on both PS4 and PS5, a more imminent spin-off that we've discussed on a previous episode, Like a Dragon and Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name, is coming to PS4 and PS5 on November 9th. The Yakuza franchise first began in 2005, when the original launched on Japanese PS2s. Though mostly localized with rare exception, it took 2 generations or so for Yakuza to really pick up steam in the West, and the series today contains 9 core games, 3 remakes, and 11 spin-offs. So, shout out to Sega, and hey, shout out to Xbox for doing the work of getting in bed with Sega. I mean, they clearly have agreements behind the scenes with a lot of these different games, and I think that that's wise. They're not going to do well in the Japanese market no matter what, but they still need to court Japanese games because they're so important they're an important ingredient to the overall flavor of console gaming. You can't be relevant without it.
Yeah.
And so getting those games, even if they're not exclusive, even if they're coming to other platforms, but having them on Game Pass, having them available to your audience, that's the only way you can spin things. And it's not the first time that they've tried to do that. Of course, they were really aggressive in the early Xbox 360 era to basically no avail. And it's no surprise that they were totally scared off. The Japanese are just not interested, but they still have to breach that locality. Dustin, thoughts on this new Yakuza game, Like a Dragon? What is it called? Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth.
Yeah, I just feel like if I ever want to get into Yakuza, the barrier to entry is too high. I know I don't have to play all of them, but I would at the very least want to play Yakuza 0, and then I don't know. It's just
I feel the total same way. Like I feel like I'm falling impossibly behind. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm happy, dude. Yakuza fans, they're eating well with hopefully they continue to deliver, and they like these games because they are getting quite a few of them.
Chris, go ahead.
Yeah. It is crazy that of the 3 of us, I am the most acquainted with Yakuza. That makes no sense.
Well,
that's like really, that's weird. A really dumb thing.
I've probably played about 8 hours of 0, and
0,
maybe 4 hours.
Well, between your Japanese pedigree, Dustin, and my PlayStation pedigree, there should have been some sort of cross nexus where we played these games, but we just never did. And so we're at a total loss where Chris has the most expertise.
It's the Halo guy. It's the Halo guy that jumped into the fucking Like a Dragon. No, I'm excited about this, to be honest. Like I really like this version of Yakuza. I know it's not like a Dragon is not. I know that's like a turn-based game, and I know that's like a relatively new thing. I'm pretty sure. Like I don't think Yakuza 0 is not a turn-based game.
No,
right? As far as I know,
it's like it was an old style like action adventure.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm assuming that this is a turn-based game, and I assume it is because it's Ichiban, and that seems to be how they're going. I'm stoked about it. I love that character. That character's so ridiculous and so endearing. I love it. I know Maddie hates him.
I want to get into Yakuza. Or Like a Dragon. You're right, Dustin. It's because it's like the people say, like, you don't even bother with this. I can't do that. I cannot do that. You have to understand that I can't do it.
You can, though.
It's very hard.
It's a mental block. You have to meditate.
Yeah, oh my God.
You gotta meditate.
I couldn't even imagine meditating. I sometimes I think about it. My mind is like so fucking nuts. It's crazy. All right. Number 7. I thought you guys would find this one interesting. It's a long one, but I think this was all new to me. Though we kind of sort of knew this to be the case, we now have confirmation of sorts. Titanfall 3 was in development at EA-owned studio Respawn, at least for a brief period of time. Word comes by way of website mpfirst.com, which listened to an interview YouTube channel The Burn Network did with a man named Mohammed Al-Lavi. As you may recall, Call of Duty first launched in 2003 under publisher Activision via developer Infinity Ward. Infinity Ward was co-founded by two men, Jason West and Vince Zampella, who, after the development of 2009's Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, were fired from Infinity Ward by parent company Activision, unleashing a lawsuit that would eventually embroil rival publisher Electronic Arts, who courted West and Zampella to create a studio under their umbrella. That studio is Respawn, which still exists today. And this is all relevant because Alavi, who started at Infinity Ward on 2005's Call of Duty 2, was one of about 50 Infinity Ward employees who quit to go work for Respawn from the jump, and he was very well connected and high on the seniority chart. He started as a designer on Call of Duty 2, launched in 2005, and by the time he arrived at Respawn during the early days, he worked as a designer on 2014's Titanfall and was senior designer on Titanfall 2, launched in 2016. He went on to become the lead narrative designer on EA's mega-popular free-to-play Titanfall spin-off, first launched in 2019, Apex Legends, before leaving the studio. And it's here where things get interesting. According to Alavi, as heard on the podcast, quote, Titanfall 2 came out, did what it did, and we were like, okay, we're going to make Titanfall 3. And we worked on Titanfall 3 for 10 months in earnest. We had new tech for it. We had multiple missions going. We had a first playable, which was on par to be just as good, if not better than whatever we had before. But I'll make this clear, incrementally better. It wasn't revolutionary, and that's the kicker. And we were feeling pretty decent about it, but not the same feeling as Titanfall 2, where we were making something revolutionary. And then the multiplayer team was having a hell of a time trying to fix the multiplayer because a lot of people love the multiplayer. People love Titanfall 2 multiplayer, but people who love Titanfall 2 multiplayer is a very small number of people. And most people who play Titanfall 2 multiplayer and think it's really good, but it's just too much. It's cranked up to 11 and they burn out a bit fast. And they're like, that was a great multiplayer. That's not something I continually play for a year or 2 years. So we were trying to fix that. And we were trying to fix that from Titanfall 1 to 2, trying to fix it from Titanfall 2 to 3. The multiplayer team was just dying. And then PUBG came out. And at that time, I had just literally become narrative designer at Titanfall 3. I had just pitched the story, the whole game, made this big presentation. And then we went off to a break and went back from break. And we talked about it. And we were like, yeah, we need to pivot. And we need to go make this game, meaning PUBG. Because we literally canceled Titanfall 3 ourselves because we were like, we can make this game and it's going to be Titanfall 2 plus a little bit better. Or we can make this thing, which is clearly amazing. And don't get me wrong, I will always miss having another Titanfall. I love that game. Titanfall 2 is my most crowning achievement, but it was the right call. This is a crazy cut, such a crazy cut that EA didn't even know about it for 6 months, end quote. Apex Legends, of course, ended up launching on PS4 in 2019 and can be played on PS5 too. It's one of publisher Electronic Arts' most successful games in its history. Respawn continues to work on it alongside Star Wars games in the form of 2019's Jedi Fallen Order and its 2023 follow-up Jedi Survivor. 3 more unknown games are in development at Respawn too, including 2 more Star Wars games. Chris, I was really curious to get your take on this.
Yeah.
We've kind of known that it seemed like Titanfall 3 was in development at some point, but this is explicit confirmation from the lead designer and one of the minds behind the series and the game. And what's interesting about it is that I think a lot of people blamed Electronic Arts for going in there and being like, you can't make this, you got to make a multiplayer game. But it sounds like, in fact, they were allowed to make Titanfall 3, even had a playable build of some slice of it. And then they were the ones that said, because of the influence of PUBG of all things, that we should actually go do this other thing instead. And that EA was in the, like, they didn't tell EA for months, they said that they canceled the game. Like, they just stopped working on it. So that's pretty interesting and shows a differential in power that I had no idea existed at Respawn. I'm just curious what you think of this whole story, if anything sticks out to you.
No, I mean, it's super interesting. It makes me a little bit more comfortable because I do think there is a ceiling with Titanfall where it's like, I really love Titanfall 2. Titanfall 2 is amazing. That multiplayer is great. That single player story is way better than it has any right to be. But if the people who made it, and especially the people who were like kind of fundamental to that game, this isn't like a sequel to a game made, 15 years after release, where like the entire team is different and you arguably don't have that soul. The idea that the team that was arguably behind Titanfall 2 that went to Titanfall 3 immediately just couldn't really find a way to make something that lived up to, the improvement that Titanfall 2 was over Titanfall 1. And, that executive decision from within the team to move to something that was a little bit different that's way more palatable than like EA coming in and swooping in and telling them and canceling what could have been amazing at the chance to have something like Apex, which, by the way, Apex is, I think I've talked about this before. Apex is great. It's just not my style of game. But yeah, I mean, they definitely made the right call. It's obviously sad. I do kind of still hold out hope that maybe one day we'll have like technology to really realize that improvement that they wanted to hit, and that maybe we can get Titanfall 3 again. If anything, this is kind of good news, because it seems to indicate that like EA didn't cancel it. And it seems to indicate that if they ever wanted to do a Titanfall 3, and if they had like a good enough idea, they would be free to do that. So I don't know. It's interesting. This is a really interesting little story.
Yeah, it's cool.
And it has me feeling pretty good, honestly.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I thought it was pretty candid too. He's not there anymore. He's probably out of his NDA window or just doesn't give a shit. I think a lot of people just don't care. And a lot of NDAs don't. I've never broken an NDA that I've signed, but I don't think people are really going after each other for those things. Dustin, I'm curious what you make of this Titanfall 3 revelation, the birth of Apex Legends. You know, I think somewhat obviously coming out of maybe playing PUBG. By the way, it is worth noting that MP First was great to transcribe that, but they kept in all of the likes and ums and so's and all, and I took all that shit out because it makes people sound so stupid when you're reading it. You know, you can do people a lot of favors. It's kind of accepted that you can take those things out, and you're not considering misquoting them. So just wanted to throw that out there. So my stuff read a lot more smoothly than it apparently was, but I don't know why you keep those things in. Anyway, go ahead.
They were very lucky that they pivoted to a battle royale and made a really good one. They were smart that they did it quickly before the market became more saturated and made a good one. So, but yeah, it's nice to see that they creatively understood that they couldn't just make a slightly better version of the game they already made. So I'll leave it at that and just say, if you haven't played Titanfall 2, what's wrong with you? Go play it.
Yeah.
It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, it is. It is really good. Number 8. It seems like we're always talking about new PlayStation Plus games, what with there being 2 drops a month with new content. This time around, we have fresh titles available for the extra and premium tiers of PS Plus, and some would argue that this is the best update to those tiers yet. There are 27 new additions in total, 24 for extra, and an additional 3 so-called classic games for premium, with a la carte options for those last 3 titles likely, but not guaranteed. The big games coming to extra beginning June 20th include the following games for both PS4 and PS5. Ubisoft's 2021 open-world FPS Far Cry 6, Tribute's 2022 brawler TMNT Shredder's Revenge, 2022's roguelike card game Inscription, and the aforementioned newly released roguelike Metroidvania Rogue Legacy 2, which makes its day-and-date release for both platforms, having come to PC and Xbox in 2022. Coming to PS5 only for extra users is Reply Games' 2022 action game Solstice. PS4 only offerings include, beginning June 20th, include Fulbright's exceptional 2017 walking sim Tacoma, which was ported to PS4 in 2018. Both Eidos Montreal's 2014 Thief reboot and their 2016 action RPG Deus Ex Mankind Divided. Gears for Breakfast 2017 3D collectathon platformer A Hat in Time. Tripwire Interactive's 2016 FPS Killing Floor 2. And Pocket Trap's quirky 2021 RPG Dodgeball Academia. Other assorted PS5 and or PS4 games include the Talos Principle Deluxe Edition, Cardo, Forager, LX2, Lonely Mountains Downhill, Redout 2, My Friend Peppa Pig, Paw Patrol Mighty Pups Save Adventure Bay, DC League of Super Pets, The Adventures of Crypto and Ace, MX vs. ATV Legends, The Wild at Heart, 100 Days Winemaking Simulator, and Vampire the Masquerade Coteries of New York. And finally, the 3 classic games awaiting PS Plus Premium members. The biggest of the bunch is undoubtedly Killzone Liberation, Guerrilla's 2006 PSP exclusive shooter, and the first Killzone game to be brought back to the market since PS4's launch, when Killzone Shadowfall was released. Also included are 2 PS1 games, the original 1995 PS1 game Worms from Team 17, that still exists today, and LucasArts' 1997 action game Herc's Adventures, which I actually never played. This is a really, really solid month. Dustin, I'm curious to go to you first. I think that this is a really interesting month. The thing that stuck out to me is explicitly 3 of the games being kids games, which I think is pretty smart. I wonder if they're trying to get something going. You have your kid, you're a divorced dad. You have your kid on the weekends, every other weekend. He comes over, you get him on PS Plus Extra. He's playing Paw Patrol. He's forgetting about how crestfallen he is with life. That kind of thing. It's a very positive situation for young Billy.
Yeah.
So, and Killzone Liberation, I mean, that's a great surprise.
Yeah.
Is the Killzone Liberation? That's like native, right? That's not like one of these like you have to stream it.
No, that's native. Yeah, that'll be native. Yeah.
That's great. That's awesome.
Yeah. Having those kids games, cool. Start indoctrinating the kids in the world of PlayStation early on with Peppa Pig's Adventure, or whatever the fuck it's called.
I think Peppa Pig was like a Xbox exclusive for a time, actually.
Oh,
yeah,
I don't know.
I think so.
So, Inscription.
I do think Peppa Pig might look. Peppa Pig, it's like a kids game, but like I'm sure they share some like some messages about like sharing and other communist shit like that. So I just want to ask PlayStation to just leave the kids alone.
Yeah,
please.
Leave the kids alone. Go on, Dustin.
Yeah. So Inscription is awesome. Check that out. Shredder's Revenge, really awesome. I need to actually play that, so this is a good timing. And then
Rogue Legacy 2.
Rogue Legacy 2. Yeah.
A day and date release. Yep.
Also, I love that they're adding the OG worms, which the worms themselves are like 4 pixels tall in this first version. They're really tiny. I remember that specifically when I played it as a kid. It's not the best version of worms, but I'm not willing to get premium again for it. But if I can buy it a la carte for $8 or something, I might do that just for a little dose of nostalgia.
Yeah, we presume that it will be available a la carte, but there are a few exceptions, it seems like, so for unclear reasons. All right. Chris, anything here that you wanted to talk about before we move on?
Yeah, dude, I'm super stoked about Liberation. I never actually played it. And so this is going to be obviously a really easy way for me to do it. I think it's a solid lineup. I'm super excited. I love Worms. Worms is one of those weird like games franchises that for some reason like I really I have a lot of nostalgia associated with Worms. And it's just such a cute and kind of like there's like a vague mean-spiritedness about it because it really is just these cute little characters like gunning each other down with real Uzis and actual like bunker buster missiles. It's like it's really absurdist.
Dude, the flying sheep, dude.
I love it.
I love the flying sheep and the
that
holy hand grenade, of
explodes
course.
Yeah. I love Worms. So it's really cool to see this. Deus Ex is a big one for people who haven't seen it. I can't, TMNT obviously, Rogue Legacy, good month, no complaints.
Yeah, dude, I can't wait for Rogue Legacy 2. I can't wait. I loved Rogue Legacy. That game is so fucking fun, and it just spoke to me like Metroidvania combined with roguelike kind of upgrading, permanent upgrades. Yeah, big difference between some other games. But number 9 is our final one, and it's connected to PS Plus. In addition to announcing new PS Plus games for both the extra and premium tiers, Sony also released new information about some other parallel initiatives, both in a post on the official PlayStation blog and via an interview given with website gamesindustry.biz. The biggest news is no doubt the following, as written on the PS blog, quote, "We're currently testing cloud streaming for supported PS5 games. This includes PS5 titles from the PlayStation Plus game catalog and game trials, as well as supported digital PS5 titles that players own. When this feature launches, cloud gaming streaming for supported PS5 titles will be available for us directly on your PS5 console. That means as a premium member, it'll be easier to jump into your favorite games without downloading them first onto your PS5 console. Our goal is to add this as an additional benefit to PlayStation Plus Premium as part of our ongoing efforts to enhance the value of PlayStation Plus. We think it's important for premium members to be able to enjoy as many games as possible via cloud streaming. As more games continue to launch on the PS5 console, we look forward to adding cloud streaming capability for PS5 titles in addition to the PS3, PS4, and classic titles that are already available for premium members to stream. We're in the early stages right now, and we can't wait to share more details when we're ready, including a launch timeframe," end quote. The rest of the news comes from the aforementioned article, which interviewed PlayStation's VP and global head of subscriptions, Nick McGuire. The executive notes that since the new subscription tiers have launched, more than 1 billion hours of gameplay have been achieved across the user base, with PS Plus Extra and Premium subscribers outstripping PlayStation Now interaction by 7 times over. McGuire notes that Stray, the mysterious 2022 cat game that came day and date to PS Plus Extra and Premium, has registered the most plays, with the most hours sunk into Sucker Punch's 2020 first-party title Ghost of Tsushima. 4 of the top 10 most played games on the service are from first-party: Spider-Man, Miles Morales, Horizon Forbidden West, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, and Ghost of Tsushima. And unlike Microsoft, Sony continues to insist that it will not release its first and second-party games day and date on PS Plus, though external titles like Stray and Rogue Legacy 2 will continue to be available at launch from time to time. Quote, we're happy with our strategy. Putting games in a bit later in the life cycle has meant that we can reach more customers 12, 18, 24 months after they have released. We're seeing customers still get excited about those games and jumping in. For us, ellipsis, that's working, and that will continue to be our strategy moving forward, end quote. And as we learned a few weeks ago, Maguire reiterated an interesting tidbit. There are more PS Plus subscribers at the most expensive tier premium than the middle tier extra. The lion's share of subscribers, of course, remains at the base PS Plus tier essential. Wet Willie wrote into us on Patreon, said, hey, CDC, the tiered PlayStation Plus program is a year old. How do you think Sony is doing with this service from a consumer perspective? Where can Sony improve? I initially subscribed to this program, but canceled when my renewal came up because I simply do not have enough time to play games for the service to be worth the money. Thanks, and shout out to Timmy Tolkien. Shout out to him indeed. All right. Dustin, how do you feel like they're doing with PS Plus? Any stats stick out to you? Are you pleased with your subscription? I'm a PlayStation Plus Essential member, so I'm totally fine with $60 a year, whatever the hell it is. I don't care at all. It's completely fine.
Yeah, I think that my overall feelings from before still stands, just that if you are getting a PS5 and maybe you're not the type of guy that is constantly buying new releases, the extra tier is awesome for sure. The value is definitely there. Particularly, we just talked about these games coming up in this upcoming month are amazing. So that's really great. I still think that the backwards compatibility and the PS1 stuff and the PSP stuff needs improvement in terms of their rollout. Killzone was pretty good. This recent month is pretty good, but a lot of other months have been pretty dry. So their premium tier could use some improvement. I'm very curious about this PS5 streaming because, as I've noted before, PS5 or just PlayStation in general is in last place as far as I'm concerned in terms of the quality of their streaming. And now they're putting their top of the line console on the streaming service. Better be good. It better be improved, but we'll see. I'm intrigued by it. So definitely enough that I don't see it being a feature I would use a lot, especially because I don't normally have the extra tier, but I'd be willing to try it and see. I'm always intrigued by new tech.
Chris, any interest in the streaming? Anything? How are you feeling about PS Plus? Are you happy with it? Talk to me about this.
I mean, it's not something I think about a lot. I feel like every now and again they'll have like a really solid month and I'll jump in and I'll feel pretty good about it. But I feel like it's important to acknowledge the strange position that we're in comparison to the majority of people, where this is probably like this to me. I don't think about the PS Plus tiers in the sense that like I don't really think about how much money I spend on them. Like I'm just like, all right, it's video games, it's part of my job. I can afford this no problem, so whatever. So I think I'm at the extra tier, I think. But I don't even know that. I don't even remember. Like I feel like I demoted myself, I think, at some point. But it's weird. It feels difficult to judge this. It's a lot more easier for me to judge like a full $60 game because I remember like the feeling of that and how that could like break the bank sometimes. But now, because it's so ingrained into my life and it's just like I make time for it. Like, is this worth? Like, is PS Plus worth it for your average consumer? I don't know. I think maybe. I think it seems like one of those things where like maybe you want to jump in for a month or two and then maybe kind of like dip and dive. But I'm not in love with it. I don't think it's the best. I don't think it's bad. I think what Dustin said about specifically the classic rollout needs to be addressed. I think that's like that's personally the biggest area where I think they're failing as far as this being like a genuine service, because the promise of that initial like kind of like classics, that robust classics library is just very underserved right now. And it could be a lot better. I do think the things they're choosing are bizarre as well. Like all these siphon filter games. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, they're going after things that they don't have to license, which is pretty blatant.
I get that, but also there's stuff that's missing.
There's better stuff they don't have to license.
That's what I mean. Out. Yeah, like, is there a Wipeout game on there?
I don't think so. No.
That's weird. and like there's
Let me see.
I don't know. I think it's good. I don't think it's. I'll put it this way. I don't think it's as bad as I thought it would be. When we were leading up to because at first we thought like, oh, what a messy kind of system. I do still think it is a little bit messy. Like the whole extra essential premium, it's a little bit cumbersome in comparison to like. It reminds me of Xbox Live Silver and Xbox Live Gold and stuff like that. So and the second they got rid of that and it was just like Game Pass or no Game Pass, there's still the subscription, but there's no like tiers to it. That's a little bit simpler to me. Although I guess they do have Game Pass Ultimate for like PC and stuff, but I think they're doing a good job. I just think that area needs some TLC.
I looked at on PlayStation.com and their PS Plus catalog, like card catalog here under W. Wipeout is no Wipeout games.
Crazy.
You can play Watch Dogs and Watch Dogs 2 though.
Thank God.
All right, my friends, it's time to get into listener inquiries to end this long show that we've done today. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience. We've already read 3 of them, so we only have 3 of them left. Usually we leave them to the end of the show, but it felt like it would have been redundant since we touched on some of those topics, so I brought them forward. So let's get into the 3 that we left behind, starting with Drake Heinhorst. It's a hell of a name. Hey, Sacred Crew. Had a question that might stir up some nostalgia. When you were younger and went to a Chuck E. Cheese or equivalent arcade, did you focus on playing games that were the most fun experiences, or the games that distributed the most prize tickets but were essentially slot machines for children? I found the best middle ground was skee ball, as it was fun and gave reasonable tickets, but I wouldn't hit up baby's first slot machine also in order. But I would hit up baby's first slot machine also in order to go home with a cheap prize that definitely wasn't worth it. Thanks for all the great content you've been putting out lately. Thank you, Drake, for writing in. Dustin, where were you on this? Were you a ticket fiend back in the day? Did you like to redeem your prizes? I remember being fixated on those things when I was younger at different times, but it was like always garbage. You know, it was just horrible, and you'd have to spend so much money. It was such a racket. There was something that was like microtransactions for children. You know,
right? Yeah, I always felt conflicted because I wanted to play the actual video games that were fun, but the fun video games don't give you tickets. So I think that his middle ground with skee ball is an excellent point. Skee ball is a fantastic game. If I go anywhere, any kind of arcade that has a skee ball, you know your boy's playing 2 or 3 rounds of that every time, just because skee ball is awesome. But I was always conflicted about that. And I think eventually as I got older, I learned that the tickets are usually just not worth it. You can get one of those jumping frogs or the finger trap or whatever that you play with for like 2 seconds and then you're like, oh, this sucks. So yeah, I'm all about playing the game.
For some reason, I always remember getting like a bouncy ball or something. You know, one of those balls that would just bounce like into the fucking atmosphere. I remember those being...
Isn't it crazy that they would give you... Like, I remember going to like the fair and stuff, and they would give you fucking fish.
Yes.
They would give you a fish. They would give you an animal with a soul, presumably. As a prize.
I won one once. I won one where you had to throw ping pong balls into them, like into the bowls, and if the bowl had a fish in it, you would get the bowl with the fish, and I won that.
Imagine the traumatic experience of that fish being like giant spheres like crashing into its small world, and then going home enslaved in this. I don't know, man.
No, it's fucked.
Yeah, I've never been to a Charles Entertainment Cheese.
Oh.
But I've been to like arcades and stuff, and I've been to like, you know, Round One is like kind of like a popular arcade around where I'm at, and not right now, but like where I live in Burbank, and you know, it's still, I look at those things, I'm like, what a rip off all this shit, and they got really good prizes. They got like, it's like, hey, here's a drone, and here's like a Switch, but like you gotta
cost you $3,000 for that Switch.
Yeah. You got to spend like $2,000 to get the Switch, and it's like, well, this is fun. I don't know. I think when I was a kid, I just wanted to play the things that were fun. I would gravitate to like the Marvel vs. Capcom machine or like, you know, things like that at like arcades. I didn't really care about ticket prizes. There was nothing. There's nothing there.
I just have so many funny memories of that time. Like,
it's
just, I remember. I for some reason I just remember like watching a kid like go behind one of the prize counters and just steal shit from it, like right in the middle of the arcade, like because you'd like get people's attention to come and do that stuff. And I remember also it was kind of cool. I remember several times someone giving me their tickets, like an adult. You know, you're just walking around.
That's the best that you can. That's the best that you can hope for, really. Is that like some random person gives up in the middle of their just melancholic lifestyle and just be like, here you go. Take my $3,000 worth of tickets that I spent trying to get a fucking teddy bear because I'm over it.
All right. Thank you for writing in, Drake. And
by the way,
I'm sorry.
I do want to say
please.
Charles Entertainment Cheese is really what
his
name is.
Mm-hmm. Mike had informed me of that a while ago, and I found that I don't like that. I don't appreciate it.
I love it so much.
Andrew Ehrenreich wrote in and said, "Does length matter? Hello, Sacred Crew. How do you guys feel about game length? I often see shorter games get looked down on. Miles Morales called it DLC, Ratchet and Clank Bash for being too short for the price. But more and more, I'm finding I enjoy shorter games over longer ones. As someone who gets maybe an hour of gaming in before or after work, that's crazy, and a few hours on a day off, I'd rather be, I'm assuming you work in the morning, and that's not necessarily true. I'd rather be able to run through something like Dead Space, Kena, Bridge of Spirits, or In the Will of the Wisps, to name a few, in about a week or so, then slowly chop away at a 40 or 50 hour game. That said, I'll always make time to enjoy games like Red Dead, Elden Ring, Hollow Knight, but a condensed experience always feels more rewarding to get through compared to longer games, which I often get bored of and put down halfway through. Thoughts? Dustin, where are you on this? What's the perfect game length for you these days?
It depends on the game. Really. It really, really does. Just because I think there are some games like Resident Evil 4 or Dead Space, those are, I think, perfectly paced. But I also do enjoy a meaty RPG. Like I think Persona 5 earns its 80 hours for sure. I don't want to play 80-hour games all the time, but I think that one was really good. I think there are games that are slightly too long or too short. So length does matter, but I think not in the way that a lot of people put it. That, you know what I mean? Where
I know what you
mean. A game can be positive that it's shorter. It's like a nice tight experience, and other times there's things that are too long. And we always talk about Red Dead Redemption 2 being an amazing game that's just a little too long.
Yeah,
I think
it's way too long.
I think Last of Us Part 2 is a little too long.
Yes, it is too long. Yeah.
So having more content is not necessarily a good thing. That's like stupid ape brain mindset for gamers. That's like longer is better. Shut the fuck up. That does not make any sense.
I like
so
that.
It really just all depends.
Chris, what's the perfect length for you of a game these days?
I would say, honestly, like for the games that I play, 10 to 15.
10 to 15 is good.
Mm-hmm. 10 to 15 is like a really solid. Like I don't think I've ever played a 10 to 15 hour game and been like disappointed, like ever, really. Like with the exception of like obviously, I don't know, like no, not even. Usually like games that are like really, really bad or like Ride to Hell Retribution or something is like 3 hours max or something. But like I don't know. I get why people would want like a lot out of them. Like if I'm playing something like Mass Effect or like Starfield or something like that, I expect a little bit more, obviously. But generally speaking, I always feel really, really good when a game ends in 10 to 15 hours. Like Dead Space and Resident Evil 4, when those ended, I was like, oh, perfect, dude. Like loved that. And especially if they're games like that have like high replayability, like that to me is like really, that's the mark of something. Like I don't need a game to be 80 hours long, constantly stringing me along with new shit. I would much rather have something that's like 8 to 12 hours long that is really, really fun to play, and I can go over and over again. There's like something, it's designed really impeccably to the point where I can enjoy it for the millionth time. Like I think about a game like Halo 2, which is like maybe 10 hours, I think. I mean, I could be wrong on that, but it's not particularly Halo 2 ain't 25 hours, you know, and it's not 4 hours, but I must have put, and I'm talking about like single player wise, I must have put easily 100 something hours into that campaign alone, just on replayability, just because it's that impeccably designed. Like, I don't know. I don't need a game to string me along that long. I feel like a good game at any length can do that by itself if it's just designed well. Tetris. How long is Tetris really? I don't know, yeah. But Tetris ain't 25 hours long, but but it could be like 200 hours long because it's fucking Tetris.
Yeah, we're getting to the point with game length, and maybe I should have brought this up when we were talking earlier. I could have gotten a fourth question out of the way in the run of show, but I look at a game like Starfield, as I said earlier, and it's like, this gives me agita. I don't know that I can manage this level of game. You know, it's just too, because I'm also the kind of person that wants to see and do it all. And that becomes, and again, I remember thinking of a game like Fallout 3 where I got the platinum trophy in it. I didn't saw it on. I was like, wow, that game was fucking huge. Holy shit.
That,
you know,
it is paralyzing. I'm the opposite though. Like I will gladly like pick a lane, finish it, like mainline the game, and then that's it. Maybe I'll play it again in like, I don't know, 15 years. I'm playing Skyrim again right now on the deck as well, just because it's like trying to get into the mood of like Bethesda games again. And it's like, oh, I'll go back to Skyrim and maybe do it differently. And
I've been thinking about playing it myself.
Yeah. I'm seeing stuff that I don't remember or that I think was new because I didn't play any of the DLC or anything. So like, there's a lot of stuff in there that's new to me, which is cool. It's like that's a nice experience. But I don't like to get it all out of the way once because I know that that's possible. Like if I'm sitting in a lull, right? If I got nothing to do, I got a backlog that like might be intimidating. There's games that I know I should play, but like maybe I'm not ready. Well, Skyrim's there, and I actually didn't play Skyrim into the ground. I had one specific playthrough where I went one route and I saw that to the end, but there's like 8 other ones to go through, and maybe I'll jump into that. That's a lot more approachable, having beaten it already in one facet, than it is to start something completely new that I might be out of my depth with. And so I try to, even a game like Starfield, the reason why it doesn't intimidate me is because I know I'll fall into a rhythm, and I'll see that rhythm through to the course of like maybe like 30 hours, and then I'll be set. And I don't need to see every planet. Like I don't even need to see every main planet, to be honest with you. Like I'm more than satisfied going as far as I'm comfortable.
Well, you're going to see 1,000 planets, so you're not going to fucking beat the game. Have fun.
Is there a planet to land on every single fucking moon? You know, land on your 1,000th planet.
Oh my god,
fuck you.
Game would ruin my life. Riley Patrick has the final inquiry, and he says, "What's up, boys? This one is for Colin. As a sports fan, I'm sure you saw the deal that Pat McAfee show was licensed by ESPN. Although I'm skeptical of the deal and its impact on his show, I understand the reasoning. It's very similar to some of the stresses you've mentioned. My question: if IGN came to you with a licensing deal, would you entertain it? If so, what would it take? Besides the cash and administration, maybe the Beyond brand Colin was right banner on the homepage or a British butler named Niles. Cheers, boys." So yeah, Pat McAfee's I love Pat McAfee. He's a major inspiration for me in the media space. He's awesome. One of the great sports voices out there, and a really great story. And yeah, he sold out basically to ESPN. And I think that some people are upset about that. And I don't say selling out is it's a loaded term, of course, but he took the money, and like he should take the money. And I think that companies that get involved with people like Pat McAfee understand that the best idea is to let him be Pat McAfee and deal with the blowback, because the only way that these old networks and these old kind of vestiges of media will survive is through people like Pat McAfee. I'm a little surprised IGN has stayed so insular and not tried. Like, why hasn't IGN bought Kind of Funny? You know, like you should just own it and allow them to make content for you. Like that's if you want your brand to have any sort of future, you need to get real personalities that people care about, you know? And you see a company like Kind of Funny and you're like, that would be an obvious target for you. I don't think that Last Stand is an obvious target for any mainstream partner. It's just too wild and gun shooty, and we don't really want relationships with companies. So what would it take? It would take a lot of money. And I would do it if the guarantee was that like under no circumstances is anything we say change. Like if you want the show as it's going to be and is, then okay, I mean, we can talk about licensing that, but that's not usually the case. And certainly Pat McAfee did make concessions, including that they apparently can't curse as much, which little things like that do matter, but I don't blame him for taking what was probably generational wealth put on the table to basically just do the show anyway. So yeah, if that opportunity presented it to itself to me, I would be interested in exploring it. But I would also say that when you look at a company like Kind of Funny, and that would make more sense for an IGN to go after than us, you know, just because that's a little bit more brand friendly, a little younger slanting probably. And a little more safe. Not in a bad way or a good way, but that just is what it is. So yeah, I wouldn't expect anything like that to ever happen to this company. So don't worry about it. All right. And again, shout out to Pat McAfee. He's a wonderful guy, like just really, really wonderful content creator. Highly recommended. All right. That's it for our very long show that we've done here of Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. Chris, closing comments.
Oh man, I don't know. I'm gonna go back to playing with my deck.
Whoa.
You know?
Sick.
Whoa.
Dustin, closing comments.
I'm pulling a Chris. I'm getting to the point. I'm a little tired. I'm definitely hungry. Maybe a little antsy at this point. So I'm tired, boss. Let's get out of here.
I'm tired.
Tired, boss.
Well,
we do like to take a siesta down here, Texas.
siesta.
All right.
The least likely word to hear out of that.
All right, let's get the hell out of here. My friends, thank you for your time. Thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support of all things Sacred Symbols Last Stand. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. You know the rest. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.